Chapter 887. Don't be nervous, kid, I won't attack you. The land spirit of Langia stared at Fang Yuan with his tiger-like eyes, before adding in a playful tone, even though you have taken advantage of me. Those were fair transactions in the past. Fang Yuan's expression stiffened, immediately denying it. You were able to grow to your current level, you have indeed taken a lot of resources from that weak fellow. But I don't mind, we can even continue to cooperate. The land spirit of Langia said coldly. Fang Yuan narrowed his eyes, seemingly in disbelief. Don't you want to overthrow the human race and establish the hegemony of the hairy man race? Of course. The land spirit of Langia did not hesitate, immediately replying, but rice needs to be eaten mouthful by mouthful, the road needs to be walked step by step. To realize my ambitions, I need to recognize the reality. Even if my main body is alive, I need to disguise as a human. To realize the hegemony of the hairy man race, cooperation with you humans is essential. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with astonishment. This new land spirit of Langia in front of him, although his ambitions were unrealistic, his actions were rational, he had a clear understanding of his surroundings and himself. While the two were talking, Mo Tan-Sang quietly got up and healed his injuries. My plan is foolproof. The land spirit of Langia's eyes flashed with a bright light. He said slowly in a low voice, First, I will use benefits to gather a group of human Gu immortals. Using humans to deal with humans, I will disintegrate the human camp from the inside. I will recruit these human Gu immortals and train them to become the hunting dogs of my hairy man race. You are one of my targets, ah. Towards the end, he pointed at Fang Yuan. He raised his head and laughed loudly. Fang Yuan, Mo Tan-Sang, the land spirit could not lie indeed, he actually exposed his own scheme. Was all exposed. At the next moment, the land spirit of Langia also realized something was amiss. His loud laughter came to an abrupt end, he rubbed his chin, a look of regret flashing across his face. Oh no. Once he was happy, he told everyone about the plan. Fang Yuan, Mo Tanzang, as for you, Inkman Gu Immortal. At this moment, the land spirit of Langia's gaze shifted from Fang Yuan to Mo Tanzang. I'm not that weak fellow who is afraid of being exposed. I have refused to cooperate with you many times. I'm very interested in all the collaborations you've proposed. Especially those who had subverted human clans and schemed against human forces. Speaking of which, the human race is too powerful. Facing the current human race, we mutants are natural allies. Cooperate with my hairy man clan, your Inkman city will develop even faster and continue to grow stronger. Mo Tan-Sang's injuries were not serious and he recovered quickly. Hearing the words of the land spirit of Langia, Zhang Hanyang nodded. Mo Tan-Sang suddenly had a feeling that the bitterness was over and the good was about to come. He glanced at Fang Yuan discreetly. He still did not know that this Star Path Gu immortal in front of him was the Fang Yuan that he knew. Ah! The land spirit of Langia thought of a good idea, and started laughing loudly again. These idiotic ink men. That's right, to let my hairy man clan become the overlord, we need to make use of these ink men, feather men and others. Wait until the day we succeed. Then we will demote these clans to slaves and squeeze out their value. Of course. These ink men of Inkman City can be treated differently. After all, they are descendants of immortal Yi Yan's bloodline. We can support them to become the puppet kings of the ink men, haha. This idea is too good. Fang Yuan, Mo Tan-Sang, the land spirit of Langia saw their speechless expressions and was slightly stunned before his expression turned solemn, his hand rubbing his chin. I accidentally spoke my mind again. Fang Yuan completely relaxed. How could someone like the land spirit of Langia become the overlord of hairy men? Mo Tan-Sang covered his face with his hands. Even though he was an Inkman and not a hairy man, he still felt embarrassed for the land spirit of Langia. Qin Baisheng quickly got close. The cloud building was already within his attack range. There is a land spirit and 2 Gu immortals in the building. Qin Baisheng had an outstanding investigative immortal killer move. He immediately found out many details about Fang Yuan's side. Qin Baisheng squinted his eyes, he suddenly slowed down his speed and swung his right hand forward. Boom! Golden light burst out, and a huge shadow of a giant golden hammer took shape in an instant. It suddenly shot out, crushing toward the cloud pavilion. Chi waves surged, the golden hammer shadow had an intimidating aura, it was even larger than the cloud building. The cloud building, which was originally quite large, immediately became thin under the golden hammer shadow. Metal Path Immortal Killer Move. City-shattering hammer. How dare you? At the next moment, a figure rushed out of the cloud building, shouting furiously. It was the land spirit of Langia. The land spirit did not dodge, he faced the giant golden hammer head-on. The moment his thick arms made contact with the city-shattering hammer, dozens of goo worms appeared and surrounded the land spirit's body. Rule Path Immortal Killer Move, Clear Space. In an instant, the giant golden hammer shadow disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared before. Only the golden hammer shadow was left. The chi waves created by the attack lasted for a long time. Land Spirit of Langya? Seeing the land spirit of Langya's change in appearance, even the mysterious shadow sect's vice leader Qin Baixing showed a strange expression. He asked with uncertainty. "It is me." The land spirit of Langya shouted furiously. After destroying the golden hammer, he did not give up, he directly charged towards Qin Baixing. He was indeed different from the land spirit of Langya. His temperament was simply two extremes. He was very valiant and full of battle intent. Fang Yuan and Imo Tan Sang were on tenterhooks as they watched from the back. The land spirit was the symbol of this world. It was the most important thing for Gu immortals to attack blessed lands. Normally speaking, the land spirit would hide itself and use the entire blessed land to deal with the invading enemy. After all, the land spirit could control the blessed land. Once it was captured or destroyed, the difficulty of attacking the blessed land would fall sharply by several levels. But the land spirit of Langya, who had turned into a hairy man, was different. He directly attacked. Even though Qin Baixing had displayed extremely powerful battle strength, the land spirit of Langya was not afraid at all. Ha! He Cheng, who was at the side, was first stunned, then he laughed. He felt that with Qin Baixing's strength, the land spirit of Langya had taken the initiative to attack. He was simply walking into a trap. But as the person involved, Qin Baixing, his expression was solemn. Since invading Langya blessed land, this was the first time he retreated explosively. He mainly cultivated Soul Path. He also cultivated Metal Path. His most useful immortal killer move, Soul Suppression, was useless against the land spirit of Langya. Soul Suppression was Qin Baixing's method of using his own soul to suppress his opponent's soul. The difference in Soul Foundation caused the immortal killer move Soul Suppression to have an astonishing effect. Earlier, in Luopa Valley, Qin Baixing had used Soul Suppression to suppress He Langzi, who had turned into a giant wolf. And just now, Qin Baixing had used Soul Suppression again, suppressing that Inkmingu immortal until he could not move, and then used a Metal Path killer move to behead the Inkmingu immortal. But against the land spirit of Langya now, Soul Suppression had no effect at all. What? Because the land spirit of Langya was a special existence. He did not have a soul. He was only a type of postnatal spirit formed from the combination of his obsession and heavenly power. His body was between illusion and reality. He did not have a real body. Nor did he have a soul. To make an analogy, it was like cursing someone. Qin Baixing had soul suppression. He could speak like a river. He could directly curse someone to death. But the land spirit of Langya did not understand his language at all. Even if he cursed harshly to the land spirit of Langya, it was like a gentle breeze. Because the land spirit did not understand at all. Qin Baixing was well aware of this point. And because this land spirit of Langya was too strange, he chose to retreat. He wanted to see what the land spirit of Langya was planning. Once Qin Baixing retreated, the land spirit of Langya's aura surged. He became even more unforgiving. Immortal killer move, Great Thousand Spears. Immortal killer move, Triple Desolation. Immortal killer move, Chaotic Lightning Starfire. Countless golden spears shot out, forming a dense forest of spears that shot towards Qin Baixing from all directions. Qin Baixing quickly defended himself. His entire body seemed to be covered by a giant pillar. A 5-clawed golden dragon coiled around the giant pillar. The golden dragon pillar temporarily blocked the endless Great Thousand Spears, but Qin Baixing's hair was covered in a layer of white frost. His lifespan was instantly reduced. This was the ability of Time Path Killer Move Triple Desolation. Great Thousand Spears were like a torrential storm. They were aggressive and unstoppable. Triple Desolation was mysterious and hard to defend against. Among them were sparks and sparks. They were chaotic and disorderly, but they were able to drill into the golden dragon pillar of light, burning and exploding on Qin Baixing's skin. The land spirit of Langya raised his head and roared. Countless goo worms on his body disappeared and reappeared. After they were used, they disappeared again. Immortal goo and countless mortal goo appeared one after another. Immortal killer move, Yellow Wood Rustling. Immortal killer move, Defeat Blood Flying Smoke. Immortal killer move, Immortal Slaughtering Beheading Blade. Wood Path killer move, causing withered leaves to fly in the air. Blade Path killer move, Unstoppable. The blade light was bright and unstoppable. There was even a Blood Path killer move, a blood-red smoke coiled around Qin Baisheng's waist. Qin Baisheng was busy defending himself, he had no choice but to retreat. The land spirit of Langya roared again, chasing after him relentlessly. All sorts of mortal goo and immortal goo appeared on his body, rapidly changing positions. Immortal killer move, shattered ice armor. Immortal killer move, chaotic hole drill. Immortal killer move, wishful shadow sword. Ice path, space path, and dark path killer moves erupted one after another. Qin Baisheng was busy defending himself, he had no choice but to retreat again. The more Langya land spirit advanced, the stronger his aura became, his immortal killer moves were unleashed like floodwaters. Qin Baisheng was forced to retreat repeatedly in an instant. The more Qin Baisheng retreated, the more passive he was, while the land spirit of Langya was getting crazier. One advanced and one retreated, they fought for tens of li in one breath. He Qing, Fang Yuan and Mo Tan Sang who were watching the battle were dumbstruck. Langya Blessed Land's foundation was extremely deep, it had many immortal goo, long-hair ancestor did not lack immortal killer moves, he also had heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus, he had accumulated a huge amount of immortal essence. Langya land spirit's indiscriminate bombardment was completely able to support him due to his large family and large business. Fang Yuan even suspected that the land spirit of Langya could fight for 3 days and 3 nights without rest. Chapter 888. Bam Bam Bam. Countless immortal killer moves appeared one after another in the hands of land spirit of Langya. A wood path, fire path, water path, ice path, space path, time path and other attacks were like fireworks in the sky, they were dazzling but contained fatal danger. Even someone as strong as Qin Baisheng could only defend for a moment, he could not retaliate. Is this still a land spirit? It is too ferocious. He Qing watched as Qin Baisheng was suppressed, and the land spirit of Langya roared as it chased after him, his throat turned dry. Are you done messing around? Suddenly, Qin Baisheng let out a long cry. In the sky, a sun-like golden radiance blossomed. The golden light was so dazzling that people could not look at it directly. Boundless heat gushed out along with the golden light, filling the sky and earth in the blink of an eye. The temperature rose rapidly, heaven and earth were about to evaporate. Soul path and metal path, dual path immortal killer move, burning soul supreme gold. The land spirit of Langya was very special, it did not fear the burning of the soul, but burning soul supreme gold was an extremely rare and precious immortal killer move that combined offense and defense. Once this move was used, Qin Baisheng seemed to have turned into a miniature sun, he shone upon the 9 heavens and 10 earths, he was like the ruler of heaven and earth. All of the attacks of the land spirit of Langya were disintegrated. If it were an ordinary opponent with the land spirit's crazy attacks, they might really be able to kill the old master. But his opponent was not an ordinary Gu immortal, he was the vice envoy of Shadow Sect, Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng blocked countless killer moves, slowly accumulating some time to catch his breath, he finally found a chance to erupt. Once he made a move, the attacks of the land spirit of Langya suffered a severe setback. Next, he would use a powerful counterattack. Compared to him, the land spirit of Langya had many advantages. Its foundation was deep and powerful. But it was not a Gu immortal after all, it lacked battle wisdom. For example, these immortal killer moves that he used. Even though they were powerful, they did not coordinate with each other, there were even internal disturbances that expended a lot of power. In this regard, Fang Yuan was better than him. Whether it was the combination of the nebula grindstone, the star snake rope, or the combination of the 6 illusionary star bodies and the position shift, they were all enough for him to learn from the land spirit of Langya. Land spirits were after all just an obsession left behind by a Gu immortal after death. It was a special existence formed by the mighty power of heaven and earth. If the land spirit had Fang Yuan's intelligence, once it had the advantage just now, Qin Baisheng would not be able to turn the situation around. However, the land spirit was not Fang Yuan, so Qin Baisheng waited for the right time to counterattack. The scorching soul supreme metal had become the turning point of the battle. The land spirit of Langya's attack was blocked. Qin Baisheng immediately seized the initiative and did not hand over the initiative. The situation of the battle had completely reversed. The land spirit of Langya retreated step by step and was suppressed by Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng's attack frequency was less than 10% of the land spirit of Langya. But every time he attacked, every immortal killer move had good coordination with each other, it was like layers upon layers of traps that restricted the land spirit of Langya. The deeper he sank, the more he could not turn the situation around and wait for any opportunity. Qin Baisheng had rich battle experience. His methods were extremely shrewd and ruthless. His steadiness was accompanied by ruthlessness. The eyelids of Fang Yuan, He Cheng and Mo Tan Sang were twitching. What do we do? The land spirit's defeat is already set. Mo Tan Sang asked Fang Yuan with an anxious expression. Fang Yuan did not reply. He had a hesitant expression. The land spirit of Langia charged out without even saying a word, risking its life. It was simply stupid. The land spirit was not afraid of Qin Baisheng's soul pressure, but Fang Yuan and Mo Tan Sang were completely countered by this move. Unless they had a method to counter it or if they could break this soul path killer move. At once, Fang Yuan fell into a predicament similar to when Hui Fengzi and He Langzi faced the shameless combination of 6 illusion star bodies and position star transposition. Mo Tan Sang glanced at Fang Yuan, seeing that this unfamiliar Gu immortal had no intention of joining the battle, he could not help but feel anxious. The land spirit of Langia was unreliable and had boundless ambitions. It wanted to enslave all the ink men. But Mo Tan Sang was a formidable character. In Fang Yuan's previous life, he used Ma Hongyun's influence to revitalize the Inkman race. Even if the land spirit of Langia's thoughts were 100 times more arrogant, so what? To Mo Tan Sang, the brand new land spirit of Langia was more beneficial to the Inkman race than the previous land spirit. Cooperating with him had great prospects. Mo Tan Sang was moved. But Qin Baisheng was too strong. Mo Tan Sang did not want the land spirit to die, but he was wary of Qin Baisheng. He wanted to drag Fang Yuan down with him. Fang Yuan was unmoved. Such a huge change in the land spirit of Langia might be an opportunity for Fang Yuan. However, Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. He did not want to take excessive risks. In the past, he took risks because he had no choice or the benefits were too great. Now he wanted to save the land spirit. It was indeed an opportunity, but the risk was too high. Different from Mo Tan Sang. Once the land spirit was destroyed, Mo Tan Sang would be trapped. He had to fight even if he did not want to. Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel. He could retreat. Thus, he decided to watch from the sidelines for now. Boom. The land spirit of Langia was directly hit by Qin Baisheng's attack. Its entire body was sent flying like a rubber ball, rapidly crashing into the thick cloud soil on the ground. The cloud soil was soft to begin with. The land spirit of Langia sank deep into the cloud soil, creating a huge crater. It wanted to teleport away, but found that its entire body was bound by a dazzling golden chain. The land spirit struggled intensely but could not move. It's over. Qin Baisheng's face was solemn, leisurely flying above the land spirit, his cold eyes looking down at the land spirit beneath his feet. Qin Baisheng retracted all of his aura, his hands formed palms, slowly putting them together in front of his chest, like an old monk meditating. At the same time he slowly lowered his head and closed his eyes. He is preparing something. Now is the best time to save the land spirit. Mo Tan Sang felt something was amiss and immediately shouted. Fang Yuan turned a deaf ear, his eyes staring at Qin Baisheng. He was secretly shocked. This starting stance, could it be the legendary move? In the battle just now, Qin Baisheng was like a ferocious tiger coming out of the mountains, a heavenly dragon wreaking havoc in the seas, unstoppable. Now with his palms together, his head lowered and eyes closed, he was like a piece of dead wood. There was no aura. The two states formed a stark contrast. Slowly. Qin Baisheng's right palm, 5 fingers pressed against his left palm. As if he was squeezing something precious, his right palm slowly clenched into a fist. Next, his left palm remained at the same spot, while his clenched right fist slowly rose from his chest to his shoulder to his head, before finally stopping above his head. Qin Baisheng's eyes were closed. There was no wind or ripple on his face as he lowered his head. His aura was completely restrained. His left palm was placed vertically at the center of his chest, while his right hand was clenched into a fist and raised above his head. Mo Tan Sang did not know what was going on, but he knew that Qin Baisheng would not act without thinking. Once he used this move, heaven and earth would collapse. Even gods and ghosts would be shocked. The land spirit of Langia sensed the greatest danger. It struggled with all its might. The gold coiling around its body shattered, showing countless cracks. But it was already too late. That's right, it is that move. Sword Immortal Bo Qing's legendary move. Famous in Central Continent. Qin Baisheng is a Northern Plains Gu immortal. How can he know it? Fang Yuan gulped. He felt extremely stifled. He did not dare to save it. Sword Path Immortal Killer Move. 5-finger fist heart sword. 1 finger. Qin Baisheng suddenly raised his right thumb. His right fist that was raised above his head suddenly shot out a sword light. Fast, fast, fast. The sword light was extremely fast. It was unimaginable. The moment it shot out, it hit the land spirit of Langya's forehead. The land spirit of Langya struggled intensely. In an instant, this sword light pierced through his skull. He suddenly stopped moving, his body was stiff like a statue. He looked at Qin Baixing, who was in the sky with a dazed expression. But at the next moment, the land spirit of Langya struggled even more crazily, like it was electrocuted. If it was Fang Yuan, even if he was an immortal zombie, he would have died from this attack. But the land spirit of Langya was a special existence. It did not have any fatal weakness. But this attack caused him to suffer heavy injuries. The solid head started to turn blurry. 2 fingers. Qin Baixing raised his right index finger again. The second sword light shot out from his fist. It was as fast as before. The sword light pierced through the land spirit of Langya's right arm. The land spirit of Langya screamed miserably, its right arm immediately turned blurry. 3 fingers. The third sword light pierced through the land spirit of Langya's left arm. The land spirit of Langya screamed miserably, its left arm actually started to dissipate. Quickly save him, once the land spirit of Langya dies, we are all finished. Mo Tan Sang shouted anxiously. Fang Yuan's gaze was solemn, his body was like steel, he did not show any signs of saving the land spirit of Langya. Clusters of star cloud millstones appeared in front of Fang Yuan one after another. If the battle situation did not turn for the better, Fang Yuan had already decided to use fixed immortal travel to escape from Langya blessed land. 4 fingers. At this time, Qin Baixing raised his right ring finger. Save me. The land spirit of Langya could not stay calm, it screamed with all its might. Let's fight. Mo Tan Sang shouted at Fang Yuan, he immediately flew out and used his killer move to attack from afar. But the fourth sword light had already shot out. Clang. A sharp sound of impact suddenly came from the deep pit. A figure stood in front of the land spirit of Langya, blocking the fourth sword light. This aura, it is a rank 7 Gu immortal. Fang Yuan was still in the cloud building, he sensed the unfamiliar aura, bright light flashed in his eyes. This was a variable. As he expected, Langya blessed land still had other trump cards. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Next, 8 black figures appeared out of nowhere, piercing through the air and appearing near the deep pit, protecting the land spirit of Langya. Mo Tan Sang quickly stopped in his tracks, he took a look and cried out, "So many hairy man Gu immortals?" Reinforcements had arrived. The 9 Gu immortals were all hairy men. Among them, the hairy man Gu immortal who saved the land spirit of Langya was the only rank 7. The other 8 hairy man Gu immortals were all rank 6. He Cheng's expression changed, he said in disbelief, "How can this be? With so many hairy man Gu immortals, the advantage in numbers was immediately reversed." Mo Tan Sang showed joy on his face. Fang Yuan, however, frowned. To be able to obtain such protection from hairy man Gu immortals, it seems this is indeed the land spirit of Langya. But it is completely different from the previous land spirit. Qin Baixing slowly opened his eyes, he retracted his right fist and left palm, dispersing the 5-finger fist heart sword. His lips curled up into a victorious smile. From the start, he did not intend to eradicate the land spirit of Langya. Now that these hairy man Gu immortals had appeared, it was exactly what he wanted. Something is wrong. Fang Yuan's brows were almost knitted into a knot. Between the 2 Langya land spirits, there are differences in temperament. No matter how stupid the previous land spirit was, he would not leave such a huge battle strength to seek help from an outsider like me. Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He guessed Qin Baixing's motive. Don't tell me the other party's true motive is not Langya blessed land. Chapter 889. There were so many hairy man Gu immortals in Langya blessed land, but why did the land spirit of Langya not let them show up? Fang Yuan guessed that the reason should be the rank 8 immortal Gu house refinement cauldron. The human old man's land spirit of Langya was likely to have sent all of the hairy man Gu immortals into the cauldron. Long hair ancestor's true identity was a hairy man. The land spirit of Langya loved hairy men like their own children. According to this line of thought, he did not want the hairy man Gu immortals to suffer losses, so he arranged for them to stay in refinement cauldron. Most importantly, immortal Gu houses also needed Gu immortals to control them. Moreover, the more Gu immortals controlled, the stronger the power of the immortal Gu house. When Tai Bai Yunxing was in Eastern Sea, when he attacked Yulu blessed land and met with difficulties, all of the Gu immortals worked together to activate the immortal Gu house Profound Ice House. This allowed Profound Ice House's power to be strong enough to break through the battlefield killer move and allow the Gu immortals to escape safely. The more hairy man goo immortals there were, the stronger refinement cauldron immortal goo house would be, and the faster it could refine other people's immortal goo. Fang Yuan was almost certain. In the previous 3 waves of attacks, the land spirit of Langya had arranged for the hairy men to refine the immortal goo of the invading goo immortals and capture them alive. Now, in the 4th wave of attack, the enemy was stronger than expected. The land spirit of Langya in human form could not solve this problem, so he could only let another obsession appear to solve this problem. But this hairy man land spirit is also stupid. He is actually fighting himself, only summoning the hairy man goo immortals at the crucial moment of life and death. Fang Yuan shook his head as he observed the battlefield. Qin Bai Sheng, Hei Cheng, and the hairy man goo immortals fell into a temporary deadlock. Blah. Suddenly, the one who blocked the 5-finger fist heartsword killer move for land spirit of Langya was that rank 7 hairy man goo immortal. He fell to the ground. Damao. Damao. The hairy man goo immortals went into an uproar. She looked at him with a concerned gaze and exclaimed in surprise. Damao, Damao, what happened to you, Damao? A female hairy man goo immortal knelt beside Damao and hugged his upper body, but found that his body had been pierced by sword chi. He was already dead. Damao, Damao, you can't die. Great hair. The female hairy man goo immortal cried out. Her face was covered in tears. She had a mental breakdown. Ermao, don't cry. Maybe Lord Land Spirit has a way. Ermao, if you cry again, we want to cry too. Woo 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 woo. At once, in front of Qin Bai Sheng, many hairy man goo immortals turned around and went to second hair's side. He softly comforted her. Some hairy man goo immortals also shed tears. They were choking with emotions or sobbing softly. Fang Yuan and Emo Tan Sang were stunned. At this moment, they finally understood why the land spirit of Langya did not send these hairy men to the battlefield, but to the furnace. Because of the battle attainment of these hairy man goo immortals. He was simply trash. Oh no. Calling them scum was too much of a compliment. The enemy was right in front of them. They were so weak that they were crying and had a mental breakdown. It seemed that these hairy man goo immortals were nurtured by the first land spirit of Langya as the purest refinement path helpers. They were skilled in goo refinement, but they were even more unskilled in battle. The land spirit of Langya's expression was ashen. He broke free from the restraints and went to the dead hairy man goo immortal. After inspecting him, he sighed in pain and stretched out his hand, closing the eyelids of this rank 7 hairy man goo immortal who had died with grievances. I know. The female hairy man goo immortal called Second Hair saw this and had a mental breakdown. After a cry, she pounced on Damao's corpse. Her eyes rolled back as she fainted. The other hairy man goo immortals saw this and quickly went to save her. Some of them even raised their heads and looked at Qin Bai Sheng with teary eyes, complaining, "Oh heavens, why are there such cruel and violent goo immortals like you? We have no enmity. Why did you attack us? Why did you kill innocent goo immortals? Isn't it good to coexist peacefully?" Hearing this, Mo Tan Sang and Fang Yuan completely lost hope in these hairy men. These hairy man goo immortals seemed to have been protected by the previous land spirit of Langya too well. They were like flowers in a greenhouse. They had not experienced the cruelty of the outside world, and were focused on refinement path cultivation. In terms of battle, they were simply too weak. As long as you obediently hand over the immortal goo house refinement cauldron, I will not harm you. Qin Bai Sheng sneered. Impossible. Don't even think about it. The land spirit of Langya raised his head and looked at Qin Bai Sheng angrily, rejecting him directly. His attitude was firm. He had no hesitation. Humph, you want to use refinement cauldron to forcefully refine our immortal goo. Don't try such a childish idea on me. I won't give you time to do it. Qin Bai Sheng sneered. He paused as if he sensed something. He muttered, continuing, "Oh, are you ready? Then let's begin. This hindrance, destroy it first." Raising his voice, he glanced at the cloud building. Immortal killer move, city-crushing hammer. The huge hammer attacked. Fang Yuan quickly thought about it. He decided to be a coward first. He could not be the first to stand out now. However, the land spirit of Langya was not at its wit's end yet. Fang Yuan did not intend to retreat. Rumble. The cloud building behind him was like paper. It was destroyed by the city-crushing hammer. Fang Yuan flew out in a sorry state. By the time he appeared in everyone's eyes, his appearance had changed again. He had turned into a hairy man. Qin Bai Sheng snorted in his heart. He looked at Fang Yuan with deep meaning before shifting his gaze. The cloud building was destroyed. The fog in the sky dissipated. This was the last cloud building. The other one had been discovered by Hui Fengzi. It had already been destroyed. At this point, the 5 cloud buildings that Fang Yuan used to reinforce them were all destroyed. 12-wave cloud confusion formation was destroyed. White ground in the day. The sky was pure white, the cloud soil on the ground was pure white. Qin Baisheng looked around, he sneered in disdain, laughable disguise. At the next moment, he raised his head looking at the sky. He was beaming with joy, his expression was arrogant. He stretched out his hands. He grabbed towards the sky, shouting with desire, "Come, refinement cauldron." At the same time, the mysterious black-robed Gu immortals and fairy Jianghu in the other two directions also attacked. They attacked the cloud soil on the ground. Crack crack. Thunderclaps erupted in the sky, and waves of lightning flashed. The clouds surged violently, and the void shattered into pieces. There was a loud rumble. It was as if a formless monster was using its sharp claws to tear the cloud soil under everyone's feet. The thick layer of cloud soil was torn apart like cotton, leaving an extremely huge crack. The crack pierced through everything, extending to the limits of the immortal's vision. This is... Mo Tanzi's pupils shrunk. The true Langya blessed land, such a grand creation, I only saw the surface? At this moment even Fang Yuan was shocked. Through the huge crack, the immortals looked down, they saw that below the cloud soil was a vast ocean. In the ocean there were 3 huge continents. These 3 continents. There were dense forests, towering mountains and vast grasslands. There was a swamp shrouded in fog, countless life forms lived on these continents. There were birds and giant dragons in the sky. There were sea monsters and fish in the sea, ants on the ground. Tigers and elephants. There were many life forms, they formed 3 extraordinary food chains on these 3 continents. On these 3 continents, hairy men were the only masters, they were the overlords. Countless villages and towns were scattered in the forests, grasslands, plains and rivers of the 3 continents. There were even many hairy men exploring the sea, their footprints were spread all over the islands in the sea. Here, hairy men worked from dawn to dusk, competing in Gu refinement, they competed with their conscience, they lived a life of being the rulers of the food chain. So the place I was standing on was just a white cloud above the blessed land? Mo Tansang's body shook. How can this be? There is such a vast space, is this still a blessed land? Even grotto heavens are not so spacious. This Langya blessed land has already surpassed most grotto heavens. He Qing saw this and fell into complete shock. How did they do this? Langya blessed land, this is simply another world. It far surpasses the usual form of blessed lands and grotto heavens. Fang Yuan was filled with doubts. At this moment, countless hairy men on the ground also raised their heads, looking at the cloud layer where Fang Yuan and the rest were. A shocking change has occurred in Cloud Cover Continent. This legendary continent in the sky seems to have been torn in half. Quick, report this to the elders. The billions of hairy men fell into panic. When immortals fought, mortals panicked. Such a population. Fang Yuan's eyes widened slightly, he licked his lips and shouted in his heart, "How much wealth is this? Breathtaking, breathtaking. No wonder the land spirit of Langya had the ambition to rule the world. This is simply a hairy man empire. No wonder there are so many hairy Mangu immortals and so many outstanding hairy Mangu masters. These people must have been chosen from the vast number of hairy men." Rumble. The thunder in the sky became louder and louder. Countless lightning bolts struck the sky, interweaving like a net and spreading rapidly. Within the intense winds, Qin Baisheng stood straight like a spear, proudly standing in the sky. His clothes fluttered in the wind, like a battle flag fluttering in the wind. Space ruptured, and Gu worms appeared from within the ruptured space. These were the components of Refinement Cauldron. Seeing this, the land spirit of Langya knew he could not delay any longer. He shouted, "You want to snatch Refinement Cauldron?" Wishful thinking. Form the battle formation. Yes, Lord Land Spirit. The hairy Mangu immortals responded. At the same time, the land spirit of Langya transmitted secretly, "Mo Tan Sang, Fang Yuan, quickly enter the formation. Don't count on these hairy Mangu immortals. It will be up to the 3 of us later. As long as we hold on for a while longer, these people will die." Chapter 890. Hearing the land spirit of Langya's call, Fang Yuan's gaze flickered intensely, he hesitated internally. But in the end he still moved towards the land spirit and the hairy Mangu immortals. Mo Tan Sang did the same as him. Battle formation, heavenly giant solar. The land spirit of Langya shouted, countless Gu worms appeared and were teleported, surrounding the land spirit and all the hairy Mangu immortals. Next, these tens of thousands of Gu worms that appeared suddenly burst out with dazzling silver light. The silver light was so dazzling that one could not look at it directly. Mo Tansang's attitude towards joining the land spirit was much more resolute than Fang Yuan. Therefore, when he saw this ball of silver light that was the size of a small mountain, he did not hesitate at all and plunged into it. Fang Yuan followed closely behind. Once he entered the silver light, Fang Yuan was pulled by the land spirit of Langia. He came to the center with Mo Tansang. The land spirit's expression was ashen. He nodded at Fang Yuan and Mo Tansang. Mo Tansang quickly expressed his loyalty. Lord Land Spirit, don't worry, in this battle I, Mo Tansang, will represent Northern Plains Inkman City. I will do my best and fight to the death. I will stand by your side. Fang Yuan was silent. He only nodded at the land spirit of Langia. The other hairy man Gu immortals were standing around. They did not pay much attention to Mo Tansang. Instead, they looked at Fang Yuan, this hairy man, Gu immortal of the same tribe. They gave him curious, friendly and puzzled gazes. At the crucial moment, the land spirit of Langia did not criticize Fang Yuan for turning into a hairy man Gu immortal. Perhaps in his heart he would even be secretly happy. After all, Fang Yuan's action was to get close to the hairy man tribe. No time for nonsense, the three of us will be the main attackers in the following battle. The land spirit of Langia said. Before he finished speaking, the silver light around them had already become extremely dense. It turned into silver metal liquid. Heavenly Giant Solar, Heavenly Giant Solar, Heavenly Giant Solar, Heavenly Giant Solar. The land spirit of Langia suddenly danced and shouted. After he shouted for the third time, the surrounding silver water suddenly exploded, revealing a space the size of a courtyard. In the space, light pillars of various sizes interweaved into a huge three-dimensional Gu formation. All the Gu immortals were separated by the land spirit of Langia. They each occupied a formation core of the Gu formation. At the same time, Fang Yuan and Mo Tansang, the land spirit, and the hairy man Gu immortals were covered in a layer of silver light. From the perspective of Gu immortal Hei Cheng, the land spirit of Langia's formation was very fast. Silver light shot out first before silver liquid gushed out. It was like a tidal wave sweeping outwards. In the end, the silver liquid suddenly rolled back and solidified in an instant, forming a three-headed, six-armed metal giant that was hundreds of feet tall. Its entire body shone with a brilliant silver light. The giant slowly opened its eyes. Like a demonic god awakening, a formless aura burst out, enveloping the surrounding tens of li of the sky. This is actually an ancient battle formation. Fang Yuan was inside the space created by the silver giant. His vision was completely shared with the giant. He first saw Hei Cheng's shocked expression, then he saw that even Qin Bai Sheng had a slightly surprised expression. The land spirit of Langia, who was at the center of the formation core, smiled smugly, saying proudly, "My heavenly giant solar battle formation." Even in the olden antiquity era, it was the second strongest battle formation in the world. It was only below heavenly sage Jin Fan. In this battle formation, all of our powers are combined as if we have fused into one. Our soul foundation overlaps, our immortal essence can be used together with just a thought, others can sense it. Like this. They were not afraid of Qin Bai Sheng's immortal killer move soul suppression. Qin Bai Sheng's soul suppression killer move used his own soul foundation to crush others. But now, Fang Yuan and the rest were controlling the heavenly giant solar battle formation. It was as if the souls were stacked together. Even if Qin Bai Sheng's soul suppression had some effect, it could not be used to end the battle. Interesting heavenly giant solar, to think that it is in long-hair ancestors' hands. Qin Bai Sheng watched as the giant formed. He did not make a move. His reaction was a bit strange. He sized up the giant with a look of admiration. This is an ancient battle formation, the peak of formation path. It allows Gu immortals to cooperate and gain battle strength. But because of historical reasons, this battle formation has already been lost in the river of time. To think that I would be able to see it today. Hei Cheng sighed, but it is not strange. Long-hair ancestor is a famous person in history. He has the ability to collect such an ancient battle formation. Stop sighing, go deal with it. Qin Bai Sheng sighed lightly, ordering. Hei Cheng's expression froze. He looked at Qin Bai Sheng in disbelief. You want me to deal with this giant alone? After all, it is a giant formed by more than 10 Gu immortals working together. Qin Bai Sheng snorted coldly. You saw it too. I am trying my best to obtain the immortal Gu refinement cauldron. I cannot fight. Now is the time for you to perform. I'm not hoping for you to defeat this giant, I just want you to block it. You have the immortal Gu House Dark Prison. This is not difficult. If we succeed, not only will I heal your hidden injuries, I will even let you escape the danger of your lifespan ending. You will regain a large portion of your lifespan. Qin Baisheng's tone was filled with pressure and deterrence. At the same time, it contained benefits that He Cheng could not reject. He Cheng squinted, his breathing became rough. He was astute and shrewd, he knew that Qin Baisheng was using him as a pawn. Regarding this, He Cheng was furious but also helpless. Because his weakness was in Qin Baisheng's hands. Qin Baisheng promised huge benefits, He Cheng had no choice but to comply. Inject immortal essence into the battle formation. Land Spirit of Langya commanded as he shouted, Heavenly Giant Solar Attack. Without a sound, the enormous silver giant suddenly moved and directly crashed towards Qin Baisheng. Because Qin Baisheng was trying to retrieve the rank 8 Immortal Gu House Refinement Cauldron, he could not move. Seeing that the silver giant was about to crash, He Cheng suddenly appeared, blocking in front of Qin Baisheng. He Cheng looked at the silver giant that filled his vision. He had a solemn expression as he flipped his hand. In his palm, a black pearl appeared. It was the size of a rice bowl. It was shining with black light, like a black crystal. Through the translucent surface, one could vaguely see that inside this black pearl, there was a pig-shaped beast sleeping soundly. This pig was an ancient desolate beast sharp-tusked boar. It had rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength. And this black pearl was He tribe's rank 6 immortal Gu house, dark prison. He Cheng first let out the sharp-tusked boar, before entering the immortal Gu house dark prison. Boom. With a loud sound, the silver giant collided with the sharp-tusked boar. The pure and terrifying force caused the air to explode, creating a huge shockwave that spread in all directions. The ancient desolate beast sharp-tusked boar cried out in pain. Its huge boar head was covered in blood. One of its sharp tusks was broken. In contrast, the silver giant took a few steps back. There was a dent in its chest. But soon, after a silver light rippled, the dent was healed. There were no visible injuries. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan and the other immortals who were controlling the silver giant felt their immortal essence expending several beads at the same time. That damned previous Gu immortal, he turned a Gu immortal's battle strength into a fool for no reason. Damn it. Land Spirit of Langya was very unhappy. He cursed himself. He was very unhappy with this attack. Even though the silver giant had the upper hand, it expended too much immortal essence. That attack earlier did not display the silver giant's true power. The main reason was because these hairy man-Gu immortals were dragging it down. Emo Tan sang, you will be the main attacker this time. Land Spirit of Langya shouted angrily before instructing fiercely, use your signature killer move. Understood. Emo Tan sang immediately responded with a solemn expression. After 3 breaths of time, he used his attacking method in the formation. Chi Path Immortal Killer Move, Chi Explosion Roar. And in He Cheng's eyes, he saw the silver giant's neck suddenly turn. Its right head was aimed at the sharp-tusked boar. The silver giant had 3 heads and 6 arms. The right head suddenly rippled with silver light. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a pitch-black head. On the head, there were many crystals that were sharp like spears, emitting cold air. The expression on the head's face also changed. Its eyebrows were raised, its eyes protruded as it stared angrily at the sharp-tusked boar. Seeing such a head, a strong sense of danger rose from the depths of He Cheng's heart. He Cheng wanted to summon the sharp-tusked boar to his side, but the black head had already opened its mouth. Roar! A thunderous explosion took place and echoed across the heavens and earth at that instant. Air was blown apart, sound waves spread out in all directions. Most of the power was concentrated on the sharp-tusked boar. Bam! Flesh and blood splattered, broken bones and organs flew everywhere. The sharp-tusked boar was an ancient desolate beast. It had rank 7 Gu immortal battle strength, but under the sound wave attack, it only lasted for 3 breaths of time before it exploded, dying on the spot. Such power. He Cheng's expression changed. Fang Yuan was moved. An incredible ancient battle formation. It can actually amplify the power of an immortal killer move to such an extent. Emo Tan sang and the hairy man-Gu immortals were shocked before becoming overjoyed. They could see the hope of victory. Although this attack consumed quite a few beads of their celestial core power, it was worth it since the battle was fruitful. He Cheng's heart was cold. Against this silver giant. Even if he used Dark Arrow Immortal Gu, it would not have much effect. But right after that, a wisp of hatred surged onto his face. Even though the sharp-tusked boar is dead, I still have the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison. He Cheng growled as he controlled Dark Prison to move like a meteor, exploding in the air as it crashed towards the silver giant. Immortal Gu houses had both offense and defense. they were fortresses of war, they could not be underestimated. Immortal Killer Move, Star Cloud Grindstone. Immortal Killer Move, Might Mountain Shield. Immortal Killer Move, Fifth Earth Veil. Inside the Silver Giant, 3 Gu Immortals activated 3 defensive Immortal Killer moves at the same time. At once, 3 of the Silver Giant's 6 arms changed at the same time. Chapter 891. As the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison crashed towards the Silver Giant like a meteor. At this time, the Silver Giant's 3 arms started to transform. One of the arms opened its fingers as a star cloud spiral appeared in its palm. The deep blue spiral expanded rapidly. Soon, it expanded to 5 to 6 times the size of a normal star cloud grindstone. Its rotation was also 50 to 60% faster than before. The other arm was placed in front of its chest. Its forearm bones changed, forming a huge navy blue shield. This shield was so huge that it covered most of the Silver Giant's body that was hundreds of meters tall. The last arm had its fingers hanging down. It seemed to be holding a light yellow translucent veil. It was inconspicuous compared to the other 2. The Immortal Gu House Dark Prison tore through the air, getting close. The Silver Giant used the Star Cloud Grindstone to block it. With a loud sound, Dark Prison was absorbed by the Star Cloud Grindstone. The Star Cloud Grindstone started to move rapidly, producing loud cracking sounds as it expanded and shrunk. After several changes, it exploded. The Star Cloud was destroyed. From the blue light fragments, the Immortal Gu House Dark Prison charged out like a raging bull. The Silver Giant used the navy blue shield to block it. Dark Prison crashed into the shield. After a few breaths of time, a large area of cracks appeared around the area where the shield and Dark Prison collided. The shield shattered. But after these 2 layers of defense, Dark Prison's attack was less than 30% of its original strength. Eventually, Dark Prison Immortal Gu House crashed into the 5th Earth Veil. It was soft and powerless. It was like an arrow that had reached its limit. It landed on the Silver Giant's chest, but it only caused negligible damage. Even though Dark Prison was an Immortal Gu House, the only Gu Immortal using it was He Cheng. From this, the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar was very similar to an Immortal Gu House. The more Gu Immortals that used them, the greater the power they could erupt with. But there was a difference between the 2. Immortal Gu Houses did not have strict requirements for the Gu Immortals' paths and cultivation level. But battle formations had specific requirements. For example, Heavenly Giant Solar Battle Formation required the Gu Immortals inside to cultivate the same path. This way, the power of the Silver Giant would be even greater, and it would be more agile and nimble to control. In this battle, Fang Yuan displayed Star Path strength. Mo Tan Sang was Chi Path, Land Spirit of Langya was a special existence, while the other Hairy Man Gu Immortals were Refinement Path Gu Immortals. In this situation, Heavenly Giant Solar's power had yet to reach its limit. Fortunately, there were so many Hairy Men as a foundation. Otherwise, if the paths were too messy, the Silver Giant wouldn't be able to take shape. This was only the requirement of Heavenly Giant Solar. Heavenly Giant Solar was the second strongest ancient battle formation. Its requirements weren't very strict. According to historical records, there were many other battle formations whose requirements were either tricky or strange. Normally speaking, it was very difficult to fulfill the requirements to form a battle formation. This weakness of battle formations was also one of the reasons why they gradually disappeared in history. Both were supreme attainments in formation path, but Immortal Gu Houses were much more convenient than battle formations. This was a sign of the progress of the times. History rolled on. From ancient times to the present, there were countless heroes and extraordinary talents that emerged in every era. The wisdom of these people accumulated over generations, forming the current era of Gu cultivation, where 100 schools of thought competed against each other. Even though many natural treasures, beasts, and plants from the remote Antiquity era and Olden Antiquity era were extinct, in this era, overall, it was far superior to the Olden Antiquity era. It was constantly improving. Materials and Gu worms were only the foundation. The Gu cultivator's wisdom was the key. Boom, boom, boom. Qin Baisheng placed almost all of his attention on the sky. His gaze was intense. He raised his hands and grabbed at the sky. Along with this action, thunderous explosions resounded in the sky, and pieces of space shattered like mirrors, revealing Gu worms one after another. Then, under a formless and mysterious force, these Gu worms were taken down and fell into Qin Baisheng's hands one by one. Qin Baisheng had an extraordinary aura. He could easily take down these Gu worms. Right now, his aura was vast. He was like a heavenly deity fighting an immortal, plucking the moon and stars. He gave off a feeling of invincibility and respect. Collecting goo worms with him were the mysterious black-robed goo immortals and fairy Jianghu from 2 other places. They are taking away my immortal goo house refinement cauldron, we cannot let them succeed. Otherwise the entirety of Langya blessed land will collapse. At the center of the battle formation, Land Spirit of Langya shouted anxiously. But it was useless. Even though the silver giant blocked Immortal Goo House Dark Prison's charge, it could not stop its interference. Several times the silver giant tried to get close to Qin Bai Sheng under the Land Spirit's control, but was blocked by He Cheng. Boom. At this time there was a loud sound, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the sky. For the first time, an immortal goo appeared in the shattered space. Good. Qin Bai Sheng saw this and could not help but shout in joy. He stretched out his hand to grab it. Logically speaking, this immortal goo belonged to Land Spirit of Langya, but it could not resist at all. Qin Bai Sheng easily captured it and kept it. Evidently, Qin Bai Sheng had some special method to seize other people's immortal goo. Once this immortal goo was lost, there was a huge impact. Langya blessed land shook, huge tsunamis appeared on the vast sea, crashing into the 3 continents in the sea. Far away at the edge of the world there was an intense collapse. Space shrunk, the seawater and living beings in this space all moved to the nearby sea area. Qin Bai Sheng obtained an immortal goo, but it actually caused such a huge reaction from the blessed land? Fang Yuan saw this scene and felt waves in his heart. He had some vague guesses. Stop right now. Land Spirit of Langya shouted anxiously. The other hairy man goo immortals were also very worried. Taking away the immortal goo would have a huge impact on Langya blessed land. It was already threatening the lives of billions of hairy men in the 3 continents. But Dark Prison blocked the silver giant, and Qin Bai Sheng set up defensive methods around it. It was not so easy to disrupt it. Immortal goo were taken away by Qin Bai Sheng one after another. Langya blessed land was collapsing everywhere, causing tsunamis, hurricanes, floods, and other natural disasters. The 3 continents lost millions of hairy men. This was a typical fight between immortals. Mortals suffered. Fang Yuan saw this and was even more certain of his guess. Langya blessed land's true space far surpassed ordinary blessed lands. It could compete with outstanding grotto heavens. But Langya blessed land was only a blessed land. Then how did Land Spirit of Langya do it? Fang Yuan already knew that the environment of the immortal aperture was largely related to the Tao marks in it. Thus he thought of it. Land Spirit of Langya seems to have a unique method to fuse immortal goo into the world of the immortal aperture. This way the Tao mark fragments in the immortal goo would become the immortal apertures. This way the immortal aperture would be greatly expanded. But now, Qin Bai Sheng forcefully took away the rank 8 immortal goo house refinement cauldron. If the immortal goo inside were lost, Langya blessed land would lose a large number of Tao marks. This caused the environment to change and the space to collapse. Fang Yuan's guess was not wrong. Precisely because the immortal goo house refinement cauldron was embedded in this world, Langya blessed land could use the Tao marks in the immortal goo to develop a vast space and produce countless resources. Its foundation was extremely deep. The previous Land Spirit of Langya had made a huge move. Refinement cauldron fused with the immortal aperture's world. This way the entire immortal aperture would become the interior of refinement cauldron. All the living beings in the immortal aperture would be included in the refinement range of the immortal goo house refinement cauldron. Precisely because of refinement cauldron's help, the previous Land Spirit of Langya was able to nurture a large number of hairy man goo immortals. But there were huge drawbacks in doing so. Firstly, the immortal goo house refinement cauldron could not be moved. It would be like being trapped in the immortal aperture. Once they moved, the environment of the immortal aperture's blessed land would shrink drastically, resulting in huge losses. This was also the reason why the Land Spirit of Langya would rather use the ancient battle formation than take out the immortal goo house refinement cauldron. Get lost. The silver giant raised its palm and sent Dark Prison immortal goo house flying. Next, the giant charged towards Qin Bai Sheng. But at the next moment, Dark Prison immortal goo house flew back and crashed into the silver giant's right shoulder, knocking it away. This situation had already happened more than 10 times. He Cheng was on this pirate ship. He could not get off easily. He had to go all out now. Even though Dark Prison immortal goo house was heavily damaged in the battle, He Cheng gritted his teeth and persevered. It is useless. I can still persevere for a long time. Immortal goo houses are made from a few immortal goo and countless mortal goo. As long as the immortal goo are not damaged, I can replenish as many of these mortal goo as they are expended. If an immortal goo house could be destroyed so easily, would it still be called an immortal goo house? He Cheng shouted from inside the immortal goo house. You are right. Land Spirit of Langya spoke, agreeing to He Cheng's words. He Cheng was stunned, his expression changed. He found that many goo worms in his dark prison immortal goo house had been forcefully refined by Land Spirit of Langya. Among them there were even 2 immortal goo. He Cheng was right, if an immortal goo house could be destroyed so easily, would it still be called an immortal goo house? Thus, even though the rank 8 immortal goo house refinement cauldron lost many goo worms and even lost some immortal goo, as long as the core was still intact, its power would only weaken, the ability to forcefully refine other people's goo worms would still be effective. Haha, 15 minutes is up. You have all lost, you have all lost. There are still 2 hairy man goo immortals in my refinement cauldron, with them guarding it, how will you snatch my immortal goo house? Land Spirit of Langya shouted, declaring victory. Langya blessed Land's foundation was truly deep. Even at this stage there were still hairy man goo immortals who had yet to show themselves. But thinking about it, an important place like Refinement Cauldron had to have people guarding it. But at this time Qin Baisheng smiled coldly, are you sure? Before he finished speaking, 2 hairy man goo immortals descended from the sky, greeting Qin Baisheng, greetings to Lord Vice Envoy. These 2 hairy man goo immortals who were guarding Refinement Cauldron were actually Shadow Sect spies in Langya Blessed Land. With their cooperation, the rank 8 immortal goo house Refinement Cauldron would definitely be lost. Chapter 892. Land Spirit of Langya's expression changed, he looked at this scene in disbelief. 12th hair, 13th hair, what are you 2 doing? The hairy man goo immortals were shocked and furious, one of them shouted. As hairy men, you are helping the enemy and betraying your own tribesmen. This is unforgivable. Impossible. 12th hair and 13th hair are hairy men born in the blessed land, how can they betray us? This must be an illusion, don't be deceived by this. Some hairy man goo immortals could not believe it. Everyone's attention was on the 2 hairy man goo immortals, but they had arrogant expressions as they protected Qin Baisheng, showing an arrogant attitude of disdain. Their betrayal was a fatal blow to Land Spirit of Langya's side. Especially those hairy man goo immortals, their minds were in chaos, they could not control the battle formation. He Cheng obtained a precious chance to breathe. With the cooperation of the hairy man traders, Qin Baisheng collected the goo worms at an even faster speed. Land Spirit of Langya's expression was dark as the bottom of a pot, it was extremely unsightly. He clenched his teeth so hard that they creaked. He squeezed the words out from between his teeth, kill them all. Kill these 2 traitors among the hairy men. Even if they betrayed us, Immortal Goo House Refinement Cauldron still has my will, it will not stop. It still has power, it is still operating. Everyone, the life and death of Langya Blessed Land is in your hands. We have no way out, kill them all. Land Spirit of Langya tried his best to raise the morale of the hairy man goo immortals. No matter how naive the hairy man goo immortals were, they realized the danger of the situation, they made up their minds to fight to the death. The Silver Giant's aura was overwhelming, it regrouped and fought the Immortal Goo House Dark Prison again. After a few rounds, Dark Prison lost again and again. Inside Dark Prison, He Cheng's hair was messy, his eyes were bloodshot, he felt dizzy, his control of Dark Prison was reaching its limit. It turned out that this ancient battle formation had a flaw. That was, to make the battle formation display its power, the Goo Immortals needed to practice it beforehand. This was the first time Fang Yuan and the others had formed a formation. Even though many Goo Immortals participated in this ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar, the main attackers were Fang Yuan, Mo Tan Sang and Land Spirit of Langya. It was like having 2 fists, but only using 3 of the fingers to poke the opponent during a fight. The hairy man Goo Immortals were not good at fighting, they were a huge burden to Fang Yuan and the rest. The Silver Giant was very clumsy, many opportunities had appeared but it could not grasp them. However, after the intense battle earlier, the Immortals were already familiar with how to control each other, and they had even developed a bit of tacit understanding. It was precisely this bit of tacit understanding that allowed the Silver Giant to seize 2 opportunities to smash Black Prison into pieces. He Cheng had to retreat. 2 hairy man Goo Immortals flew forward to protect Qin Baisheng. However, the Silver Giant's footsteps were only slightly sluggish as it charged forward. Its entire body was like a mountain as it rammed towards Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng spat out a large mouthful of blood. He interrupted the collection process and dodged, his entire body rapidly rising into the sky. Chase after him. Land Spirit of Langya ordered. The Silver Giant chased after Qin Baisheng, but at this moment Black Prison crashed towards it, it was very fast and came at a tricky angle. The defending hairy man Goo Immortals could not react in time, the silver giant was knocked down. The silver giant retaliated, slapping Black Prison far away. But at this time 2 figures flew out from afar. It was Hui Fengzi and He Langzi who came as reinforcements. At the same time, the 2 hairy man-gu immortals were like flies, circling around the mountain like silver giant, moving rapidly while bombarding it, trying their best to disrupt it. 4 gu immortals and a rank 6 immortal gu house engaged in an intense battle against the ancient battle formation Heavenly Giant Solar. As time passed, the hairy man-gu immortals became more coordinated. The silver giant got stronger as it fought. Even when the enemies tried to stop it, they could not stop the silver giant. The true power of the ancient battle formation was being unleashed bit by bit. Qin Baisheng had no choice but to stop 3 times. He moved away from the silver giant's pursuit. His expression was extremely pale. Immortal killer move, myriad self-giant hand. In the intense battle, Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light. He suddenly made a move. He had kept a low profile for so long. At this moment he finally bared his fangs and used his trump card. The silver giant's 4 arms were raised high before slamming down. Boom 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 boom. A loud explosion occurred in an instant. The air was compressed and exploded. 4 large hands of strength were like mountains as they smashed over with great force. At this moment, the gu immortals in the battle formation expended 100 beads of immortal essence. Due to the amplification of the ancient battle formation, the strength path hand's power rose to an unprecedented level. Oh no! Hui Fengzi immediately used wind escape, escaping with all his might. He Langzi, who had turned into a giant wolf, also quickly moved. Just by brushing past the strength path hands, the giant wolf let out a loud cry. Its bones were completely shattered, that part of its flesh turned into a pile of mud. He Qing hesitated slightly. 2 strength path hands, one on the left and one on the right, slammed Black Prison into their palms like they were swatting a mosquito. Rumble. With a loud sound, the 2 strength path hands broke apart. The immortal gu house Black Prison, which looked like a black meteor, shook as it flew out of the battlefield. Immortal gu houses were not mosquitoes, they could not be slapped to death. But Black Prison's current state made all the gu immortals who witnessed it suck in a breath of cold air. This immortal gu house had undergone an intense transformation. It was originally a sphere, but now both sides were flattened. A huge crack was spreading all over Black Prison. Thick smoke billowed out of the crack, and from time to time balls of fire would explode in the black smoke. It is that rank 7 strength path gu immortal who killed Shuesong Zi. Hui Fengzi was indeed the number 1 person in Northern Plains who could fly at a high speed. He dodged and looked at the battlefield, his heart pounding in fear at this strength path giant hand. Inside the silver giant, the hairy man gu immortals were dazed for a moment before cheering loudly. Land Spirit of Langya first showed joy on his face, but soon, his gaze flickered as he thought of something, looking at Fang Yuan who was not far away. Fang Yuan's expression was pale, his forehead was covered in cold sweat. He could barely stand, his body was shaking, he was on the verge of collapsing, he looked like he was suffering from a severe backlash after using too much strength. Land Spirit of Langya's suspicions immediately melted. He focused his attention on his enemy, Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng was no longer at his original position. A strength path giant hand attacked him. He had to stop the process of collecting immortal gu and dodge. This time, his expression was pale. The injuries on his body seemed to have accumulated and reached a qualitative change. From the perspective of Fang Yuan and the others, Qin Baisheng's aura was gone, he was extremely weak. I will stop here for now, the next time I come, it will not be like this. Qin Baisheng said ruthlessly as he retreated. He seemed to be heavily injured. He gave up on the remaining parts of the immortal gu house refinement cauldron, retreating from the battlefield. Land Spirit of Langya roared as he chased. Qin Baisheng and the rest were well prepared. After gathering, they tore space and escaped from Langya blessed land. Land Spirit of Langya could not fly out of this blessed land. He could only watch as Qin Baisheng and the rest escaped with a large portion of refinement cauldron. Why are we retreating? We have not obtained refinement cauldron yet. This is not in line with our plans. The group flew rapidly in the sky. Fairy Jianghu transmitted to Qin Baisheng. Qin Baisheng's expression was grim. The situation has changed. Luopa Valley is being attacked by a strong enemy. We need to return. That immortal gu is being nurtured and is about to form. Once we lose it, the entire plan will be greatly affected. Fairy Jianghu's heart shook. She asked, then what about Langya blessed land? I suggest we keep it for now. The hairy men there are very valuable. At this time, 2 hairy man gu immortals joined the discussion. As long as we have the immortal killer move soul transmission, we can transmigrate and possess their bodies. It is not a problem to create a few more spies. Unfortunately, we do not have enough time. We only managed to accumulate 3 hairy man-gu immortals as spies. Now that we have been exposed, we will need at least 300 years to accumulate more spies. Even though we did not expose ourselves, the previous land spirit of Langia seemed to have sensed something. Thus, he only allowed us gu immortals to refine gu normally. He did not give us the freedom to enter or leave freely, nor did he give us the chance to fight and raise our battle strength. The 2 hairy man-gu immortals spoke one after another. Qin Baixing thought about it and said, "Forget it, even though we still have 1 spy left, the urgent matter now is to protect Luopa Valley until that immortal gu is nurtured. This immortal gu is related to our plan, we cannot lose it. As for Refinement Cauldron, we have taken more than half of it. It can be considered a remnant immortal gu house. Since we did not achieve our original goal, we might as well use Dark Prison to make up for it. Alright. When the time is right, we will attack together." The Shadow Sect members looked at Hei Cheng with obscure gazes. They did not transmit anymore. "Relocate, we need to relocate." At this moment, in Langya Blessed Land, the land spirit of Langya muttered as he made up his mind. Long Hair Ancestor had already passed away. Langya Blessed Land had become an ownerless Blessed Land, but it could still be relocated? This did not make sense. I have my own methods to move the entire Blessed Land to another place. But during the relocation process, heaven and earth chi will be unstable, the price to pay is huge. The land spirit of Langya explained to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sighed internally. Long Hair Ancestor's foundation was so deep that it refreshed his knowledge. "You too contributed a lot in repelling the enemies this time, especially you, Fang Yuan," the land spirit of Langya said. Mo Tan Sang stared with wide eyes, looking at Fang Yuan in shock. Only now did he realize that this person in front of him was the Fang Yuan he knew. Fang Yuan had no awkwardness from having his identity exposed. He smiled lightly at Mo Tan Sang. Sigh. The land spirit of Langya let out a sigh. "It seems that the rise of my hairy man tribe is still very long and difficult. The journey is tortuous, but the future is bright. There's absolutely nothing wrong with following me. This time I am very satisfied with your performance. I will reward you greatly." Shortly after he said, "Without fodder, even the worst horse cannot move. Even if it was a dog, it had to be given a bone to make it bark happily." Why did I say my thoughts out loud again? Chapter 893. Northern Plains, a certain secret area, Luopa Valley. Ghosts roared, lightning flashed. Sparks shot everywhere, explosions resounded. An intense battle was unfolding. The defending side was Shadow Sect's Qin Baixing, Fairy Jianghu, Huifeng Zi, Helang Zi, and the rest who had given up on Langya Blessed Land and returned in time. Immortal killer move, soul suppression. Qin Baixing gave a shout, braving the light and fire in the sky as he stepped forward. Boom boom boom. With 3 intense explosions, Qin Baixing forced back the 3 invading gu immortals. His aura surged, giving off a feeling of one man holding back 10,000 enemies. The great Qin Jinqi actually lost 3 times to a gu immortal, and could not even last 1 move each time? Myriad Dragon Doc's gu immortal Qin Jinqi stopped his body with difficulty, looking at Qin Baixing with a furious expression. Damn it! The wave of attacks that I gathered after so much effort was easily destroyed by him again. Bu Fei Yen gritted his teeth, blood seeping out of his mouth. This soul path killer move is too strong. To think that this Qin Baixing's true strength is so strong. Old Oracle's deduction was right after all. This guy is likely to be the culprit who destroyed 88 Point Jinyang Tower. Old man Tianlong thought to himself. The ones attacking Luopa Valley were none other than the gu immortals from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Ever since they encountered a wall in snowy mountain blessed land, Feng Jioge was not discouraged. He commanded them well and obtained many secret clues. After Old Oracle's deduction, the immortals found out the location of Luopa Valley and rushed over. But Luopa Valley had been managed by Shadow Sect for a long time. It had a strong defensive gu formation. The Central Continent gu immortals were delayed. Qin Baixing and the rest made a decision. They immediately returned to reinforce them. Thus, the current situation was formed. Both sides were in a deadlock. Central Continent's side wanted to attack Luopa Valley, while Shadow Sect's side was defending their headquarters. Transformation Path, Fragrant Sorcerer Carved Wolf. Wind Path, Death Wind Flying Blade. Helang Zi and Huifeng Zi saw that the Central Continent gu immortals' attacks were thwarted. He immediately seized the opportunity and launched a sharp counterattack. Ling Mei and Ao Shui, the two fairies from the Heaven's Envy Pavilion, were no match for the two. They could only retreat, unable to fight back. Immortal killer move, Green Jade Song. At the crucial moment, Feng Jioge attacked. His sound path killer move was extraordinary. Yilang Zi and Hui Fengzi were forced to retreat. Hui Fengzi returned to the defensive Gu formation, coughing out more than 10 mouthfuls of blood. The blood had turned into a jade green color. There was a qualitative change. Yilang Zi's injuries were even greater. Half of his fragrant sorcerer Yin statue wolf form was dyed into jade. He was extremely shocked. What immortal killer move is this? It seemed to restrain the transformation Dao. Now that I've been hit by this move, I'm actually unable to return to human form. Looks like I have to deal with this injury before I can continue transforming. Feng Jioge. Qin Baisheng roared, his voice echoing throughout the battlefield. Qin Baisheng, I underestimated you. Last time I was fooled by you. Your acting skills made me concede defeat. This time we had a wisdom path Gu immortal on our side. Without wasting lifespan we were able to deduce this Luopa Valley. Feng Jioge was still wearing his red and white robe. He stood tall like a spear or a sword. He spoke at this moment. He had a smile on his face, his tone was deep and graceful. Successful deduction, my ass. I had nothing to do with the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower. It had nothing to do with me. But since you are here, hand over your life. Qin Baisheng said. He slowly closed his eyes and lowered his head. Next he placed his palms together in front of his chest. His right hand grabbed his left palm, clenching into a fist and raising it above his head. Seeing this, the Central Continent Gu Immortals' expressions changed. They were shocked and uncertain as they quickly retreated. Only Feng Jioge stood on the spot, like he was nailed to heaven and earth, unmoving. He saw Qin Baisheng's posture and his eyes shone. This move, is it Sword Immortal Bo Qing's 5-finger fist heart sword? That's right, it is. Qin Baisheng replied, Are you ready to die? Feng Jioge laughed, showing excitement on his face. Good, very good. Sword Immortal Bo Qing is a senior of my Spirit Affinity House. He failed in his immortal ascension and his killer move inheritance also mysteriously disappeared. Our Spirit Affinity House did not obtain it, but Northern Plains Gu Immortals obtained it. But I have seen the relevant records in the sex records. This 5-finger fist heart sword immortal killer move has peerless power and unparalleled sharpness. It is said that Lord Bo Qing created this move because he felt the majesty of heaven and earth, and the difficulty of immortal ascension. He had the courage and heroic spirit to resist heaven and earth with his own strength. Thus, this move's posture is quite peculiar. The user faces heaven and earth and closes their eyes. It looks like they are giving in, but they are actually using all their strength to prepare the sharpest counterattack. Raising his fist above his head shows how heroic Sword Immortal Bo Qing is. As the saying goes, my life is in my own hands, not in heaven, the sword is in my heart, and I vow to the sword path. Facing the legendary killer move, Feng Jioge was not nervous at all, he spoke calmly instead. The Central Continent Gu Immortals behind him were influenced by this. The trace of fear in their hearts dissipated. They could not help but admire Feng Jioge's temperament even more. You know quite a lot. It seems you have a premonition of the outcome of failure and death. Qin Baisheng sneered. Feng Jioge shook his head, laughing heartily. This is quite a coincidence. I created a sound path killer move. The inspiration came from a certain period of time. During my cultivation journey, I discovered heaven and earth. I faced heaven and earth. I revered heaven and earth. I felt the vastness of nature. I realized my own insignificance and weakness. This move is called Heaven and Earth Song. How vast heaven and earth are, and how insignificant humans are. This song uses the power of heaven and earth to suppress all resistance with unparalleled might. On one side was the boundless might of heaven and earth, going with the flow of nature. It was grand and majestic. On the other side was defying heaven with the determination of sword path, advancing forward with indomitable will. These two moves were simply opposing each other. But who knew if Heaven and Earth Song was stronger, or if 5-finger fist heartsword was stronger? At once, the rhythm of the battlefield slowed down. The immortals' gazes were focused on Feng Jioge and Qin Baisheng. Even Qin Baisheng had a strange expression on his face. His eyes were still closed as he spoke. Oh? Then this battle will be very interesting. It was connected. First finger. Light shone on celestial court. Eternal indestructibility. Refinement path Gu formation. It formed a huge light shadow that coiled in the air. It was no longer dazzling, the light was completely restrained. Good, the first stage is over, all the materials have been processed. The second stage is to receive providence. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord said after inspecting. Receive providence. Fairy Tsang Water muttered. Lian Jiusheng's and Bai Qin Tian's expressions also turned solemn. Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord continued to explain. The so-called providence is the will of heaven and earth. Humans have will, heaven and earth also have will. Humans are compared to heaven and earth. They are as insignificant as ants, as petty as sand, they are not worth mentioning. Providence is the most important immortal material to repair fate goo. Next, we will have to control this refinement path goo formation. It will be extremely difficult. Because we need to resist providence. Providence is grand and cannot be destroyed by it, otherwise, we will suffer severe injuries or even die. During this process, Celestial Court has also lost several rank 8 goo immortals. Sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting firewood, we will take turns to rest and recover. Central Continent, who immortal blessed land. A huge piece of mutton that was the size of a cow. It was placed in front of Fang Yuan, dripping with blood and flesh. Fang Yuan sat and stretched out his monstrous claws. He grabbed a portion and easily tore it apart. He placed it in his mouth. His bloody mouth continued to chew. After a while, with a gulp he swallowed it. Traces of blood flowed through the gaps of his sharp teeth, flowing out of the corners of his mouth. Fang Yuan, however, had a satisfied and blissful expression on his face. This mutton was not ordinary, it was the meat of a giant horned sheep. When Fang Yuan was in northern plains, he had captured a strength path desolate beast giant horned sheep. He was using eat strength immortal goo to devour its meat and increase his strength path Dao marks. I am a strength path goo immortal after all, strength path Dao marks are my foundation. Fang Yuan ate as he recalled the battle of Langya blessed land that he had participated in. In this battle, Fang Yuan first tested vaguely familiar face, he deceived almost everyone. Fang Yuan was satisfied with the result. Secondly, he used star path killer moves in battle. Star cloud grindstone, star snake rope, 6 illusion star bodies, position star swap. Battle was very different from normal practice. Fang Yuan had a deeper understanding of these 4 immortal killer moves after this battle. Of course, Star Lord Wanxiang's star path inheritance did not only have these 4 killer moves. But currently Fang Yuan could only use these 4. Because he only had Star Mark, Starlight, and Star Shoot Immortal Goo. These 3 Immortal Goo were used in turns as the cores to form 4 Star Path killer moves. Star Lord Wanxiang had a 4th Star Path Immortal Goo, but it was destroyed in battle. Only 3 were left in Fang Yuan's hands. I had originally wanted to use the Light of Wisdom to deduce some Immortal killer moves through Strength Path Immortal Goo to make up for my shortcomings. But these Star Path killer moves are quite good, I can use them for now, there is no need to waste time and energy on them. In this battle of Langya blessed land, Fang Yuan had a clearer understanding of his own battle strength. Including the Star Path killer moves, my battle strength has stabilized at the peak of rank 6. In terms of offense, with Myriad Self, I can match rank 7 Goo Immortals. But I am still far from being able to fight against older generation rank 7 Goo Immortals, I can only try my best to stall for time. As for Qin Baisheng, I am even more unmatched. This is a quasi-rank 8, a person like Feng Jioga. In this battle, Fang Yuan truly understood Qin Baisheng's strength. Precisely so, in the entire battle, Fang Yuan did not put in much effort, he was basically slacking off. Only at the final moment did he use Myriad Self-Giant Hand. In this situation, being high profile was courting death. From start to finish, Fang Yuan kept a portion of his concentration in controlling fixed immortal travel. Once something went wrong, he would immediately retreat. Who is Qin Baisheng? His true strength is actually so deep. Heiqing Jianghu and Hui Fengzi, how did they get together? Qin Baisheng seems to be their leader, with Heiqing in the group. He Lulan has no hope of taking revenge. Speaking of which, Langya blessed land situation is really complicated. In Fang Yuan's previous life's memories, Langya blessed land had resisted 7 waves of attacks. But now, at the 4th wave, it was showing signs of not being able to hold on. What was the truth of history? Was it because of Fang Yuan's influence that changed Langya blessed land's situation? In front of Fang Yuan was a thick fog. Even if I am in perfect condition now, facing Qin Baisheng, especially with that immortal killer move Soul Suppression, I have no way to retaliate. I'm truly weak. Fang Yuan looked down at his hand, it was covered in goat blood, it was a bloody mess. Compared to Qin Baisheng, Fang Yuan was like this huge horned goat, he could only be slaughtered. The world was vast, nature was vast. The more one knew, the more ignorant one would find themselves. The stronger one the weaker one would find themselves. In the legends of Renzu, there was an interesting record. After boundless forest Samsara left her father, Renzu, she could only stay in ordinary abyss. She was very sad. She was no longer happy eating fruits. Every day she would wash her face with tears, crying non-stop. Eventually she was tired and gradually fell asleep. In her sleep she vaguely heard very faint noises, and felt as if ants were crawling over her. Thus she opened her eyes and woke up. She found that there was a tiny person crawling on her. Because of boundless forest Samsara's movement, this tiny person could not stand steadily and fell to the ground. Who are you? There is actually a tiny person like you in this world? Boundless forest Samsara found that the tiny person was smaller than her finger. She was very curious and forgot to cry. The tiny person looked at the huge boundless forest Samsara in a daze. After the shock, he raised his head and cried loudly. Hey, 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 tiny person, I did not cry. Why are you crying? Boundless forest Samsara did not understand. The tiny person cried as he said, I am the biggest person in my tribe. I am often brave, proud because of this. Today I plan to climb a mountain. To think that this mountain is actually a person. There is actually a person as big as you in this world. This is the first time I have seen it. I could not help but cry. Almost every person who wanted to grow would have such a mental journey. The more they saw, the more they understood how weak they were. Sometimes they would sigh at the greatness of the world. Sometimes they would find that their goal was so far away, that there was a long distance to reach their goal that they had never seen before. Thus they would feel bewildered, lost, discouraged, panicked, and even despair. The tiny person's cry when he saw boundless forest Samsara was understandable. Thinking back, in my previous life I was also bewildered and cried. There is always someone stronger than me. There will always be someone stronger than me. The goal of eternal life is too high and distant. How can the tiny me achieve it? Fang Yuan looked at his bloody palm, dazed. After a while he suddenly laughed, revealing his sharp fangs. I'm still too weak. Be it in my previous life or this life, I am still that tiny person who wants to climb the mountain. However, my own insignificance is not an excuse to stop pursuing greatness. Only cowards and losers will look for excuses. Even if I cry, I will continue to climb the mountain. This is where the joy of life lies. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan tore off a piece of flesh and put it in his mouth. Chapter 894. Half a month later. Sent inside Fang Yuan's immortal aperture death land, two wills were fighting against each other. A wisp of will like twinkling stars flickered. The other was illusory, advancing and retreating at times. They were Nebula and the fake will. These two wills had been fighting for 15 minutes already. Nebula was gradually losing to the fake will. It was on the verge of defeat. But Fang Yuan willed. Another wave of Nebula descended from the sky and joined the battle, immediately changing the situation. Eventually the fake will lost miserably. Only a few of them were left. Fang Yuan, you will die a horrible death. The fake will could not take on any form. It used all its strength to curse intermittently. The curses of such weaklings were useless. Nebula won. It formed into Fang Yuan's image. It looked at Mo Yao's fake will and sneered, flying into the sky and leaving the immortal aperture death land. I have made great progress in the battle of wills. Now, in a one-on-one battle, even though I cannot beat Mo Yao and lose every time, Mo Yao's fake will is not having a good time either. It has been a Pyrrhic victory recently. While Fang Yuan was evaluating himself, Nebula entered his mind and presented the information it had obtained to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan did not have any expectations, but this time's information made him slightly surprised. Spring Dream Fruit Tree? Fang Yuan's heart jumped. It turned out that when Mo Yao was outside, she had accidentally encountered a spring dream fruit tree near a nameless village. During that era the concept of dream path was very weak. There were no external manifestations of dream realms. Even the celestial court's exploration of dream realms was also very shallow. Mo Yao only felt that this tree was strange. She did not recognize it. Thus she remembered it. She left this spring dream fruit tree on the spot, not touching it. The spring dream fruit tree was not a desolate plant. It looked very ordinary from the outside. Gu immortals would not be able to discover it. But Mo Yao's investigative killer move was rather unique. He found some peculiarities of the spring dream fruit tree. However, she was only slightly curious. After all, it wasn't an immortal grade material. Later on, due to other matters, he didn't go to that small village again. The spring dream fruit tree had always been there. After so many years the world turned into mulberry fields. He wondered how the tree was doing. Perhaps it had been felled by mortals, perhaps it had been destroyed by fire, perhaps it was still there. There were too many possibilities and it was hard to say. Mo Yao, that old hag, is really hard to deal with. This kind of memory was buried at the bottom of her heart. Only when she couldn't hide it anymore did I dig it out. But from the looks of it, everything she knows has been squeezed out. Fang Yuan suppressed his desire to take the spring dream fruit tree. In fact, previously he had also obtained another valuable clue. It was related to the hibiscus stone milk. This was a genuine immortal material. But later, when he sneaked over, he regretfully found that the crucial location was already secretly occupied by Spirit Affinity House. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while but did not touch it in the end. Thus, regarding the spring dream fruit tree, Fang Yuan did not have much hope. And to take the spring dream fruit, he had to use a unique dream path method. Fang Yuan needed to make more preparations for this. If there really is a spring dream fruit, it will be of great help to me when I refine dream path mortal goo. It will be of great help. After all, goo materials that can be used to refine dream path goo worms are too rare. Ever since he obtained the killer move Understanding Dream Immortal. No matter how busy Fang Yuan was, he had to take time out almost every day to refine dream path mortal goo. If he had the spring dream fruit, it would be of great help to him when refining dream path mortal goo. Conservatively speaking, the goo refinement efficiency would increase by at least 6 times. The extremely weak Mo Yao's fake will was left in the immortal aperture, allowing her to recover slowly. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, he left the bed and went to Dang Hun Palace's prison. Guo Fangjing was locked up inside, he was lying on the stone bed, staring blankly at the ceiling without moving. Crane Gate abandoned him, it was an extremely heavy blow to him. After the initial hysterical howling and crying, Fangjing became like this. Fang Yuan spoke. Even though he was mocking and cursing Crane Gate and Master Tenshuru, Fangjing did not react. Fang Yuan did not mind. After saying a few words, he turned around and left. Teaching this little brother of his needed time, it could not be done in one go. Fang Yuan had already expected this, he did not lack patience. Once in a while he would take the initiative to visit Fangjing. In Dang Hun Palace he could monitor Fangjing's actions from afar. The true reason why Fang Yuan visited was because he wanted Fangjing to know that he had been here. Fang Yuan left this place and went to another prison cell. Up until now, Fang Yuan's prison cell had many prisoners locked up. Other than Mo Yao's fake will and Guo Fangjing, there were also Dongfang Naganori's soul, the Featherman rank 7 Gu Immortal Zheng Ling's soul, and finally there was Shuesong Zi's soul, which was captured during the battle in Langya Blessed Land. Dongfang Naganori's soul had already been soul searched by Fang Yuan, only the soul itself was valuable. But Zheng Ling and Shuesong Zi's souls were very valuable. These days after returning from Langya Blessed Land, Fang Yuan had been soul searching these two people. Fang Yuan gained a large number of mortal goo recipes, many mortal killer moves, some immortal killer moves, a few immortal goo recipes as well as secret knowledge, clues to many treasures and inheritances. But because Zheng Ling was a wind path goo immortal, and Shuesong Zi was a snow path goo immortal, there was nothing suitable for Fang Yuan's strength path or star path. Before Fang Yuan had wind path immortal goo and snow path immortal goo, these could only be used to strengthen Fang Yuan's foundation. What was worth mentioning was that Shuesong Zi's soul was touched, his most recent memories were erased. Thus, Fang Yuan did not know how Shuesong Zi and He Qing got together with Qin Baisheng and the rest. This soul path method was very profound, it made Fang Yuan sigh in amazement, he could not do anything about it. Of course, Zheng Ling and Shuesong Zi had not finished soul searching, it was unknown what they would gain next. As for the rewards for Land Spirit of Langya, they were very generous indeed. Not only did Fang Yuan obtain the rank 6 Immortal Goo recipe of all-out effort goo, under Fang Yuan's insistence, he even imparted the method to relocate the blessed land to Fang Yuan without holding back. There were only 2 gains, they seemed ordinary, but to Fang Yuan they were extremely valuable. There was no need to talk about the Immortal Goo recipe of all-out effort goo, just moving the blessed land. Be it who immortal blessed land or star form blessed land, they needed to be moved. But this method was very costly, it would cause great damage to the blessed land itself, it needed to use 12 immortal goo at the same time. Land Spirit of Langya was already preparing to relocate. After that, he would lend these immortal goo to Fang Yuan and let Fang Yuan move. Chapter 895. 2 months later. Swoosh. Somewhere in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing stood on a cloud silently, waiting for Shark Demon and the rest. The sun was setting, there was a huge patch of burning clouds in the west. The sea below their feet was also dyed red. The waves surged elegantly, and the rays of light that shone on the peaks of the waves were red and bright. It was a beautiful sight to behold with the burning clouds in the sky. Every time I see such a beautiful scene, I often stop and immerse myself in it, gasping in amazement. Tai Bai Yunsheng's gaze was deep and unfathomable as he sighed with emotion. Now, I can be considered as someone who has achieved the Tao and ascended to become an immortal. But I can feel that this piece of heaven and earth is vast and majestic. It makes people feel insignificant and humble. Compared to heaven and earth, humans are truly insignificant. Maybe only rank 9 Gu Venerables have the qualifications to challenge heaven and earth. I can't do it. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Brother Tai Bai, don't look down on yourself. Do you remember the story of the Mini-Man in The Legends of Renzu? Since we realize our insignificance, we need to become stronger. We are insignificant to begin with, it is just that we have become aware of our own insignificance. You feel pain because you are growing. Xingxiangzi, you are still so ambitious. Ah. Tai Bai Yunxing was stunned before laughing heartily. The two were talking when a Gu immortal suddenly flew out of the sea below them. Who is it? Fang Yuan shouted. Lords, please don't blame me, I am Shanan Jiang, I was sent by Lord Shark Demon to receive you. The person smiled as he greeted. Shanan Jiang flew up, in a few breaths of time he arrived in front of Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. He was a rank 6 immortal zombie. He was short and muscular. There was a copper hoop on his bald head, his pupils were ice blue. His skin was like an old tree, his hands and feet were exposed. There were webbing between his fingers, his ears were also in the shape of shark fins, the sharp tips of his ears extended to the back of his head. Fang Yuan pinched his fingers and calculated. He suddenly said, Jing Lan celestial walking immortal zombie body? The smile on Shanan Jiang's face froze, he stared at Fang Yuan and cupped his fists. Sir, is the wisdom path Gu immortal Xingxiangzi? He was indeed powerful. My scenic blue traveling immortal zombie body is self-created and I just came out of seclusion. No one knew. Your Excellency was able to reveal its name with just a simple calculation. Fang Yuan laughed. I am not a wisdom path Gu immortal, I mainly cultivate star path and only cultivate wisdom path on the side. I was just making a wild guess just now. I was just lucky to bump into it. Fang Yuan appeared very humble. Tai Bai Yunxing was watching from the side, laughing to himself. This was the first time Tai Bai Yunxing had met Shanan Jiang. Because of this, the scene from before happened. Shanan Jiang used an immortal killer move. He sneaked over and arrived at the sea where Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing had descended into the mortal world. His traces were exposed by Fang Yuan. This was Shanan Jiang's tactful probing. Soon Fang Yuan returned the favor. After some deductions, he deduced Shanan Jiang's immortal zombie body's name. When Gu immortals interacted, strength was the foundation. They probed each other. They won the respect of both sides. Shanan Jiang did not dare to be careless, he showed a solemn expression. He nodded at Fang Yuan. With a respectful expression he turned to Tai Bai Yunxing. Please follow me closely, Lord Shark Demon's group is already attacking Yulu Blessed Land. A moment later the three moved through the seawater and saw a door at the bottom of the sea. This door was circular and had a light color as if it was carved from light jade. The door was circular and light in color, as if it was carved out of light jade. A curtain of crystal beads strung together blocked the light jade door. Fang Yuan's eyes couldn't help but be filled with curiosity. He would never believe that this towering door was really made of jade. This door was the entrance to Yulu Blessed Land. It was only the outer appearance, but in essence, it was the bridge between Yulu Blessed Land and the outside world. Portals were extremely important to small worlds like Blessed Lands and Grotto Heavens. Once the door was closed, the immortal aperture world would become a sealed small world, isolated from the outside world. It was extremely difficult for Gu immortals outside the immortal aperture to enter. It could be said that the door was the first obstacle in conquering the paradise in Grotto Heaven. Back at the Crane Gate, He Fengyang and Fairy Tsangyu joined hands to attack Fang Yuan's immortal Blessed Land. To overcome the door he used Fangjing and Blood Path methods to locate it. Only after confirming their location did they enter immortal Blessed Land. When Qin Baisheng's group attacked Langya Blessed Land, they used the Hairy Man Gu immortal trader's soul to locate it and enter Langya Blessed Land. Thus, even if Fang Yuan did not capture Fangjing for blood deity, he would kill Fangjing for the sake of immortal Blessed Land's safety. This way there was no way to locate it. Even if they knew the exact location of immortal Blessed Land, Even if they could shatter space, they could not enter the blessed land. The three arrived in front of the light jade door. Shan'an Jiang activated his goo worm, the crystal curtain was lifted and the door slowly opened. The two of you please come in. Shan'an Jiang invited. Tai Bai Yunxing saw this and smiled. Your alliance has amazing methods, you have already taken control of the door. Shan'an Jiang laughed lightly. Sir Tai Bai, you might not know, but ever since the failure 2 months ago, Lord Shark Demon returned to Zombie Alliance's headquarters and spent a lot of sect contribution points to invite a Wisdom Path rank 7 immortal zombie. Right now he has already broken through Vanish Immortal Powder and is deep inside. This door was also completely controlled by our alliance a month ago. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing nodded as they stepped into Yulu Blessed Land. After entering the Blessed Land, they did not see the true appearance of Yulu Blessed Land, they were instead in a world of ice and snow. This is the third round after Vanish Immortal Powder, a battlefield killer move called Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Every hour there would be a mighty hail rain and at the same time, there would be attacks from the snow monsters. Lord Shark Demon's group is not far away. Shan'an Jiang took the initiative to introduce Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Fang Yuan muttered as he looked around, showing great interest towards this battlefield killer move. Because he had gained Star Path battle strength, his original shortcomings had been made up for. Be it offense or defense, advance or retreat, reconnaissance or healing, there were no obvious weaknesses. In terms of reconnaissance, Fang Yuan also had immortal methods. Not long ago, Shan'an Jiang's traces were exposed by Fang Yuan because of this Star Path investigative killer move. His current battle strength. It had stabilized at the peak of rank 6. If he used Myriad Self, he would have rank 7 battle strength. The only thing Fang Yuan lacked now was a battlefield killer move. If he had a battlefield killer move, he could have secretly killed an immortal zombie member of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, then disguised himself and sneaked in. Because of this, Fang Yuan sought Fairy Li Shan's help, but Fairy Li Shan refused. Fang Yuan thought hard, he was a shrewd person, he thought of a way to advance by retreating, he would make a breakthrough from Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. Thus, he used the appearance and identity of an ordinary Star Path Gu immortal, Xing Xiangzi, and came to Eastern Sea with Tai Bai Yunxing. They purposely approached Shark Demon's group. Brother Tai Bai, we meet again. Ah. After a while, everyone saw each other. Shark Demon was very enthusiastic. He patted Tai Bai Yunxing's shoulder before turning his gaze to Fang Yuan. Sir, are you the good friend Brother Tai Bai mentioned in his letter, Xing Xiangzi? Since you are Brother Tai Bai's good friend, you are also a good friend of mine, Shark Demon. I am a wild lone cultivator, I do not dare to call myself that. Fang Yuan smiled modestly. He wore a large blue robe. His hair was white like snow, but his skin was rosy and tender like a baby's. He looked like an immortal. To speak the truth, he was much more presentable than Tai Bai Yunxing. People could not help but have a good impression of him. Shark Demon's wife, Su Baiman, said, Xing Xiangzi, don't be modest, I heard that Sir has good wisdom path attainment, can you show us your skills now? Fang Yuan raised his eyes. He looked over. This Su Baiman in front of him, even though she was an immortal zombie. But one could see how beautiful she was in the past. Land of beauties, tomb of heroes. No wonder even Shark Demon did not hesitate to turn into a zombie. He sacrificed his great cultivation future to accompany Su Baiman. Immediately, Fang Yuan did not hesitate, he agreed, then I will try, please forgive me if it is inappropriate. Sir Xing Xiangzi, go ahead and try, even if you fail no one will blame you. Shark Demon immediately said. He had a fierce personality, he usually looked at people coldly, this was the first time he met Fang Yuan, but he had a warm attitude, it was because of Tai Bai Yunxing. More accurately speaking, it was because of Tai Bai Yunxing's man as before immortal Gu. Fang Yuan raised his head, carefully observing the surroundings. The world in front of him could be said to be a world of ice and snow, it was pure white as expected of a quasi-blessed land battlefield killer move. Fang Yuan secretly activated the Wisdom Path Gu worms in his immortal aperture. In front of everyone he used many investigative Wisdom Path killer moves. But there were no flaws, the whole battlefield was a single entity, Fang Yuan could not find a way to break through. But Fang Yuan was not anxious, even though he had been training hard these last 2 months, he was very familiar with many Wisdom Path methods. The battlefield killer move in front of him was not simple, it was created by Fairy Yulu. Fairy Yulu was incredible. She had an extraordinary origin, her master was Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. This lineage could be said to be the #1 battlefield killer move inheritance in human history. The battlefield killer move that Fairy Yu Lu set up was no small matter. Amazing. This battlefield killer move is completely one with Yu Lu Blessed Land. It seems to be created using the Tao marks of the Blessed Land. This method is much more advanced than Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan observed for a long time. He gradually found something special. Land Spirit of Langya did not dare to set up a battlefield killer move in the Blessed Land. When fighting against Qin Baisheng's group, he only used the 12-wave cloud confusion Gu formation. Land Spirit of Langya was afraid that the temporary Tao marks created by the battlefield killer move would cause great damage to the Blessed Land. In fact, in the current cultivation world, most Gu immortals did not dare to use battlefield killer moves in their blessed lands or grotto heavens. Once the temporary Tao marks of a battlefield killer move clashed with the Tao marks of the immortal aperture small world, the battlefield killer move would fail and the Gu immortal would suffer backlash, or the Tao marks would reject and cause terrifying damage. The blessed land could be destroyed and the Gu immortal would die on the spot. This was the same principle as the backlash of Gu refinement. But Fairy Yu Lu was a battlefield killer move expert after all. She directly overcame this flaw. Her method was profound and advanced. It was beyond Fang Yuan's imagination. He even threw Langya Land Spirit, this old antique, 8 miles away. Chapter 896. Inside the battlefield killer move Freezing Rain Frozen Earth, Fang Yuan used wisdom path methods to make deductions. Swoosh. Freezing Rain Frozen Earth was made from the Tao marks in Yu Lu Blessed Land. It was not a temporary Tao mark, it was more troublesome. Shark Demon and the rest could not destroy this battlefield killer move with brute force. Destroying it was equivalent to destroying Yu Lu Blessed Land's Tao marks. This would cause irreversible damage to Yu Lu Blessed Land. This was equivalent to Qin Baisheng snatching Refinement Cauldron, causing Langya Blessed Land's Tao marks to decrease sharply. It was a huge loss. Shark Demon and the rest attacked Yu Lu Blessed Land for the inheritances and resources inside. Moreover, to destroy a battlefield killer move with brute force, it required an extremely powerful offensive immortal killer move. It also expended a huge amount of immortal essence. Considering the cost and benefits, Shark Demon and the rest could only break the Freezing Rain Frozen Earth battlefield killer move head-on. Thankfully, this Yu Lu Blessed Land was ownerless. It was unknown whether the land spirit existed or not. Fang Yuan had many Gu immortal guards around him. It gave him a relaxed environment to research and decipher it. Fang Yuan squinted as starlight shined in his pupils. Right now, in his mind, countless star thoughts were moving and colliding as they rotated and collided, deducing rapidly. This time, Fang Yuan had put in a lot of effort to deduce Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Firstly, researching this outstanding battlefield killer move could give Fang Yuan a lot of knowledge and inspiration. Even if Fang Yuan could not find a battlefield killer move that suited him, this knowledge and inspiration would be the solid foundation for Fang Yuan to create his own battlefield killer move. Secondly, Fang Yuan's goal in entering Eastern Sea was to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. This was the first time he met Shark Demon and the rest. He was about to display his value. Let Shark Demon and the rest look at him in a different light, and help him join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. He was thinking and calculating at a rapid speed. Time passed quickly. Time is almost up. Soon there will be another freezing rain. Snow monsters will form and attack. How much longer does Sir Xing Xiangzi need? Among Shark Demon's group, a Gu immortal asked impatiently. He was Budan, a Gu immortal of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. He was not an immortal zombie, he was a living person. However, after joining the Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, his status was not high. Because he had some wisdom path attainment, he was brought into Yu Lu Blessed Land by Shark Demon several times to participate in the invasion plan. Before Fang Yuan appeared, Budan was the only half-wisdom path Gu immortal in the group. Xing Xiangzi's appearance had threatened his position and benefits. If Fang Yuan was able to deduce the result, wouldn't that show his incompetence? Seeing that Fang Yuan did not make any progress for a long time, Budan finally could not hold it in any longer and spoke up, vaguely pressuring Fang Yuan. The other Gu immortals were also paying attention to Fang Yuan's performance. Budan asked the question that was on their minds. Fang Yuan chuckled softly, but he did not try to maintain his dignity. Instead, he said directly, "I'm ashamed. This battlefield killer move is very profound. I studied it for a long time. I only managed to understand a little of it." In fact, this battlefield killer move Freezing Rain Frozen Earth was indeed created by the rank 8 great expert Fairy Yu Lu. Fang Yuan used many wisdom path methods, but there was no progress at all. It was like he was facing a huge tortoise shell. It gave off a strong feeling of not knowing where to start. Is that so? Su Baiman sighed, saying in a disappointed tone. Fang Yuan was not willing to give up. Give me some more time, I will continue to deduce. Shark Demon nodded. He said, Xing Xiangzi, go ahead and deduce with all your strength, we will block this attack for you. At the same time, Shark Demon had a different thought. Xing Xiangzi was highly praised by Tai Bai Yunxing, but now it seems it is not like what the letter said. The last time I encountered the battlefield killer move Endless Space Essence, I had to pay a huge price to invite a rank 7 Wisdom Path Immortal Zombie from Zombie Alliance. I have already invested too much in Yulu Blessed Land, I need to live frugally now. If this Xing Xiangzi can really unravel this battlefield killer move, that would be for the best. This way the other Gu Immortals no longer looked at Fang Yuan with much anticipation. Bu Dan watched coldly, laughing internally. In the previous battlefield killer moves I could at least find the hidden Gu worms behind them. But this time I have no clues about this battlefield killer move. I want to see how you can find a breakthrough point. Sure enough, a moment later, in the sky of this battlefield, icy rain started to fall. These raindrops were all ice needles. Rather than calling it rain, it was more like the sky was filled with ice needles. They pierced through the sky and shot towards Fang Yuan and the rest. The Gu Immortals quickly activated their defensive methods. Bu Dan did not have an immortal Gu, he was protected by Shark Demon's immortal defense. Fang Yuan was also protected by Shark Demon. Countless ice needles shot down but were blocked by the light barrier. Because the ice needles were extremely fast, sparks were created on the light barrier. Fang Yuan willed, he activated Star Cloud Grindstone and entered it. He would not place his own safety in the hands of others. Seeing that Fang Yuan used an immortal-level defensive killer move, the other Gu Immortals' gazes shined, their attitudes changed slightly. Fang Yuan could use an immortal killer move, he definitely had an immortal Gu. A Gu Immortal with an immortal Gu was not to be underestimated in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. Not all Gu Immortals had immortal Gu. In fact, most rank 6 Gu Immortals could only use mortal killer moves, they could not obtain immortal Gu. The rain got heavier, the ice needles turned into stronger ice darts. The ice darts tore through the sky, emitting sharp sounds. The Gu Immortals defended together, maintaining their defenses meticulously. They had solemn expressions as they calculated their immortal essence expenditure. After this battle started, there was a change, a small flaw appeared, I can take advantage of it now. It is no longer like before, I had no clue at all. Fang Yuan's heart shook, he felt a sense of joy and joy. The movements of his hands immediately increased by more than 2 times. He used mortal killer moves at times, and threw out Wisdom Path Mortal Gu at times. These killer moves and mortal Gu hit the air, smoke rose, thunder exploded, or jade green acid splattered everywhere. Fang Yuan was using all sorts of methods to test this flaw. But the effect was not good. This was an ice dart rain, it had already turned into an ice spike storm. The Gu Immortal's immortal essence expenditure was increasing rapidly. Thus it was increasing rapidly. With a loud sound, a tall snow monster. Amidst the icy rain that filled his field of vision, he charged over recklessly. Snow monsters were the prey of snowmen. They devoured the flesh and blood of the snow monsters. Snowmen could increase their reproduction speed and even extend their lifespan. A 10-meter-tall snow monster could battle a rank 3 Gu master. A 40-meter-tall monster had the strength of a rank 4 Gu master. A 50-meter-tall monster had the strength of a rank 5 Gu master. But now this snow monster was rank 6. This was a desolate beast-level snow monster, it could not be underestimated. Try not to kill them, even if these snow monsters die in battle, they will revive immediately. They are very annoying. Su Baiman quickly reminded. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Snow monsters that cannot be killed? How can we fight them? Tai Bai Yunxing was also moved. Don't worry, once the time passes, these snow monsters will disappear. When the next icy rain comes, they will appear again. Shark Demon explained. A Gu Immortal on the left of Shark Demon sighed with worry. This freezing rain frozen earth battlefield killer move already has the hint of reincarnation battlefield. Fairy Yulu's master is Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable, she might have already obtained the profundity of reincarnation. Roar roar roar. Snow monsters appeared one after another, causing Shark Demon and the rest to have a hard time defending. The charge of the snow monsters. They had great momentum and did not lack agility. The Gu Immortals were not willing to face them head-on, they continued to attack and use immortal killer moves. They interrupted the charge of the snow monsters and delayed their speed. Fang Yuan's expression became even more joyful. He sensed the appearance of the snow monsters. There were even more flaws in this battlefield killer move. There's hope. Fang Yuan encouraged himself inwardly. He had only obtained the Wisdom Path inheritance for a limited time. His Wisdom Path attainment level was at the bottom of ordinary. Even though he trained hard, he did not slack off or relax. But such things. In the end, it still took time to accumulate. To say that Fang Yuan was a dabbler was a huge exaggeration. To say that Fang Yuan was a Wisdom Path novice was not an exaggeration. But now, this Wisdom Path novice was trying to break the freezing rain frozen earth killer move. For example, on Earth, it was like a primary school student solving a high school math problem. Fang Yuan tightly grasped the flaw he found, and with an aim in mind, his hands moved faster and faster. Finally, under his deductions, he found a goo worm. This was a mortal goo. Together with other mortal goo and immortal goo, they formed the battlefield killer move freezing rain frozen earth. Go! Fang Yuan willed. A star snake rope flew out and coiled around this mortal goo. But just as Fang Yuan was about to drag this mortal goo back for research, this mortal goo self-detonated. The star snake rope was empty, it could only return to Fang Yuan's side. This commotion naturally attracted the attention of other goo immortals. Because of this mortal goo's destruction, the freezing rain weakened by a lot. He actually found a flaw? Budan was shocked. He had also tried to find a flaw when attacking, but there was no result. Budan's Wisdom Path inheritance was too incomplete and low level. His methods were limited. In contrast, Fang Yuan's inheritance was extremely outstanding and had an extraordinary origin. He had created many powerful Wisdom Path Goo immortals. The previous one was the #1 Wisdom Path Goo immortal in Northern Plains, Dongfang Naganori. Even with Fang Yuan's strength, he could still find the flaw of freezing rain frozen earth. It showed how outstanding his Wisdom Path inheritance was. Good. Shark Demon praised. But the moment he said that, the rain above the immortals' heads suddenly became twice as intense. Swish swish swish. The rain poured down, the icicles were sharp, suppressing the goo immortals to the point where they could not even raise their heads. Xing Xiangzi, what did you do? Budan immediately grabbed the chance and shouted. Fang Yuan was also shocked. He knew he was rash. Even if he found the goo worms that formed the battlefield killer move, he could not casually destroy them, otherwise, it would trigger an even stronger attack. But soon Fang Yuan was overjoyed. After this mortal goo was destroyed, the battlefield killer move freezing rain frozen earth had 2 more flaws. Chapter 897. Soon, using the star thoughts in his mind to make deductions, Fang Yuan found the locations of several goo worms. These locations could not be found by investigative methods. 1, 2, 3, 4. There are a total of 4 locations with goo worms, but they are all mortal goo. They are really well hidden. Even if I have a star path investigative killer move, I cannot find them. With his previous experience, Fang Yuan did not directly attack and destroy these mortal goo. He did not move, he continued to observe and deduce. So close. Soon he sighed inwardly, finding a dangerous location. The mortal goo hidden in this location was a crucial location in the formation of the battlefield killer move. At the start of his deductions, Fang Yuan found that as long as he destroyed this goo, he would be able to reduce the power of the icy rain snow monsters by 50 to 60%. But after further deductions, Fang Yuan made even more discoveries. If he really destroyed this goo, it would be terrible. This time, the power of the attack would indeed fall sharply, but the next attack would be launched earlier, and its power would increase by nearly 2 times. In this attack, Shark Demon and the rest were already having a hard time defending. The icy rain continued, causing a lot of immortal essence expenditure. The immortal zombies were having a headache. More than 60 feet tall snow monsters appeared. The goo immortals did not dare to be careless. If the power increases by 2 times, I'm afraid ancient desolate beast level snow monsters will appear. Fang Yuan was inwardly shocked. The risk of unraveling this battlefield killer move was very high. If he was not careful, he would end up worse off. And this was just unraveling mortal goo. These mortal goo were the outer layer of the formation. If he dealt with the inner goo worms, if Fang Yuan's method was not good enough, he would even suffer a strong backlash. Fang Yuan went around this crucial location and continued to target other locations. He probed. Time passed quickly. Fang Yuan made no progress. This is the 4th attack. Sigh, how much longer do we have to last? An immortal zombie sighed. He had participated in this attack. The immortal essence expenditure made him feel heartache. With the current situation, no matter how much celestial core power is consumed, what's the use if it doesn't improve? Budan said meaningfully. Shark Demon and the rest were a little impatient. They turned their attention to Fang Yuan. This was the first time they met Xiangzi. They did not know about Fang Yuan's wisdom path strength. Budan could not do it anymore now that the burden of deciphering the battlefield killer move was given to this stranger. Was it reliable or not? Lord Xiangzi. From the beginning until now, you have been using mortal path methods to probe. You see, although the current situation is not critical, it can be said to be difficult. Why don't you use immortal level wisdom path methods? Don't worry, according to the rules, you will get a fixed amount of immortal yuan stone as compensation for your immortal elemental power consumption. You don't have to worry about the loss, said Budan. Fang Yuan frowned. Budan's intention was sinister. Again and again. Again and again he tried to sow discord. Fang Yuan knew about the predicament of immortal zombies. Immortal essence was hard to obtain, he cherished it. But now his losses were huge. There was no progress, even Shark Demon was silent. Su Baiman was solemn. The other immortal zombies were very anxious. Budan was targeting Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan could understand. However, this kind of provocative behavior was one thing. This was simply stabbing Fang Yuan in the back. Immediately, Fang Yuan took a deep look at Budan. Next, he secretly used moving perspective cups Gu to send a message to Tai Bai Yunxing. Tai Bai Yunxing immediately cooperated, saying, Budan, why are you in such a hurry? Lord Shark Demon said that we need to endure this attack and buy time for Xiangzi. Right now, this offensive is only halfway through, and you want to run away before the battle? Or do you think you have contributed too much? Budan's expression changed, he said with grievance. How would I dare? Lord Tai Bai Yunxing has misunderstood me. He knew that Tai Bai Yunxing was Shark Demon's favorite. Looking at Shark Demon's warm attitude towards Tai Bai Yunxing, anyone could tell. Moreover, Tai Bai Yunxing had an extraordinary precious immortal Gu. He was an expert healer, he could not be offended. Alright, stop arguing. Shark Demon maintained the situation, looking at Fang Yuan. We have already experienced 3 rounds of attacks, a 4th is not a big deal. Fang Yuan felt Shark Demon's gaze, his heart sank. It seemed that Shark Demon's group did not think highly of him. How could this work? Fang Yuan knew the importance of first impressions. He still wanted to borrow Shark Demon's help to get him to join Eastern Sea's Immortal Zombie headquarters. If he failed the first time and left a deep impression on Shark Demon, it would be difficult in the future. Even if he showed his value in the future in Shark Demon's heart, it would be discounted. On the contrary, if he succeeded this time, even if he failed in the future in Shark Demon's eyes, it would be pardonable. Who would not fail at times? Hearing Shark Demon's tone, it seems that before the 5th attack, he does not want to stay here any longer. After all, he needs to consider the cost of attacking this place. Forget it. Fang Yuan pondered for a while before finally making up his mind. He suddenly attacked the Gu worm from before. With a soft sound, the Gu worm shattered. Another Gu worm. Ah! Tai Bai Yunxing cooperated with him, immediately laughing. A joyous expression involuntarily appeared on the faces of Shark Demon and the others as their morale rose slightly. Budan did not make a sound. Tai Bai Yunxing did not let him go under Fang Yuan's instructions. How is it, Budan? Methods do not differ between mortal and immortal as long as they are effective, it is fine. Budan nodded, smiling. Lord Tai Bai Yunxing is right, I was too impatient earlier. He knew when to advance and when to retreat. He did not resist, but gave in. Evidently, such a petty person was harder to deal with than a person who resisted head-on. Tai Bai Yunxing continued, You might not understand, but I have known Brother Xiangzi for a long time. I know that his wisdom path methods are very powerful. Tai Bai Yunxing showed his loyalty to his good friend. At this time, Fang Yuan acted like he had made great progress, saying, I finally found a vital spot. This discovery has greatly increased my confidence in deciphering this battlefield killer move. Is that so? Su Baiman's eyes brightened. He was somewhat doubtful. But soon, facts spoke louder than words. Because they were afraid of interfering with Fang Yuan's deductions, Shark Demon and the rest remained silent. Fang Yuan's earlier performance made them wait patiently. But they did not know that Fang Yuan looked like he was deducing, but he was just letting his imagination run wild. Right now, the most anxious person was not Fang Yuan, nor was it Tai Bai Yunxing who was worried about Fang Yuan. nor was it Shark Demon and the rest, it was Budan. Budan was anxious. He was not resigned to being suppressed by Xingxiangzi. Earlier he could not find any flaws, so he was helpless. But now that he found a flaw and had a clue, he tried his best to deduce. Time passed, Fang Yuan did not make a move, but Budan found a place where mortal goo were hidden. Moreover, after removing these mortal goo there was little danger. It was an effective way to unravel the battlefield killer move. Budan had some ability, otherwise Shark Demon would not have brought him along to attack Yulu Blessed Land. With this discovery Budan was secretly excited. He thought to himself, "Budan, you are truly amazing." He was quite composed. He did not make a move immediately. He observed Fang Yuan first. Fang Yuan had his eyes closed the entire time. He did not make a move. Budan waited for a while. He became more and more impatient, his eyes darting around. He had wanted to wait for Fang Yuan to be helpless before he made a move, to slap Fang Yuan's face. But soon he thought, what if Xingxiangzi also found this flaw? What should he do? Finally he decided to make a move. "Lord Shark Demon, I have made some progress. Look." Budan suddenly spoke. As he spoke, he destroyed that hidden mortal goo. Shark Demon nodded at him. Budan was a member of Zombie Alliance after all. Compared to an outsider like Xingxiangzi, Shark Demon was more willing to see Budan's performance. Su Baiman smiled lightly. "With your help, it seems that unraveling the battlefield killer move is just around the corner." But at this time Fang Yuan suddenly opened his eyes. His expression was very ugly. "Oh no." "What's wrong?" Tai Bai Yunxing cooperated. Fang Yuan said, "This mortal goo cannot be destroyed. It is like a trap. If we destroy it, the battlefield's offense will increase instead." Fang Yuan stamped his feet. He was filled with regret and anger. He looked extremely pained. Floating astronomy. Chapter 898. What? When the immortal zombies heard Fang Yuan's words, their expressions changed. You are bullshitting." Budan was even more anxious. He flew into a rage out of humiliation. Shark Demon narrowed his eyes. He looked at Budan, then at Fang Yuan. His expression darkened. "What is going on?" Budan was so angry that his teeth were itching. He immediately said, "Lord Shark Demon, I dare to use my many years of reputation to guarantee that there is nothing wrong with this. This Xingxiangzi looks like a good person." Budan pointed at Fang Yuan, "But he is actually a petty person who is jealous of others. He must have seen my performance and realized that he is inferior, so he made a false accusation. Lord Shark Demon, fellow comrades, please judge clearly. I know brother Xingxiangzi's abilities the best. In my opinion you are the petty person." Tai Bai Yunxing was furious. He immediately rebuked. "Everyone shut up." Seeing that the situation was about to become chaotic, Shark Demon shouted. He turned to Fang Yuan. "Xingxiangzi, what do you say?" Fang Yuan laughed bitterly. "I have nothing to say." Seeing his attitude, Su Baiman couldn't help but frown. But Fang Yuan continued, "But I have another question I would like to ask Sire Budan." Fang Yuan was not angry at all. He was very charming. Compared to Budan, who was red-faced and scolding, it was a stark contrast. Budan saw Fang Yuan's attitude. He was even more jealous and disgusted. He snorted, "What do you have to ask?" Fang Yuan smiled faintly. He stared at Budan and provoked him. "If I ask you, do you dare to answer truthfully?" Budan gritted his teeth. He knew that this was Fang Yuan's provocation, but at this moment he could not back down. He stiffened his neck and said, "Ask away." Fang Yuan sighed and said, "I want to stand aloof from worldly affairs. But someone is making things difficult for me, I am only asking you this freezing rain frozen earth battlefield killer move. Right now there are several hiding places for goo worms." Shark Demon and the others fixed their eyes on Budan. Budan's heart skipped a beat. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but in the end he only stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. Fang Yuan's question was like a sharp sword, directly stabbing into Budan's heart. Budan had only found a place where goo worms were hidden and deduced. He felt that there was nothing wrong with it, so he got rid of it. Now that this goo worm had just been removed, the battlefield killer move would definitely have some flaws that were not there before. However, if Budan wanted to deduce where the rest of the goo worms were hidden, he would need time. Budan had naturally thought of making a false report, but at the next moment he rejected this stupid idea. Because this thing was easy to verify. You pointed out a goo worm's hiding place, you just need to get rid of it and let everyone see. Facts spoke louder than words. Budan was speechless. He subconsciously clenched his fists. But soon he thought it through. He could not make a false report, he could only reply loudly, You asked to teach me. Then I will satisfy you. Give me some time, after I deduce it I will teach you. The Gu immortals were shrewd. Hearing this their expressions did not change. But they were shaking their heads inwardly. Budan's sorry state was deeply imprinted in the Gu immortals' minds. These Gu immortals were not idiots. They naturally understood that Budan's words were not convincing enough. Xingxiangzi exposed Budan's true colors. Tai Bai Yunxing looked at Budan with pity. He sighed inwardly. You want to fight with Fang Yuan like this? Fang Yuan knew Budan would reply like this. He laughed at this moment. Sir Budan, you must have only deduced one point. But the Gu worm hidden in this point is only a trap. If you can continue to deduce and be more patient, you might be able to find more flaws and deduce more hidden points. That way you might be able to understand how rash your actions were. Oh. Budan's lips twitched. He had already thought of an excuse. He immediately made things difficult for Fang Yuan. Then why don't you tell everyone what was wrong with my actions? How did it cause problems? What kind of trap is this point? Haha, you need to answer properly. Lord Su Baiman has a lie detection method. This point was naturally not a trap. Fang Yuan naturally could not answer. But Fang Yuan was already prepared. He smiled lightly. My wisdom path inheritance is a unique method. How can it be leaked? Budan, you are so shrewd. Are you trying to steal my wisdom path method? Bullshit. Budan was enraged. Budan spoke rudely time and time again, but Fang Yuan was not angry. He glanced at immortal zombie Shark Demon. Shark Demon was frowning. He was watching from the side, waiting for Fang Yuan and Budan to come to a conclusion. Fang Yuan saw this and knew that Shark Demon was biased towards Budan. This was not strange at all. Shark Demon and Budan were members of Zombie Alliance after all. Furthermore, Shark Demon and Budan had worked together so many times, they had been together for so long. There was a saying, distant relatives are not distant relatives. Fang Yuan was only meeting Shark Demon for the first time. They were strangers. Meanwhile, Budan and Shark Demon had a much closer relationship. Fang Yuan laughed. His expression suddenly changed as he looked at Budan in disdain, saying, Clown, I will teach you a lesson today. Watch carefully. Saying so, Fang Yuan pointed his fingers like a sword, moving them in the air. Specks of starlight flew out of his fingertips, flying into the air, some near and some far away before stopping. Here, and here, all of them have hidden mortal Gu. If you don't believe me, you can do as I say and try them one by one. For example, here, you need to use a fire path attack to destroy the Gu worm. Or there, you need to use an ice path method to make it appear, then use lightning to destroy the Gu worm. And here, if you want to destroy the hidden mortal Gu, you need to wait for the next wave of attacks to destroy it. Fang Yuan spoke with certainty. The starlight specks stopped in the air. There were as many as 10 of them. The Gu immortals were all smart people. Fang Yuan pointed out the exact locations of these hidden Gu worms, and even explained the method to destroy them in detail. He made it clear that he was not afraid of them verifying it. This intense confidence made people have no choice but to believe him. Budan stared with wide-opened eyes but did not know how to retort. He became impatient, rolling up his sleeves. He was about to make a move in disbelief. I want to see if you are speaking the truth. Wait. Fang Yuan waved his hand. He stopped him. Budan was already in an awkward situation. He was pleasantly surprised. But he smiled coldly on the surface. What, Xingxiangzi, are you afraid? Fang Yuan sighed, looking at Budan. He gave off the feeling of an elder looking at a naughty child. Budan almost jumped in anger again. Fang Yuan immediately spoke. These hidden Gu worm locations are all true. I am not afraid of anyone verifying them. However, these points could not be tampered with. Like the Gu worm that you destroyed earlier. Many of them are traps. They are interconnected. Even if they are touched, it will affect the entire battlefield killer move. Our wisdom path deductions will change completely. We will have to deduce from the beginning again. The locations that I pointed out have deep implications. I am unable to deduce which one should be touched and which should not be. After saying that, Fang Yuan turned to the immortal zombie Shark Demon, bowing. Lord Shark Demon, I am truly sorry. I am not capable enough. Seeing Fang Yuan so humble, it was a silent mockery. Budan's eyelids twitched. He wanted to jump up and tear off Fang Yuan's white beard. He wanted to tear Fang Yuan's blue robe into shreds. He wanted to trample on Fang Yuan. He wanted to trample on Fang Yuan's rosy and clean face. But of course he could not do that. Because Shark Demon was returning the greeting to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had just spoken when he bowed to Shark Demon. From Shark Demon's point of view, he was the leader. He naturally had to show his manners. Furthermore, Xingxiangzi was Tai Bai Yunxing's good friend. he was brought here by the latter. Xing Xiangzi bowed to Shark Demon. How could Shark Demon not return the greeting? Zombie Alliance was part of the righteous path, even though their members were all from the demonic path, a large portion of them were from the demonic path. But since they joined Zombie Alliance, they had to follow the righteous path's rules and demeanor. And Shark Demon heard the two's discussion. He had an idea. In his opinion, Xing Xiangzi's wisdom path attainment was higher than Budan's. Towards such a talent, especially when he needed to take down Yulu blessed land in the future, Shark Demon naturally had to return the greeting. After returning the greeting, Shark Demon spoke in a very polite tone. Brother Xing Xiangzi's words have benefited me greatly. I wonder what we should do now. Shark Demon had rank 7 cultivation level. Even though he was an immortal zombie, he was a famous expert in Eastern Sea. He took the initiative to call rank 6 Xing Xiangzi brother. When everyone heard this, they felt that Shark Demon's attitude was very gentle. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. I am still too weak. I had just obtained a trace of hope in my deduction earlier. To think that the goo worm was destroyed, causing my deduction to go to waste. In my anxiousness I spoke without thinking. Sai, there is a saying that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake, let alone a small snake like me, while everyone here is a strong dragon. Bodan was so angry that he was panting heavily. His eyes were red. Fang Yuan's tone was humble, but his words took care of Budan's face. It was like slapping Budan's face repeatedly. But this time, Budan did not flare up. He was very angry, but at the same time he felt a little weak. His wisdom path inheritance was very incomplete. It could not compare to Fang Yuan. Since Fang Yuan could openly point out so many flaws, Budan knew that he was inferior, but he did not want to admit it. Could it be that I really made a mistake? This mortal goo, was it really a trap like that damn Xing Xiangzi said? The pitiful Budan was framed by Fang Yuan. He was in self-doubt now. Fang Yuan looked at Budan's reaction and expression from the corner of his eyes. He smiled bitterly and humbly on the surface, but he was sneering internally. He was already thinking of retreating, because the following attacks were very fierce. If they were not careful, some of these goo immortals might die. If they could persevere, their immortal essence expenditure would be even greater. Such a huge loss would cause the goo immortals to feel heartache, but Fang Yuan did not have the ability to break through this battlefield. By then, the goo immortals would put in so much effort, but Fang Yuan, who they had high hopes for, would not make any progress. It was easy to imagine how bad their impression of Fang Yuan would be. Thus, Fang Yuan's humility earlier was not to mock Budan. He was setting a trap in the goo immortals' hearts. Retreating is inevitable, but how to do so is a matter of consideration. Fang Yuan thought of this and glanced at Budan discreetly, before continuing to speak to Shark Demon. There is not much time left until the next attack. After this change, all our previous efforts have gone down the drain. I can only start over and give it a try. I won't hide it from everyone, the chances of success are not high. I need more time. Most importantly, this attack will be very fierce. According to my suggestion, we should retreat now. The goo immortals naturally would not give up. After all, they were already at this stage. Shark Demon said, Brother Xing Xiang, please try again. Thus, Fang Yuan pretended to sit cross-legged in the air, closing his eyes. Soon, the fifth attack was launched. Ice needles rained down. Dozens of snow monsters roared as they charged at the goo immortals. This attack is indeed much more powerful. Let's go. This is just the beginning, but it is already so difficult. Budan, what should I say to you? Budan's expression was ashen. He gritted his teeth, his gaze cold. He felt that the surrounding goo immortals' gazes were piercing his heart even more than the ice rain. The goo immortals' words were like whips lashing at his soul. Xing Xiangzi. Xing Xiangzi. He roared in his mind, chanting a name, but it was a fake name. Chapter 899. The banquet had a harmonious atmosphere. Even though Shark Demon and the rest had failed in their attack on Yulu blessed land, after the matter, Shark Demon still invited Tai Bai Yunxing and Fang Yuan to his home as guests. Tai Bai Yunxing's man as before immortal goo was something that Shark Demon desired. As for Xing Xiangzi, Fang Yuan's deep wisdom path attainment made Shark Demon and Su Baiman see his value, especially when it came to attacking Yulu blessed land. Thus, it was not surprising that Shark Demon invited Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing. Shark Demon's residence was called Shark Sea. This was a vast sea area. It was over 5 billion km2 in size. If converted to Earth's size, this Shark Sea was equivalent to China's Southern Sea. That was to say, this entire sea area of Southern Sea belonged to Shark Demon alone. Everything in this sea area, the countless species of sharks, the abundant seaweed, the sand and rocks at the bottom of the sea, as well as this huge amount of seawater, were all owned by Shark Demon. It was like northern plains, where the beautiful grasslands were divided by others. In Eastern Sea, the rich and resource-rich sea areas were also divided by others. Even though Shark Demon was an immortal zombie, he had great strength. He had the ability to guard the sea area. His palace was situated at the bottom of the sea, at the center of this Shark Sea area. The banquet was filled with Eastern Sea's unique dishes. They were delicious and had a unique style. Regardless of what intentions both sides had on the surface, this banquet was very effective. It was joyous and harmonious. Shark Demon enjoyed the wine in his cup. Even though he was an immortal zombie, with the help of goo worms, his sense of taste returned to his body. Next, he put down the cup and willed. The majestic and exquisite roof of the palace turned transparent. Everyone please look. This is the Godspear shark, this is the Shattertooth golden shark, and that one over there is the silver-scaled treasure shark. These are all my little pets that I've carefully cultivated. Shark Demon pointed with his finger, not concealing his pride at all. Fang Yuan looked up and saw that the seawater was dark. The lights in the palace could only illuminate a distance of 20 to 30 feet. The undersea palace, on the other hand, was ablaze with lights. Looking from the outside, it looked like an enormous, weirdly shaped gem that emitted warm light. Fang Yuan had his own investigative killer move. The dark seawater was no obstacle. He soon saw the shark pointed out by Shark Demon. The divine spear shark was solitary and had a peculiar appearance. The tip of the shark's head was shaped like a spear. The outside of Ji's body was no longer smooth shark skin. Instead, it revealed the texture of white bones. The god spear shark swam freely at the bottom of the sea. The dagger axe above his head was unexpectedly sharp, but it did not lose its momentum. Wherever it went, the rocks at the bottom of the sea were smashed into pieces. A path was opened. The Shattertooth golden sharks were the most numerous, often forming groups of 200 to 300. This kind of shark had very fine teeth. When the Shattertooth golden shark opened its mouth to hunt, Fang Yuan acutely observed that this golden shark had an upper and lower oral cavity. There were 6 rows of tiny sharp teeth growing out of it. Even though this kind of golden shark was a carnivore, it did not prey on large fish. Instead, it was like a whale, it ate small fish and prawns. These 6 rows of fine teeth. They formed 6 tight lines of defense to distinguish between sand and prawns. Even the smallest fish and prawns could not escape the golden shark's chewing. The silver-scale great treasure shark was the largest on Earth. It was the size of a small whale. This kind of great treasure shark seemed to be a family unit, forming groups of 3 or 4. Normally they would take their time, but when food appeared, they would rush out to hunt for it with a whoosh. Even though this silver-scale great treasure shark was huge, it had an astonishing speed that did not match its size. Once they moved, they were extremely fast. In the dark depths of the sea, there seemed to be a flash of silver lightning. Silver-scale great treasure sharks had the fiercest temperament. Not only did they prey on other fish species, they also treated other sharks as food. Of course, for strong sharks like the divine spear shark and the Shattertooth golden shark, as long as they had enough food, great treasure sharks would not provoke them. How is it, these little fishes that I raised are not bad, right? Shark Demon saw that Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing were engrossed in their gazes. He could not help but feel happy. Not bad at all. These sharks are full of vigor and vitality, they are raised very well. In this sea area, all kinds of species coexist harmoniously. The goo worm aura on these sharks is very dense. I even saw 1 or 2 desolate beast sharks from afar. Fang Yuan said. Tai Bai Yunxing also sighed. He nodded and sighed. No wonder Eastern Sea is the richest region in the 5 regions in terms of resources. This sea area in front of us shows it. Shark Demon raised his head and laughed heartily. Su Baiman was beside him. He smiled. Don't praise him to the heavens. My husband usually raises these sharks leisurely and elegantly, and he loves to hear other people praise these sharks the most. At the banquet, be it Shark Demon or Su Baiman, they were much more amiable and approachable than when they were in Yulu Blessed Land. This showed that the two of them had a clear distinction between public and private matters. They had to lead the situation in public, they had to be serious and impartial. In private they were gentle and calm, they would joke around, it made people want to get closer to them. This couple was not only good at fighting, they were also good at socializing. It was no wonder that they were able to snatch the important mission of attacking Yulu Blessed Land in the Zombie Alliance headquarters, which was filled with intense competition. To attack Lu Blessed Land, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man had invested a lot, but they had already lost a lot of wealth. But once Lu Blessed Land was taken down, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man would obtain 10 times, or even dozens of times, of what they had gained. Ordinary immortal zombies would not be able to take on such an important mission. Only older generation experts like Shark Demon and Su Bai Man had the foundation to support the huge expenditure in the early stages. Hearing Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing's sincere praise, Shark Demon smiled. "You are too kind, ha. Actually, my sea area is only ranked 46th in Eastern Sea's ranking list. Above me are Hua Li's splendid sea area, Huang Xing's bumpy sea area, and Shin Klanggu Immortal Shin Yishi's poetic emotion sea area. You have not been in Eastern Sea for long, you might not have seen the 10 great sea areas of Eastern Sea. These 10 great sea areas are all wondrous sceneries. Rainbow Island's Rainbow Sea area, the seawater is colorful. They are clearly separated. Myriad Forest Sea area from the bottom of the sea. Sea trees that are thousands of feet tall. Their treetops can reach out of the sea, there are millions of trees. They form underwater forests. Merman Sea area, mermaids have all kinds of beauty, there are countless mermen living there, they have great strength, they are one of the top 10 super forces in Eastern Sea. Tai Bai Yunxing was fascinated as he listened, sighing again. The world is vast, nature is vast, Eastern Sea is rich in natural resources, it is a land of great heroes. It makes us feel our own insignificance. Merman. Fang Yuan's heart jolted, a trace of his previous life's memories were evoked. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, the banquet was nearing its end. Shark Demon said, "This is the first time you have come to my place as guests, I have prepared some gifts, I hope you will accept them." This was a very obvious method to win them over. Fang Yuan did not reject any gifts, he had wanted to get close to Shark Demon to begin with. Joy appeared on his face as he cupped his fists. "Then I will thank Lord Shark Demon in advance." Shark Demon laughed heartily. He clapped his hands. "Good, I like the straightforward nature of you Northern Plains Gu immortals. However, my gifts will have to be personally received by the two of you." Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing looked at each other. They could not help but feel some doubts. Su Bai Man covered her mouth as she smiled and explained, "You might not know, but Lord Husband rarely invites people to be guests. But every time a guest comes, he will give some sharks. However, the guest had to catch it himself. As for what he caught, as for what they catch, it will depend on the guest's abilities." "So that's it." Tai Bai Yunxing and Fang Yuan. They immediately understood. "Please take action, you only have 7 minutes. During this period you will have to stay in the palace, if you go out you will be breaking the rules." Shark Demon said. Tai Bai Yunxing could not help but feel interested. These sharks were raised very well, they had high value. Even if he could not use them, he could sell them elsewhere and exchange them for a considerable amount of immortal yuan stone. Moreover, there were sharks that were suitable for him. Fang Yuan, however, suddenly thought, "Isn't this the famous shark fishing banquet in my previous life?" In his previous life, when Fang Yuan came to Eastern Sea, Shark Demon and Su Bai Man had already died, the reason for their deaths was unknown. This shark sea had become someone else's property. The Gu immortal who occupied this place, Zhu Xinghua, was a hospitable person and had many friends. When he invited his companions to the banquet, he also played this trick, letting the guests fish sharks in the underwater palace. It turned out that the source was Shark Demon himself, while Gu immortal Zhu Xinghua was merely an imitator. The shark fishing had already begun, time was limited. Fang Yuan temporarily suppressed his other thoughts and carefully looked at the sea. Groups of sharks were swimming freely around the underwater palace. These sharks, the ones with the highest value, are the 3 that Shark Demon pointed out earlier. Divine Spear Shark, Shattering Teeth Golden Shark, Silver Scale Great Treasure Shark. But these sharks are not suitable for me. Fang Yuan pondered in his heart. What was suitable for Fang Yuan were Blood Fiend Sharks and Star Spot Sharks. Of these 2 types of sharks, the former was suitable for Hu immortal blessed land that had gone through the blood calamity, while the latter was suitable for star-form blessed land and could be kept in the lake at the center of the blessed land. However, the numbers of these 2 types of sharks were far less than the Divine Spear Shark, Shattering Teeth Golden Shark and Silver Scale Great Treasure Shark. Because the ferocity of Blood Fiend Sharks and Star Spot Sharks could not compare to the Divine Spear Shark, Shattering Teeth Golden Shark and Silver Scale Great Treasure Shark. This area of the underwater palace was where Shark Demon resided. Normally, when Shark Demon was in the mood, he would throw out blood food, causing the sharks to fight over it. As time passed, this place became a treasure land for sharks, with the strongest shark group residing here. It was difficult for Fang Yuan to obtain blood fiend sharks and star spot sharks. He was in the underwater palace, but he could not casually walk around and search the sea. This was only an entertainment activity. Shark Demon would not be so generous as to let others freely hunt sharks in this sea area. Fang Yuan felt regretful. He had no choice but to give up on the idea of blood fiend sharks and star spot sharks. As for the divine spear shark, shattering teeth golden shark, and silver scale great treasure shark, Fang Yuan did not care about them. After these 2 months of accumulation, he already had about 500 to 600 immortal yuan stone. With his immense wealth, he did not care about this bit of profit. How many divine spear sharks, shattering teeth golden sharks, and silver scale great treasure sharks could he collect in 7 minutes? Chapter 900. Fang Yuan quickly thought about it and decided to help Tai Bai Yunxing. The cloud-line sharks that Tai Bai Yunxing wanted to collect were small and exquisite. Not only could they swim in the sea, but they could also fly in the air and survive for a long time. They were very suitable for Tai Bai blessed land. However, these cloud-line sharks were very good at hiding themselves. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to survive in the gaps between the 3 groups of sharks and near the underwater palace. Tai Bai Yunxing's shark fishing encountered difficulties right from the start. His target was the cloud-line sharks, but the god spear sharks, shattertooth golden sharks, and silver scale treasure sharks weren't just watching from the sidelines. Tai Bai Yunxing's methods spread like smoke in the sea, stirring up the 3 groups of sharks. From their point of view, this feng shui treasure land was under their joint control. Now that something was wrong, they were like wild beasts that had their territory invaded. Naturally, they had to teach these daring invaders a lesson. Tai Bai Yunxing was good at healing, but he wasn't good at shark fishing. The 3 groups of sharks also caused him serious interference. After Fang Yuan made his move, he immediately eliminated most of the interference. Tai Bai Yunxing immediately felt relieved and cast a grateful look at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled faintly and nodded at Tai Bai Yunxing without saying anything. Finally, with Fang Yuan's cooperation, Tai Bai Yunxing harvested an ideal number of cloud-line sharks. Tai Bai Yunxing hereby thanks Shark Demon and Su Bai Man. Tai Bai Yunxing stood up and solemnly bowed to the 2 of them. The 2 of you really have a deep friendship. Shark Demon sighed softly. After chatting for a while, the banquet came to an end. The guests and the host were all happy. Shark Demon personally sent them off. He sent Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing out of the sea. Looking at the backs of the 2 leaving, they had already shrunk to the size of ants in the sky. Su Baiman's eyes sparkled. Suddenly she asked, "What do you think of this Xing Xiangzi?" The smile on Shark Demon's face disappeared, his gaze cold and arrogant. He snorted, "This person looks humble on the outside, but he is actually arrogant and full of thoughts. He is different from Tai Bai Yunxing. He is not an easy person to deal with." After pausing for a while, he continued, "Budan is too useless. He was led by the nose by Xing Xiangzi. Budan was on my side, but Xing Xiangzi was making things difficult for him. If Budan was embarrassed, I would also lose face. This Xing Xiangzi had stirred up a storm the first time he came. Hiding a needle in a cotton floss, he was not a kind person. If it was my previous personality, I would have slapped him a few times and taught him to be obedient. Let him know that this is Eastern Sea but Northern Plains." Su Baiman quickly consoled, "Don't be angry, husband, such a capable person naturally has his pride." As for Bo Dan being at a loss of what to do, it was understandable. Think about it, that private sea area of his. Blazing Heaven Demonis had occupied it for many years without any intention of returning it. Recently, when Budan came to ask for it, he was beaten up by Blazing Heaven Demonis. Blazing Heaven Demonis is a Northern Plains immortal zombie. Budan is naturally angry at Northern Plains Gu immortals. Moreover, he lost his private sea area. Without any other methods to earn money, he is extremely short on funds. This time, the rewards for attacking Yulu Blessed Land are huge. It is the best chance to save him from bankruptcy. Xing Xiangzi's wisdom path methods are even more profound than his. Budan could not help but feel anger from losing his livelihood. Because of the importance of this matter, he lost his composure. This is unavoidable. Shark Demon heard this and his eyes brightened. He turned to look at Su Baiman with a smiling gaze. "Why is Madame suddenly speaking up for this Budan? Oh, it must be that fellow Bodan secretly giving Madame some big gift, right?" Su Baiman covered her mouth and laughed. "Nothing can be hidden from husband. It is not a huge gift, it is just a palm-sized medicine ice." Shark Demon was surprised. Even though this medicine ice is not much, it is a genuine rank 8 immortal material. Where did Budan get it from? It seems that he is really spending a lot to protect his livelihood. Su Baiman shook her head. Budan looks unremarkable, but to have such accomplishments he is not simple. Shark Demon pondered. It seems that Budan really wants to grasp this opportunity. He is involved in the situation, his knowledge is a bit blurry. Actually, even if he is not very capable, he will still be of some use. Even though Xing Xiangzi is very capable, he is still an outsider. I will definitely bring along Budan to keep this Xing Xiangzi in check, to prevent him from monopolizing power in the future. If he is already so arrogant now, how will he be in the future? What if he sets a trap for us when we attack? What will we do? We do not know about wisdom path methods. With Budan, Xing Xiangzi will have to be cautious and prevent him from playing any tricks. That is good enough. Su Baiman was immediately at ease. She looked at the man she loved deeply. My husband is truly skilled. Budan and Xing Xiangzi will not be able to do anything in your hands. Ah, madam, don't praise me. Fang Yuan followed Tai Bai Yunxing back to the island. This nameless island was where Tai Bai Yunxing had stayed previously. It was very simple, but because of Tai Bai Yunxing, it gradually gained some fame in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world. Shark Demon had encountered some difficulties in attacking Yulu Blessed Land this time. He had to return in defeat. To carry out the next invasion he needed some time to prepare. Tai Bai Yunxing used this free time to go to all the invitations he had received earlier. Needless to say, landscape as before, this time Path Immortal Gu was very popular. There were unpredictable situations in the world. The sea areas controlled by Gu immortals would have some problems from time to time. Landscape as before Immortal Gu was outstanding in this aspect. It showed immediate results. Fang Yuan, why don't you go with me? We can take care of each other and I can also introduce you to others. If you follow me for one round, you will be able to familiarize yourself with the nearby Gu immortals. Tai Bai Yunxing suggested. This suggestion was very pertinent, but Fang Yuan already had a plan. He smiled bitterly and told Tai Bai Yunxing, Old Bai, it is best if you don't let others know about our relationship. Because what I am going to do next might implicate you. Didn't you come to Eastern Sea to get a share of Yulu Blessed Land and join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance? Tai Bai Yunxing immediately felt something amiss. Hearing Fang Yuan's tone, he seemed to want to cause trouble. Tai Bai Yunxing had a deep impression of Fang Yuan's ability to cause trouble. Imperial Court Blessed Land, Giant Sun Immortals 88-point Jianghu Tower, had collapsed because of Fang Yuan. But this was only done by Fang Yuan when he was immortal. Now that Fang Yuan had become an immortal zombie, his ability to cause trouble had also risen sharply. Fang Yuan, don't act recklessly. What are you planning now? Tai Bai Yunxing looked worriedly at Fang Yuan. Don't worry, my good senior brother, I am doing this to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan consoled. Don't call me senior brother, I am not qualified to be your senior brother. Tai Bai Yunxing quickly waved his hand, but still asked for more details. Fang Yuan revealed a bit. Old Bai, have you ever thought that it would be inappropriate for me to join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance? Tai Bai Yunxing blinked. Although you are a Northern Plains Gu immortal, Eastern Sea Gu immortals from other regions have also joined Eastern Sea's local forces. Moreover, this Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance is the headquarters of the 5 regions zombie alliances. It has a huge force. Other Zombie Alliance branches do not recruit living Gu immortals, but Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance can. Your identity won't be a hindrance either. Fang Yuan shook his head. People like Budan join Zombie Alliance only because they are in a miserable state. These people are at the bottom of Gu immortals. Their status in Zombie Alliance is even lower than immortal zombies. But I, Xing Xiangzi, am not like that. Not only do I have immortal Gu, I also have powerful wisdom path methods that can decipher the battlefield killer moves in Yulu Blessed Land. For someone like me, no matter how much I do, I will not join Zombie Alliance. As long as I show a trace of willingness, I believe other righteous path forces will welcome me to join. That makes sense. Tai Bai Yunxing nodded. Joining these forces means losing freedom. Especially for outsiders like us, the restrictions and supervision are even stricter. Otherwise, why would there be so many Gu immortals and lone cultivators? So, for a Gu immortal like me to join Zombie Alliance, it is not only my own will, but also a strong external pressure. Fang Yuan nodded. Tai Bai Yunxing's eyes shined with a bright light. He quickly asked, what pressure? Fang Yuan first smiled, before asking a question that made Tai Bai Yunxing's face turn pale. Which super force is the closest to this place? Song Clan was a huge force that had been in Eastern Sea for hundreds of years. This family was also one of the top 10 superpowers in the East Sea. Just the Gu immortals in the clan alone numbered 18. Song clan's first supreme elder, Song Qiyuan, had been a rank 8 Gu immortal for many years. His battle strength was deep and unfathomable. Song Qiyuan's son, Song Ling, was a rank 7 Gu immortal. He had outstanding talent and was cultured and refined. He was publicly recognized as the successor of Song clan. But unfortunately, more than 10 years ago, he died from a plot, leaving behind only a daughter. His daughter's surname was Song, her name was Yishur. She was the only descendant of Song Qiyuan's lineage. Song Yishur was doted on by her grandfather, Song Qiyuan. Since she was young, some people were born with a silver spoon in their mouths. Most people in the world were struggling to survive. Most Gu immortals were working hard to prepare for their next tribulation. They were rushing around to raise their cultivation level. While Song Yishur was enjoying the fruits of their labor, Song Qiyuan was providing all of her cultivation resources. As long as Song Yishur asked, her grandfather Song Qiyuan would satisfy her. When Song Yishur underwent immortal ascension, her grandfather Song Qiyuan personally protected her. After becoming a rank 6 Gu immortal, Song Qiyuan gave his granddaughter a huge gift, a sea area of 6 billion km2. It was slightly larger than China's southern sea on Earth. Not only that, this sea area was rich in resources, it was called Poetic Emotion Sea Area. In Eastern Sea's ranking, it was ranked above Shark Demon's Shark Sea. After Fang Yuan investigated and combined with his previous life's memories, he placed his attention on this Song Yishur. Floating astronomy. Chapter 901. After planning for half a month, Fang Yuan arrived at a small island. There were many islands in Eastern Sea. The islands that Fang Yuan stepped on numbered in the millions or even tens of millions. Most of the islands were uninhabited. However, there were signs of human habitation on this island. There were 3 fishing villages on the island. The highest cultivation level was only rank 3. Fang Yuan concealed his figure. Under the blazing sun, he strolled around one of the fishing villages as if nothing had happened. Most of the people around him were mortals. Occasionally, 1 or 2 Gu masters, rank 1 or rank 2, would attract respectful gazes from the mortals. Fang Yuan's current methods were far superior compared to when he was in southern border. He strolled around the village for 2 or 3 times. The people around him could not discover him. This should be Li village. Fang Yuan observed for a long time, and combined with his previous life's memories, he confirmed this place. Of course, this small fishing village was not Li's village yet. But in the 500 years of his previous life, an extremely legendary Gu immortal appeared here. His name was Li Xiaoyao. This small fishing village was renamed Li's village because of him. Of course, Li Xiaoyao had not been born yet. According to his previous life, Li Xiaoyao would be born 200 years later. After confirming this fishing village, Fang Yuan walked out of the village, arriving at a cliff by the sea. There were countless caves on the cliff. Hundreds and thousands of seabirds were resting there. They had strong territorial awareness. Once a Gu master or a large creature enters this place, the seabirds would feel threatened and would attack in full force. Therefore, even the people in the village rarely set foot here. Occasionally, Gu masters would enter. They would pick some herbs or steal some bird eggs. The composition of these birds was complex. It was like a gathering of more than 1,000 beast groups. They were not the same type of birds. On this small island, humans with Gu masters were not the overlords. According to biography of Li Xiaoyao was often bullied by older children. He had no choice but to hide here. He accidentally discovered a small hidden cave here, and he treated this small cave as his little secret base. This cliff was filled with holes, caves of all sizes. There were countless of them. It was naturally quite difficult to find Li Xiaoyao's cave. However, since there's a flock of birds occupying this area, Li Xiaoyao can't possibly go deep inside. His cave should be on the outskirts. Fang Yuan was well prepared. After searching for a while, he had selected over 100 targets. When the noon sun slowly set in the west, Fang Yuan finally found his real target. The cavern wasn't big. Based on Fang Yuan's current size, it wasn't big at all. He couldn't enter it yet. Not to mention Fang Yuan's 8-armed immortal zombie form. Thankfully, he had changed form immortal Gu. Fang Yuan shrunk his body again and entered the hole. The cave was moist. In the evening there was a faint afterglow. After walking for a short distance in the narrow cave, Fang Yuan arrived at the deepest part of the cave. The space here was quite spacious. The sea breeze outside the cliff continuously flowed through the small holes on the walls of the cave. The wind whistled as it poured in. Fang Yuan couldn't help but think of the records in Li Xiaoyao. The content described Li Xiaoyao's hardships as a child. He was often bullied. Hiding in this cave, she sobbed softly while listening to the whimpering of the wind. This situation lasted for a long time. Until one day, fate suddenly turned a corner and Li Xiaoyao's legend began. This corner of fate was a small hole in the corner of the cave. Li Xiaoyao once again hid in it and rested in the corner. In the end, the small hole suddenly collapsed. Li Xiaoyao fell all the way into the depths of the cliff and was swept away by the sea current. Fang Yuan's trip this time was to replicate Li Xiaoyao's fortuitous encounter in his previous life. This cliff was like an ant's nest. The inside seemed to have been drilled through. It was filled with all kinds of caves and tunnels. 6 hours later, Fang Yuan found the correct path. He broke the hole on this side and went in. He entered the inside of the cliff and quickly descended. It was dark and damp inside. There were many small creatures like snakes and frogs. The largest one was a type of lizard that had the size of a cat. These were not obstacles for Fang Yuan. He quickly reached the bottom of the cliff. The rumbling sound of water waves became louder and louder. At the bottom of the cliff, there was a huge whirlpool of seawater. This was the unique undercurrent phenomenon of Eastern Sea. The seawater in the whirlpool rotated rapidly and was filled with water vapor. It was like a monster opening its mouth. Fang Yuan willed and several goo worms flew out and stayed there as a mark. Next he plunged into the rumbling whirlpool. Once he entered the whirlpool, a formless force wrapped around Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan had great strength, he felt helpless when he was wrapped in seawater. Fang Yuan did not struggle and allowed this undercurrent to send him elsewhere. This undercurrent was like a formless dragon python that traversed the bottom of the sea. The fish in the depths of the sea would stay away from the undercurrent. Even seaweed and trees would not grow near the undercurrent, because they could not grow and could not endure the erosion of the undercurrent. Fang Yuan moved rapidly along this undercurrent. His current speed was extremely fast. It was even faster than some ordinary movement immortal killer moves. This was the characteristic of the undercurrent. In Eastern Sea there was a precious sea map. The map did not show islands or sea level, but the undercurrent at the bottom of the sea. Undercurrent after undercurrent intertwined at the bottom of the sea. It was a natural transportation resource. In Eastern Sea some superforces had deep-sea caravans. These caravans used goo worms to drill into the sea and use the undercurrent to move rapidly. In a short period of time, they could travel tens of thousands of li or even hundreds of thousands of li to conduct business. After about 15 minutes, Fang Yuan went from one end of this undercurrent to the other end. The end was similar to the beginning. It was a huge whirlpool of seawater. Fang Yuan jumped out of the whirlpool. What entered his eyes was a sea of red. The scorching hot air hit him in the face. This was a volcano at the bottom of the sea. At this moment Fang Yuan. He was at the waist of this underwater volcano. The volcano was hollow, there was no seawater inside. At the bottom of the volcano, hot and thick magma was surging out from the depths of the trench. Large numbers of life forms resided here. And at the top of the volcano, there was a natural underwater hot spring. Fang Yuan's destination was the underwater hot spring at the top of the volcano. But Fang Yuan estimated that it was not time yet. He decided to probe down and waste some time. The deeper he went, the hotter it got. His eyes were red. A type of fire lizard entered Fang Yuan's detection range. This type of lizard was covered in glossy scales. Its tongue was extended and flicked as it caught flying insects as food. These flying insects actually came from the bottom of the volcano, from the flowing magma river. In the river of magma, bubbles popped up one after another and tiny bugs flew out of them. The fire lizard was lying on both sides of the magma river, seeing the insects flying out. Its tongue shot out like lightning, catching these insects quickly and accurately. In the next second, the tongue brought the food back into its mouth. Such a unique ecology. Fang Yuan looked at it for a while. The mysteries of nature were displayed in front of Fang Yuan. After observing the fire lizard for a while, Fang Yuan focused his attention on the flying insects. These flying insects were quite special. They were born from the magma river and could endure extremely high temperatures. After observing for a while, Fang Yuan had a new discovery. The fire lizard was not certain when it hunted. Sometimes it would fail consecutively. A portion of the flying insects. It seemed that under the life and death pressure of the fire lizard, some kind of profound potential was stimulated. These flying insects, in an extremely short period of time, suddenly turned into goo insects. Their speed increased and they dodged the fire lizard's attack. This was a type of evolution. It was like a carp leaping through the dragon gate, turning from a fish to a dragon. The essence of their life was elevated. After these flying insects evolved into goo worms, a portion of them landed on the fire lizard's body and became its parasitic goo, relying on the fire lizard to survive. But these were all fire path mortal goo. They had no value to Fang Yuan. The only thing that caught Fang Yuan's attention now was this underwater volcano. With it, he would have a production line that could mass-produce fire path and water path goo worms for a long period of time. Mortal goo worms would only have value to goo immortals if they increased in quantity. Finally, Fang Yuan observed this magma river. There were living beings in this magma river. They were a type of fish. Fang Yuan did not intend to look into it, nor did he want to find trouble by swimming in the magma river. The magma river's temperature was very high. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to enter, he would need to use an immortal killer move to defend himself. This also meant that he would need to expend precious immortal essence. Nature was great. There were many places with harsh environments that even goo immortals could not enter for long. Fang Yuan had been estimating the time. When he felt it was about time, he moved up from the bottom of the volcano. After passing the waist of the volcano, Fang Yuan got closer to the peak. At this point he started to be careful and conceal his traces. The young and beautiful Song Yishur was one of the 6 great beauties of Eastern Sea. Today Song Yishur was not in a good mood. She was being pestered again. These male goo immortals that came from everywhere were like annoying flies. They surrounded Song Yishur and made a lot of noise. She could not chase them away. After getting rid of these pursuers with much difficulty, Song Yishur arrived at her private sea area. This sea area was called Poetic Emotion Sea. It produced a type of rank 4 wisdom path goo worm, Poetic Emotion Goo. This goo worm could be used to store emotions. It was extremely precious in the eyes of mortal goo masters. Song Yishur went deep into the sea. She arrived at her underwater volcano palace. This underwater volcano was located in Poetic Emotion Sea. It was naturally Song Yishur's private territory. Song Yishur had built an exquisite and beautiful small palace at the peak of the volcano. She loved the hot spring in the palace. Every once in a while she would come here to soak in it. She took off her clothes, revealing her exquisite, fair and delicate body. Her skin was white and tender like a freshly peeled egg. Her body was soft. She had red lips and beautiful eyes. Her long hair hung down to her waist. She entered the hot spring and closed her eyes to enjoy it. Soon, her mood turned for the better. She started to hum softly. She did not know that Fang Yuan was already hiding nearby, observing her every move. It's about time. Fang Yuan's gaze was eerie as he calculated, purposely revealing a trace of his aura. Chapter 902. Misunderstanding. This is all a misunderstanding. Fang Yuan had no choice but to show himself. Yenif seeing Xing Xiangzi, this old man, suddenly appear in front of her, Song Yishur screamed in shock. She was soaking in the hot spring, naked. This was her weakest moment. So be it if it was a female, but it was a male goo immortal. There was a difference between men and women. Song Yishur fell into panic. I can explain. This is all a huge misunderstanding. Please listen to me. Please listen to my explanation. Fang Yuan waved his hand, talking non-stop. At this moment, Song Yishur's panic was replaced by intense anger. Perverted scoundrel, die. Song Yishur was hidden in the hot spring, pointing at Fang Yuan. Immortal killer move, stream yarn. The water vapor in the air intensified, and 2 streams of water appeared out of nowhere, like the long sleeves of a songstress, or like a veil covering a beauty's face. One on the left and one on the right. They coiled towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Song Yishur was a water path goo immortal. This stream yarn was Song Clan's signature immortal killer move. It was an excellent capturing method. If Fang Yuan was hit, he might not be able to escape. Not daring to let this stream yarn get close, Fang Yuan quickly retreated. Starlight shined around him as star snakes danced in the air, clashing against the stream yarn. Immortal killer move, star snake rope. The star snakes coiled around the stream yarn, but the stream yarn was like water, soaking the star snakes. In just a few breaths of time, the star snakes turned into nothingness. Stream yarn charged towards Fang Yuan again. Star snake rope and stream yarn are both killer moves that focus on capturing. To think that the difference is so huge. Fang Yuan's heart sank. Thankfully, after this delay, the starlight immortal goo in his immortal aperture was fully activated. It emitted a bright light like the rising sun. Around starlight immortal goo. Countless fire path mortal goo were like countless fireflies flying around. Star path immortal killer move, star fire escape. Whoosh. With a soft sound, Fang Yuan's body burned with deep blue flames. Fang Yuan flew like lightning flying into the sky. Where are you going? Song Yishe shouted, quickly using a killer move to block him. Boom. A huge explosion took place at the top of the underwater volcano. The bottom of the sea shook and the torrents surged. More than half of the top of the underwater volcano collapsed, and its natural protective structure was destroyed. Millions of tons of seawater poured in. Song Yishe was flustered in order to deal with the flying boulders and the seawater that was pouring in. She put up a barrier and quickly put on her clothes. Her heart calmed down a little. Then, ignoring the destruction of the volcano by the seawater, she directly chased after Fang Yuan and flew out. You can't escape. Song Yishe gritted her teeth. With the help of Starfire escape, Fang Yuan's speed was extremely fast, but because the seawater was too deep, he could not move at all. After a while he finally flew out of the sea. In the biography of Li Xiaoyao from his previous life, it was recorded that Li Xiaoyao fell to the bottom of a cliff and entered the undercurrent. He was sent to the undersea volcano. The bottom of the volcano was too hot. Li Xiaoyao walked to the top of the volcano. He was surprised to see Song Yishe bathing. Song Yishe acted and restrained Li Xiaoyao. After the interrogation he was overjoyed. It turned out that she did not know that there was a volcano under the sea. There was a hidden undercurrent at the bottom of the sea. Right now there were strong enemies surrounding the sea, and Li Xiaoyao's appearance gave Song Yishe hope of getting out of the predicament. Song Yishe relied on this undercurrent to temporarily resolve her predicament. And Li Xiaoyao's fate changed greatly from then on. He was brought along by Song Yishe, and was taught Gu Master Cultivation. Li Xiaoyao and Fang Yuan's experiences were completely different. Li Xiaoyao is a young boy with delicate features. Although I have a sage-like demeanor and good looks, I am already 70 or 80 years old. Song Yishe is young and Song clan is a huge force. It would be strange if she did not chase after me in anger. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly as he observed his surroundings. When he discovered that Song Yishe was chasing after him, he smiled faintly and charged out of the sea with a boom. Gu Immortal Yao Gu Pai was one of Song Yishe's pursuers. Right now he was patrolling around Emotion Poetry Sea area. He was a handsome young man with rank 6 cultivation, and was a lone cultivator of Eastern Sea. Every once in a while, Fairy Yishe would go to Emotion Poetry Sea's underwater volcano hot spring to bathe. They do not know this secret, only I am clear about it now. I want to use this opportunity to interact with Fairy Yishe more. If I can marry her, would I still need to worry about lacking cultivation resources in the future? What happened? Yao Gupai looked towards the source of the voice and saw Fang Yuan rapidly flying out of the sea, looking like he was escaping in a sorry state. The calm sea surface was stirred up by him. From his appearance he seems to be a scoundrel. Should I chase after him? Yao Gupai hesitated. Right at this time, Song Yishe also came out of the sea. Looking at Fang Yuan's fleeing figure, she shouted angrily, "Don't run, perverted scoundrel, die!" What, perverted scoundrel? It was as if Yao Gupai was struck by a bolt out of the blue. He was so shocked that his eyes bulged out, and his eyeballs nearly popped out of their sockets. Perverted scoundrel? What did Fairy Yishe encounter? That old bastard is actually a daring pervert. He deserves to die, he deserves to die. Yao Gupai roared in his heart, killing intent filling his chest. Fairy Yishe, don't worry, Yao Gupai am here. At the next moment, Yao Gupai shouted loudly, stepping forward. Song Yishe was slightly stunned, her surging aura stagnated. She had just attacked in anger and did not think much when she shouted, but Yao Gupai's appearance made her panic again. Heaven have pity on me. She was still a young girl, this was the first time she had encountered such a thing, she had no experience. She naturally wanted to keep this matter a secret. It would be best if she could settle everything secretly and kill Fang Yuan. No one else would know about this. If this matter spread, how could she face others in the future? But now, another Gu Immortal had appeared. She knew this person, he was one of the pursuers she hated, his surname seemed to be Yao. Song Yishe was not too sure. Yao Gupai saw Song Yishe's panicked expression and felt even more pain in his heart. When he saw Song Yishe's flushed face, it was like the blush of spring. Yao Gupai's killing intent immediately rose by dozens of times. Actually, nothing had happened, but a person's imagination was endless. Moreover, Yao Gupai was a man, and also a fanatical pursuer. It was very easy for him to think of the dark side. Right now, Yao Gupai was thinking, this old perverted thief who was desperately escaping in front of him must have taken advantage of her. He might have used some despicable method to make Fairy Yishur faint. Kissing her, no, kissing and nibbling. Who knew how many times Fairy Yishur had been violated, how much humiliation. Thinking of this, the anger in Yao Gupai's heart was about to ignite his body. He madly chased while shouting, this damned old thing, old pervert, don't run. You actually dare to blaspheme our Fairy Yishur? I will peel off your skin. I will make you regret everything you have done to Fairy Yishur. When Song Yishur heard this angry roar, her body swayed and she almost fell from the sky. Don't be so loud, do you really want the whole world to know about it? Let's quietly, secretly deal with this damned old man, isn't that the best? Unfortunately, the furious Yao Gupai could not hear Song Yishur's inner thoughts. And this was the first time Song Yishur had encountered such a situation. She was at a loss, she wanted to transmit her voice to Yao Gupai, but her skin was too soft, she could not open her mouth no matter what. If she said it, it would be too embarrassing. Among these three, the one who was the happiest, the one who was truly happy was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had already calculated Song Yishur's reaction. Yao Gupai's appearance could be considered an unexpected surprise. Good, that's it, louder, right, louder? Fang Yuan inwardly encouraged Yao Gupai. The two Gu immortals chasing him would definitely not think of Fang Yuan's strange thoughts at this moment. Fang Yuan wanted to blow up the matter. Song Yishur was a Gu immortal of a super force Song clan. She was the beloved daughter of Song Qiyuan. She had so many pursuers. After blowing up the matter, Fang Yuan would have the external pressure to join Zombie Alliance. But this conflict was not about stealing someone's wealth or killing their parents, it was not a life and death battle. At most, Fang Yuan had only taken a glance unintentionally. Song Yishur was a young girl, she did not have much experience, her thoughts were still very conservative, this was the first time someone had seen her body, she was naturally angry and wronged. This was the natural mentality of a young person. But as they grew older and experienced more, no matter who it was, they would more or less understand the principle of flesh and body. So what if they took a glance? Some women wanted others to stare at them without blinking, right? From a certain point of view, didn't this prove her charm? 200 to 300 years later, Li Xiaoyao also took a peek, but nothing happened, instead he was shielded and hidden. One of the main reasons was that Song Yishur's mentality had already changed. Later, Li Xiaoyao had another fortuitous encounter, he became a sword path Gu immortal, finally becoming an immortal couple with Song Yishur. Song Yishur was older than Li Xiaoyao by 200 to 300 years, it was like an old cow eating young grass. Of course there is another reason. That is, 200 to 300 years later Song Qiyuan's lifespan was used up, he died completely. The death of a rank 8 Gu immortal caused a huge change in Eastern Sea's situation. Song clan started to weaken, Song Yishur's huge wealth was coveted by others. Not only was there external pressure, there was also internal strife in the clan. Li Xiaoyao was taught by Song Yishur. When he was a mortal Gu master, he accompanied Song Yishur, going through trials and tribulations with her, never abandoning her, he became the person Song Yishur trusted the most. Later, Li Xiaoyao obtained Sword Immortal Drunken Green Bull's inheritance. He took a new path and became a powerful Sword Path Gu immortal. This made Song Yishur fall in love with him. In the end, the two of them became an immortal couple. Their whereabouts were erratic and elusive, and they were free and unfettered. During the 5 regions' chaotic war, they could fight rank 8s together, they were a pillar of defense against Central Continent. Chapter 903. In the sky, a pursuit was taking place. Bam bam bam. Violent explosions rang out one after another. Song Yishur and Yao Gupai continued to attack, but due to the distance, Fang Yuan was like a slippery eel that was covered in oil, displaying astonishing flying attainment. Fang Yuan, who was running in front like he was escaping, had purposely slowed down to keep up with the two pursuers. He was a demonic path overlord, even though his accomplishments in his previous life were not high, his life experience and battle experience were unimaginable to the two young Gu immortals behind him. Especially Song Yishur, she was too young and had too little battle experience. Even though she had immortal killer moves to travel, she could not catch up to Fang Yuan no matter what. Fang Yuan made many turns, sometimes diving into the water, sometimes flying into the clouds. He was extremely crafty. Song Yishur was seething with anger, she felt like she was not being chased but being played. As for Yao Gupai, he was a lone cultivator. Even though he had more experience, he did not have an immortal gu, not to mention any immortal killer moves. He who could only use mortal killer moves was a tragedy in this pursuit. He was left at the back. He could only shout and scream. If not for Fang Yuan taking care of him, he would have been left far behind long ago. The three streaked across the sky, gradually leaving the poetic emotion sea area. What's going on? Gu immortals are fighting? The sound of breaking air attracted the attention of two lone cultivator Gu immortals on the distant island. These two were playing chess. They were in a leisurely and elegant mood. Hearing the commotion, they raised their heads and started investigating. It seems to be Song Clan's Fairy Yishur and a young lone cultivator are chasing after another person. This person's aura is leaking. He is not from Eastern Sea but a Northern Plains Gu immortal. One more thing. One less thing is better. Song Yishur is Song Qiyuan's beloved daughter. Let's not get involved. That's right. Come, let's continue playing chess. Fang Yuan looked at this island and frowned slightly. He changed his direction and continued flying. Not long after, in the net IC area. What? There is such a shameless old pervert in this world. Fairy Yishur, Chen Zhongyong will lend you a hand. Fang Yuan chuckled and dodged Chen Zhongyong's attack. He continued to flee. Thus, the number of pursuers behind him increased to 3. After another period of time, in the thunder-shaking strait. Fairy Yishur is as pure as ice and pure as jade, yet she was tainted by someone. He deserves to be killed. He deserves to be killed. Bai Qingtian was overcome with grief, and he resolutely joined in the hunt. 15 minutes later, the grand pursuit attracted another Gu immortal who liked to fight. You are a Northern Plains Gu immortal? You dare to target our Eastern Sea female immortal? Are you trying to bully the Eastern Sea for not having anyone capable? Lei Hong was enraged. Song Yishur was getting more and more furious. As she watched Fang Yuan scurry away, her mood became worse and worse. Clearly she had only been peeked at. Why did these people scold her more and more outrageously, making it seem like she was the victim? All of you stop shouting. Kill this person in secret. I have a great reward. Song Yishur could not hold it in any longer and transmitted a message to her companions. These Gu immortals were not fools. After hearing this, they immediately understood. After hearing this, they all kept quiet. Why aren't you scolding anymore? Fang Yuan naturally did not want this to happen. He wanted the matter to blow up as much as possible. The bigger the commotion, the better. Since you are not scolding me, I will do it myself. Thus, Fang Yuan started to shout loudly. He defended himself. Everyone, this is a misunderstanding. I want to explain the situation clearly. Actually, I accidentally entered the underwater volcano in the depths of poetic emotion sea area. This matter can be investigated. I am telling the truth. Old pervert, stop bullshitting. Immediately, a Gu immortal scolded in response. But Fang Yuan ignored him. He continued to shout. I am a Northern Plains Gu immortal. I have just arrived here. I only wanted to choose a nameless island as my resting place. After looking around, I saw an island. I wanted to inspect the surroundings before setting up my method, but I unexpectedly found an undercurrent in the sea. I followed this undercurrent and entered the underwater volcano. Liar, continue to lie for me. You did such a despicable thing, you still have the cheek to deny it, pretending to be a gentleman? Do you think we are so easily deceived? The Gu immortals behind him scolded. Fang Yuan shouted, even if I lied to you, I would have to find another excuse. Why did I mention the undercurrent? You can investigate it. I can tell you the location of that nameless island. Before I entered the undercurrent, I did not know it was connected to the underwater volcano. After I entered the volcano, I discovered... Shut up. Song Yishur shouted. She was worried that Fang Yuan would say something bad. She quickly interrupted him. If you are wrongly accused, don't run, surrender and let us investigate. If you are speaking the truth, I, Song Yishur, am not someone who kills innocent people. Song Yishur had learned her lesson. She had improved. She actually knew how to deceive people. However, her tone was too stiff. Anyone who heard it would be able to hear her roar of rage and monstrous killing intent. Song Yishur was too capable. Her acting was not up to par. Fang Yuan ran even faster, shouting, do you think I am an idiot? If I surrender, I will die. I'm innocent. I didn't even touch a single finger of yours. After I entered the volcano. Shut up. Song Yishur was furious, her voice raised by an octave. The other male Gu immortals were furious on the surface, but they were secretly listening attentively, afraid that they would miss out on Fang Yuan's words. Seeing that Fang Yuan was interrupted by Song Yishur again, they felt slightly regretful. But Fang Yuan quickly said, "You don't want me to say it, but I will. How can you be so domineering? I am a Northern Plains Gu immortal who came to Eastern Sea to make a living. Do you think it is easy for me? I did not do anything, I only saw you bathing, this is all a misunderstanding." Song Yishi's vision darkened. She was so angry that her heart was about to explode. She could make her pursuers shut up, but she could not stop Fang Yuan's shouting. So such an interesting thing happened. At this time a charming laugh could be heard. A female Gu immortal approached them. "It's 7C's Snake Lady." The Gu immortals chasing Fang Yuan saw this female Gu immortal. Their gazes froze. Yao Gupai was already cursing internally, the others subconsciously looked at Song Yishi's face. Song Yishi's expression was ashen. She was like ice, emitting a cold aura. It turned out that 7C's Snake Lady and Song Yishi were both publicly recognized as one of the 6 beauties of Eastern Sea. 7C's Snake Lady had rank 7 cultivation level, she was a demonic path Gu immortal, she had conflicts with Song Yishi, but because of Song Qiyuan's deterrence, she did not dare to attack Song Yishi. Now that she heard this explosive news, it would be strange if she did not add fuel to the fire and spread it everywhere. Song Yishi felt like the sky was collapsing. What should she do? 7C's Snake Lady would definitely ruin her reputation. Song Yishi felt even more hatred and anger towards Fang Yuan. "You old pervert, how can you run so fast? And you even ran into 7C's Snake Lady? What a joke." This route was carefully chosen by Fang Yuan after he personally inspected it. The Gu immortals they might meet along the way were all things that Fang Yuan had investigated in detail. 7C's Snake Lady was the main focus of Fang Yuan's plan this time. Even though 7C's Snake Lady was a demonic path Gu immortal, she had 7 sea areas. Right now, this sea area was the crucial time for the red tide fish to reproduce. 7C's Snake Lady had to stay here. This information was easily obtained by Fang Yuan. 7C's Snake Lady was a snake and scorpion beauty, she was beautiful on the outside. Vicious and merciless. The righteous path would spread information about such vicious people, in case they ran into them. Boom. With a loud sound, 7C's Snake Lady suddenly attacked. She attacked Fang Yuan's pursuers. 7C's Snake Lady, what are you doing? Lei Hong shouted. Song Yishi's group was greatly disrupted. Such an interesting matter. Of course I have to join in. 7C's Snake Lady had an alluring body, she replied with coquettish eyes. Lei Hong had a solemn expression. "I will block 7C's Snake Lady. Continue the chase." He had rank 7 cultivation level, he was not afraid of 7C's Snake Lady. Even though his battle strength was lacking, he could stall for a while and escape safely. 7C's Snake Lady and Fang Yuan did not know each other, she did not intend to help. Seeing Lei Hong appear, 7C's Snake Lady showed a look of disgust, she stopped on the spot. "It's you again, this nosy fellow who is wandering around aimlessly." Thereupon, the other Gu immortals went around 7C's Snake Lady and chased after her. Time passed, after half a day, a few more Gu immortals joined in the pursuit of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was also quite injured, but he did not fall into the enemy's hands, he was still escaping. Damn it. Song Yishi gritted her teeth, looking at Fang Yuan's energetic figure, she felt fatigue. Everything happened too quickly, too suddenly. How did this happen? Song Yishi also felt a sense of absurdity in her heart. Just a moment ago, she was still enjoying a peaceful and beautiful life, enjoying the soothing feeling of the hot spring. But now she was chasing her enemy to the ends of the world, she could not catch up no matter what. And now all the immortals knew about it. Song Yishi's body was tired, but her heart was even more tired. It's about time. Fang Yuan looked at the pursuers behind him, a faint smile on his face. The implementation of this plan was even better than what he had originally imagined. Now it is time to escape. Thinking of this, a ruthless light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. His body suddenly shook and split into 6 figures that fled in different directions. Immortal Killer Move, 6 Illusion Star Bodies. The pursuers cried out in alarm, they were dazed for a moment before splitting up to pursue. Immortal Killer Move, Position Star Swap. Fang Yuan suddenly changed his location, appearing in front of Yao Gupai. "Don't think I don't dare to kill you," Fang Yuan growled, using Star Cloud Grindstone. He had been escaping all along, how could Yao Gupai expect him to change his style and counterattack? Caught off guard, he was sucked into the Star Cloud Grindstone. He only had mortal killer moves, how could they match the might of an immortal Gu? When the immortals came and broke through the star cloud grindstone, Fang Yuan was already holding Yao Gupai's head in his hands. Humph, don't go too far. Fang Yuan revealed a ruthless light as he looked at the immortals. The pursuers only had rank 6 cultivation level. Lei Hong, who was similar to a rank 7, was not so easy to encounter. Yao Gupai is a Gu immortal after all, but he could not even last this long. Northern Plains barbarians have outstanding battle strength indeed. The immortals were shaken, feeling deep wariness in their hearts. Chapter 904. 3 days later in Eastern Sea's Gu immortal world, a scandalous piece of news spread everywhere. It was about how one of the 6 beauties of Eastern Sea, Fairy Yishur, was sullied by an old perverted thief while she was bathing. Song Yishur was Song Qiyuan's beloved daughter. She was very popular and had many suitors. This matter concerned Song clan's reputation. Once the news spread, it attracted the attention of many Gu immortals. Soon, Xing Xiangzi's identity as a Northern Plains Gu immortal was investigated by Gu immortals. Before Song clan had even expressed their stance, Song Yishur's pursuers, filled with anger, had already started a large-scale manhunt for Fang Yuan. In a nameless and ownerless barren sea area, deep in the sea, the waves were dark and there were few fish. A blessed land's entrance that looked like a wooden door suddenly appeared and opened with a creak. A figure walked out from it. It was Fang Yuan in Xing Xiangzi's appearance. Fang Yuan killed Yao Gupai in battle. After that he escaped with Yao Gupai's corpse. There were 2 uses for Gu immortal corpses. One was to land on the ground and form a blessed land. The other was to put it in one's own immortal aperture and absorb the Gu immortal's Dao marks. Fang Yuan did not think too much, he chose the former. His immortal aperture was dead. Putting the corpse into his dead aperture would not only not obtain Dao marks, it would also cause the dead aperture to collapse and the body would explode. Immortal zombies had tried this before, but there were no successful cases. Fang Yuan first used wisdom path methods to temporarily suppress the immortal aperture and stall for some time. After getting rid of the pursuers, he used a stargate to return to Tai by Yunqing's immortal aperture. Next, he used fixed immortal travel to a remote location in the northeast of Eastern Sea. Finally, he went to the bottom of the sea. Without anyone noticing, he planted Yao Gupai's immortal aperture deep in the sea. When the immortal aperture formed a blessed land, it naturally caused earth qi and heaven qi to fluctuate. 2 whale desolate beasts were attracted, but Fang Yuan sent them away. Fang Yuan first changed his appearance and entered Yao Gupai's blessed land, meeting the land spirit. Yao Gupai was a woodpath Gu immortal. His land spirit was rather peculiar. It was shaped like a tree and was planted in the center of the blessed land. He could not move an inch. The big tree land spirit informed Fang Yuan of its conditions: 100,000 immortal yuan stones and a large number of rare immortal materials, including countless rank 7 and 8 immortal materials, and even Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's blood. This requirement was too high and too difficult. Of course, Fang Yuan couldn't fulfill it, so he could only regretfully leave this blessed land. Yao Gupai was a loose cultivator. Among the pursuers he had the least background, and his background wasn't great either. That's why I killed him. Killing the chicken to warn the monkey. As expected, I managed to intimidate Song Yishur and her group, allowing them to escape easily. Yao Gupai's immortal aperture turned into a blessed land. The land spirit's condition of recognizing a master has nothing to do with me, the murderer. What he needed was a large amount of cultivation resources. It could be seen that the greatest obsession in Yao Gupai's heart was the desire for wealth. But his desire is a little too insatiable. Fang Yuan had just stepped out. The door of the blessed land closed. He looked back and saw that the door was completely closed. He could not help but frown. If Yao Gupai's obsession was related to me with my rich blood path methods, I would be able to deal with it. Unfortunately, this master recognition condition is harder than ascending to heaven. Not to mention the 100,000 immortal yuan stones, even those rare immortal materials were extremely hard to gather. Unless Fang Yuan robbed the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, or made a huge profit from the Celestial Court's warehouse, with his current condition, if he tried his best to gather them, and if his luck was good, 200 to 300 years was the most conservative estimate. Not to mention, the big tree land spirit's final condition was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's blood. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable was a rank 9 Woodpath Gu Venerable. Yao Gupai was also a Woodpath Gu Immortal. It was not strange that he coveted Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable's blood. But what kind of person was Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable? Even if he had his blood, if it was kept in Heavenly Lotus sect, it would be a genuine rank 9 immortal material. This was an extremely precious item that could refine rank 9 immortal goo. It would definitely be heavily guarded. How could Fang Yuan obtain it? This Yao Gu Pai must have gone crazy from poverty. His obsession towards wealth is actually so strong. It seems that to obtain this blessed land, the official way is already a dead end. The only way left is to forcefully attack it. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with a cold light. If this land spirit did not recognize him as master, then he would destroy the land spirit and forcefully occupy this blessed land. Not all blessed lands had a land spirit. Some Gu immortals were completely killed without leaving any obsession behind. The blessed land formed after their deaths was a blessed land without land spirit. Yao Gu Pai's blessed land had a land spirit. The master recognition condition was too harsh. Fang Yuan could only have evil intentions and plan to forcefully attack it. Just like how Shark Demon's group attacked Yulu blessed land. If I can take down this blessed land, I will have a place to stay in Eastern Sea. But now is not the time to deal with this blessed land. I should meet up with Shark Demon's group first. Fang Yuan scattered a group of mortal goo, forming a goo formation around him. Next, he activated fixed immortal travel and left this place, heading towards Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. At the bottom of the sea, fixed immortal travel's aura was completely destroyed by Fang Yuan's goo formation. After finishing this task, this mortal goo formation collapsed on its own. Unless it was an extremely powerful tracking method, no one would be able to discover such a hidden paradise in this ordinary seabed. Fang Yuan came out of Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture. The latter had already set off, flying above the vast sea. The two senior and junior brothers conversed along the way. After 15 minutes, they arrived above Yulu blessed land. But there was no one here. The two waited for a while before Zombie Alliance's Gu Immortals, led by Shark Demon, flew over together. Brother Xingxiang, you have been in the limelight recently. Seeing Fang Yuan, Shark Demon teased. The other Gu Immortals also looked at Fang Yuan with strange gazes. These last 3 days, Fang Yuan had been in the limelight in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. He had already gained some fame. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly in response. He replied, bad luck, bad luck. Sorry for making a fool of myself. I wanted to find an island to stay on, but I found an undercurrent in the sea. I wanted to explore it, but I ended up encountering such a troublesome matter. This is not a troublesome matter, it is more appropriate to call it a romantic affair. Budan laughed loudly, mocking him. Earlier, Fang Yuan had taught him a lesson. But after that, Budan paid a huge price. He gave Su Baiman a huge gift, and continued to participate in the Blessed Land invasion. His attitude was somewhat fearless. Fang Yuan looked at him and laughed. He did not bicker with such a person. He looked around. Other than Shark Demon, Su Baiman, and Budan, there was only a familiar face, Immortal Zombie Sha Nanjiang. There were 3 fewer people than before. But Shark Demon was full of confidence. He had clearly made ample preparations before coming. Everyone went to the bottom of the sea and opened Yulu Blessed Land's entrance. They entered the battlefield killer move freezing rain frozen earth again. For this invasion we will need you, Xingxiang Zi. Budan will assist you. Shark Demon instructed politely. In the previous battle, Fang Yuan's performance was very outstanding. Shark Demon and the rest felt that Xingxiang Zi's wisdom path attainment was higher. Lord Shark Demon, don't worry, I will do my best. Fang Yuan expressed his firm attitude. Budan snorted coldly in his heart, even though he was very dissatisfied. But he knew himself. He crossed his arms and watched from the side. His gaze was dark. Facing freezing rain frozen earth again, Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. He began to deduce. Freezing rain frozen earth battlefield killer move had completely recovered. The damage caused by Fang Yuan and the rest had been repaired. Fang Yuan was not surprised. Earlier, when Shark Demon and the rest attacked the Blessed Land, the battlefield killer move showed signs of self-recovery. But he did not know if this was the work of Yulu Blessed Land's land spirit or Fairy Yulu's arrangements. Speaking of which, Shark Demon and the rest had been attacking the Blessed Land for so long, but they had not found Yulu Blessed Land's land spirit. Whether the land spirit existed or not was still an unsolved mystery. Because of his previous experience, Fang Yuan progressed quickly. He naturally did not destroy that crucial mortal goo, so when the battlefield killer move was used for the first time, its power did not increase. Ice needles rained down. Shark Demon stepped forward and activated his immortal goo. The immortal goo's name was Melt Ice. It was an ice path immortal goo that could melt ice. This goo was specially borrowed by Shark Demon and the others for the Freezing Rain Frozen Earth Battlefield Killer move. They had spent a lot to borrow it from a member of Zombie Alliance. With this Melt Ice Immortal goo, it was extremely effective against Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Even the Desolate Beast level snow monsters were greatly suppressed. Shark Demon and the rest felt much more relaxed. The immortal essence they expended was also several levels lower than before. Tofu with brine. Everything has its weakness. The powerful Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Upon meeting a mere Melt Ice Immortal goo, its power fell sharply. The Goo Master world was like this. All living things were balanced, strength and weakness were relative. There were no invincible goo worms, only invincible Goo Masters. With Melt Ice Immortal goo, Shark Demon and the rest had a lot of ease. Fang Yuan also advanced steadily. Even though he was a Wisdom Path newbie, he had gained valuable experience last time. After he returned, he felt that he had improved a lot. He also thought of many methods. This time, Fang Yuan came prepared. Undeniably, Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Path inheritance was incomparably outstanding. Fang Yuan relied on it to forcefully open up the battlefield. Everything was difficult at the beginning. After opening up the battlefield, Fang Yuan's progress became faster and faster. He deduced more and more hidden goo worm locations. But during this process, Fang Yuan also felt the weakness of his lack of experience. Thankfully, he was an astute person. He ordered Budan to make a move at this time. Even though Budan's Wisdom Path methods were shallow and lacking, after Fang Yuan opened up the battlefield, he understood the contents of the battlefield killer move. His dismantling methods were proficient and accurate. Fang Yuan pretended to deduce while secretly observing Budan's methods. He learned a lot of practical experience. His Wisdom Path attainment rose rapidly. Eventually, the two worked together to completely dismantle the Freezing Rain Frozen Earth battlefield killer move. At this point, the Freezing Rain battlefield had launched a total of 33 attacks. It was all because of Shark Demon's Melt Ice Immortal goo that held up the battlefield. Chapter 905. Freezing Rain Frozen Earth dissipated, the world changed drastically. Since the original world of ice and snow had been replaced by a dark and spacious environment. It was as if it was dusk, with dark clouds covering the sky and a thunderstorm was approaching. Evidently, this was another battlefield killer move. Welcome to Fighting Soul Battlefield. A female voice suddenly resounded in the battlefield. It was ethereal and melodious. Every time they entered a battlefield, there would be a notification. Shark Demon's expression changed. Oh no, it is the famous Fighting Soul Battlefield. This is going to be difficult. Before he finished speaking, a sandstorm blew in the surroundings. Sand and dust filled the air as soul beasts appeared out of nowhere. They surrounded the Goo Immortals from all directions. Su Baiman quickly reminded, Xing Xiang Zi Budan, you two need to hurry. There are too many soul beasts here. The longer you drag this on, the stronger the soul beasts will be. This Fighting Soul Battlefield is a battlefield killer move created by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable after referencing a certain inheritance of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's other creations all contained a merciful heart. There would always be a chance of survival. But this battlefield killer move is different. It has the killing nature of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. It is the battlefield killer move with the strongest killing intent among Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable's creation. Fang Yuan and Budan did not dare to be careless. They used their methods to break it. Fang Yuan soon realized. This Fighting Soul Battlefield was different from Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. The latter's attacks were flawless. They were integrated into one. No one could attack them. But right from the start of Fighting Soul Battlefield, Fang Yuan easily found the hidden points of several mortal goo. As time passed, Fang Yuan found more and more hidden points. There were simply too many of them. Tens of thousands. The number of goo worms used to create this battlefield killer move far surpassed Fang Yuan's expectations. Fang Yuan soon realized something else. Traps similar to the Freezing Rain Frozen Earth battlefield killer move did not exist. No matter what hidden points were destroyed, there would be no backlash. There was no need for Fang Yuan to recalculate. Therefore, very soon Fang Yuan and Budan began to decisively dismantle these hidden points. However, the offensive power of this Fighting Soul Battlefield was several times stronger than the Freezing Rain Frozen Earth. Freezing Rain Frozen Earth's attacks were intermittent. There was a period of peace between the attacks, allowing the Goo Immortals to rest and recover. Once the War Soul Battlefield was activated, it didn't stop. The number of soul beasts increased exponentially, and soon Desolate-class soul beasts were formed. After a while, there were more than 10 Desolate-class soul beasts. and ancient desolate class soul beasts were also starting to appear. In less than half an incense stick's time, Shark Demon and the others had no choice but to activate the profound ice house and escape in a sorry state. There are too many goo worms that make up this battlefield killer move. I am ashamed, but I lack methods. I can only dismantle them one by one. Out of the sea, Budan faced Shark Demon. He did not hide anything or make false reports. Just tell the truth. Feng Yuan also frowned. With my methods, I can at most dismantle 5 to 6 hidden points at once. I suspect the difficulty of unraveling the Warsoul battlefield lies in this. The faster we unravel it, the longer we can last under the attacks of the soul beasts. The higher the chance of unraveling this killer move. As for the difficulty of unraveling it itself, it isn't high. Then according to your deductions with your speed, how long do you need to completely unravel this battlefield killer move? Shark Demon quickly asked. Feng Yuan smiled bitterly and shook his head. I am not sure. I did not inspect the battlefield killer move in its entirety. There are too many hidden points, they are like the stars in the sky. But from the tens of thousands of hidden points that I found, to get rid of them I will need at least the time of 2 incense sticks. Shan'an Jiang involuntarily blurted out, 2 incense sticks? We resisted for half an incense stick's time. Ancient desolate level soul beasts have already appeared. 2 incense sticks time, there are definitely immemorial level soul beasts that have formed and not just one. Everyone became silent. Su Baiman said solemnly, if that is the case it seems we will have to invite more people next time. These Gu immortals need to have wisdom path attainment at least to get rid of the hidden points. Saying so, Su Baiman and Shark Demon looked at each other, seeing the bitterness in each other's eyes. There were not many Gu immortals with wisdom path attainment to begin with. The price to ask for their help was not small. Shark Demon pondered for a while before saying, then let's disperse for now. The next time will be around 30 days later. The specific time will depend on the situation. I will inform everyone. Xingxiangzi, this is my token. You can use this to temporarily stay in Zombie Alliance's headquarters and lie low. Feng Yuan smiled lightly. Thank you Lord Shark Demon for your kind intentions, but I do not want to waste time. Just Song Yi sure cannot do anything to me. Even though Song clan has a huge force, they cannot control the entire Eastern Sea. If I cower because of this, then I, Xingxiangzi, would have cultivated for so many years in vain. Everyone will meet again next time. Looking at Feng Yuan and Tai by Yunxing flying away, Budan took a step forward, arriving at Shark Demon's side and slandering him. This Xingxiangzi does not know what is good for him. Lord, he actually did not appreciate your kindness. Shark Demon glanced at him and snorted coldly, saying in displeasure, if you had worked harder, why would I have treated him like this? Budan had a bitter expression. Lord, it is not that I did not try my best, but my inheritance is too incomplete, my ability is limited. Shark Demon waved his hand impatiently. Budan quickly shut up and retreated with his head lowered. Su Baiman got closer and smiled. Husband, if you are worried that something might happen to Xingxiangzi and affect the next attack, there is no need to worry. Northern Plains Gu immortals usually have higher battle strength than the other 4 regions. Xingxiangzi also has immortal Gu with him. His battle strength is so outstanding that he can kill the Yao Gu Pai on the spot. It will not be a big deal. Even though he offended Song Yishur, the beloved daughter of Song Qiyuan, because Song clan is a righteous path superforce with huge assets, they will not wage a war over such a small matter. But Song clan's reputation is damaged, they will definitely give an explanation. Not long later, Xingxiangzi will feel immense pressure. At that time, won't he come to our side? That is true, my wife's analysis is reasonable. Shark Demon's expression eased as he lightly held Su Baiman's hand. Northern Plains, Luopa Valley. The battle around Luopa Valley had unknowingly lasted for half a month. On Qin Baisheng's side, they had a strong geographical advantage. Feng Jioga's side could not take them down even after a long time. But Feng Jioga and the rest seemed to be determined to attack. As long as they did not retreat, Qin Baisheng's side could only continue to hole up in Luopa Valley. Jianghu, how are your injuries? How are your injuries? Qin Baisheng visited Fairy Jianghu. In another half a day, I will be completely healed. Fairy Jianghu was sitting cross-legged on the bed. She closed her eyes to heal her injuries while replying distractedly. Qin Baisheng's expression shone with joy. That's good. After you recover, we will protect you with all our strength. You can immediately break out of the encirclement and go to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance to activate our backup plan. What? We need to use Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's backup plan? Will it affect the entire plan? Fairy Jianghu was shocked, she could not help but ask. Qin Baixing said solemnly, it won't. I have already communicated with Old Man Inkstone from Southern Border's Shadow Sect headquarters. We have already communicated. Feng Jioge is truly an amazing person. His self-created Heaven and Earth song can actually fight evenly with my five-finger fist heart sword. My personal reputation is insignificant. The immortal goo being refined in Luopa Valley has yet to take form. This goo is related to the plan, we cannot lose it. But now that Luopa Valley is heavily surrounded by Central Continent's people, we are at a disadvantage in terms of numbers. We can only rely on the ancient soul beasts to defend. Being conservative will lead to failure, we need to take the initiative. These last days, he and Feng Jioge had fought dozens of times, they had exchanged blows and used all their strength, but there was no clear victor. Qin Baixing was concerned about the big picture. He was already looking for a way to break out of this predicament. Right at this time, Feng Jioge's voice could be heard from outside. Qin Baixing heard this and sneered in his heart. You endured for 3 days this time. You finally could not endure it and came to challenge me again? Qin Baixing flew into the sky, facing Feng Jioge. Brother Feng. You and I have fought dozens of times, we already know each other's abilities. You are a smart person. Can't you see the current situation? As long as this Luopa Valley is guarded by me, you will not be able to attack. Feng Jioge laughed heartily, his eyes shining with intense confidence. Brother Qin, it is different this time. I fought with you countless times and obtained many inspirations. These 3 days I was in closed cultivation, and finally used these inspirations to complete an incomplete move that I created earlier. Qin Baixing's expression turned solemn. Feng Jioge raised his head slightly and said loudly, this time I would like to invite Brother Qin to comment on my song of submission. Green Jade Song. Heaven and Earth Song. Submission Song. When Feng Jioge sang the Green Jade Song, his voice was clear and sweet, like pearls falling on a jade plate. When he sang the Heaven and Earth Song, his voice was grand and majestic, making people feel that they were insignificant. At this time when Feng Jioge sang the submission song, he shut his mouth. The whole place was silent. Qin Baixing's expression turned solemn and grave, because he heard Feng Jioge's voice. His voice directly resounded in Qin Baixing's mind. This submission song was not to be listened to with the ears, but with the heart. Qin Baixing's heart sank. This sound path killer move contains wisdom path, enslavement path, sound path and soul path. It can affect people's hearts. From opening to closing, it already has a trace of the charm of five-finger fist heart sword. Feng Jioge obtained this inspiration from me. It's just that this degree isn't enough to affect my fighting spirit. Oh no. Qin Baixing's reaction was considered fast, but the submission song took effect even faster. In Luopa Valley, many ancient soul beasts that were defending were moved by Feng Jioge's song. They bowed towards Feng Jioge and betrayed him, becoming the lackeys of Central Continent's Gu immortals. Submission song could temporarily make desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts change sides, becoming subordinates of the singer. Damn it. Yilangzi cursed. They were few in numbers, they needed to rely on the ancient soul beasts to defend. But now, most of the ancient soul beasts betrayed them and attacked Luopa Valley. Shadow Sect's side was in danger. But Qin Baixing was not easy to deal with. He quickly thought of this and used a battlefield killer move. Feng Jioge and the rest, as well as the ancient soul beasts, were drawn into the battlefield. The battlefield was covered in thick fog, countless specters flew around. Dark blue soul beasts quickly formed, most were ordinary soul beasts, but desolate level soul beasts soon appeared. It seemed that they would also become ancient soul beasts soon. The soul beasts formed in the battlefield immediately clashed with the ancient soul beasts under Feng Jioge's control. Good. Feng Jioge stopped singing, he clapped his hands and praised. Using this battlefield to strengthen my control over the soul beasts, I can negate the advantage of submission song. But this soul taker battlefield is outdated, even though it was created by Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he created it when he was young. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had obtained this killer move and created an even better battle soul battlefield. Soul Taker Battlefield can only turn the souls of living beings into soul beasts. But Battle Soul Battlefield can create an endless supply of soul beasts. Feng Jioge was inside the battlefield killer move, but he was not worried, he praised this killer move with confidence. But Qin Baixing smiled. Predecessors plant trees for future generations to benefit from. Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable was able to create an even better Battle Soul Battlefield based on Spectral Soul Demon Venerable's foundation. it is natural for him to have some achievements. But he has a kind nature. He reduced spectral soul demon venerable's killing intent. He looks outstanding, but he lost the possibility of advancing further. Just as he said that, the battlefield changed again. Feng Jioga's expression changed. So this is not Soul Taker battlefield, it is the trillion slaughter field created by spectral soul demon venerable in his later years. Chapter 906. Eastern Sea Song Clan Headquarters, Zhongshui Blessed Land. Grandpa, you have to avenge me. Song Yishur rushed into the study room, stomping her feet and acting like a spoiled child towards the rank 8 Gu Immortal Song Qiyuan. Song Qiyuan and a group of rank 7 Gu Immortal elders were discussing the important matters of the clan. But Song Yishur barged in like this. Song Qiyuan slowly turned around, showing no anger on his face. He had a benevolent smile. My dear granddaughter, how do you want Grandpa to avenge you? Song Yishur was not surprised that her grandfather knew about this. In fact, it would be strange if Song Qiyuan did not know about this. This young female Gu Immortal had already thought of an answer before coming. She gritted her teeth. Grandpa, capture him alive and let me deal with him. At the same time she added in her mind, I want to dig out this old scoundrel's eyeballs first, then pull out his tendons and skin him alive. I will make him regret everything he has done. Song Qiyuan nodded, agreeing without hesitation. Good idea. But he dragged his words. Song Qiyuan's tone changed as he showed a difficult expression. Grandpa has some matters on hand right now. I can't leave for this period of time. How about I ask your uncle Song Xiachi to help you? Song Yishur's eyes shined. Forgetting her own honor, she thought of something and asked excitedly, Grandpa, is it about ascending heaven plane? Song Qiyuan did not hide it from her. He admitted, that's right. Ascending heaven plane's exact location has almost become an open secret in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. Old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance is buried in ascending heaven plane. This time, Grandpa will personally lead the clan's Gu Immortals. We will contend with Kai clan and Rua Lai clan. We will try our best to obtain old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance. Old eccentric Tian Nan. He was a refinement path great grandmaster of the remote antiquity era. In history he had the same fame as old immortal Kongju. Long hair ancestor in old immortal Kongju. According to historical records, old eccentric Tian Nan had an eccentric personality. Because he tried to refine the immemorial nine heavens, he failed and died. Even though Song Yishur was spoiled, she knew the big picture. She quickly said, Grandpa, go ahead and defeat those two clans. You don't need to worry about their matters. However, Uncle Song Xiachi alone was not enough. I still need Uncle Song Jiadan to help me calculate and deduce the position of that old thief. Ah, my good granddaughter. Alright, take this warrant and head to the Twin Polar Strait to find your Uncle Song Jiadan. As he spoke, Song Qiyuan tossed out a token. Song Yishur hurriedly took it and with a joyful expression, she turned around and left. He didn't even greet them. The Twin Polar Strait was shrouded in a thick layer of fog all year round. Song Yishur floated in midair, facing the mist in front of her. However, he was in a dilemma. He asked a middle-aged Gu Immortal beside him, Uncle Xiachi, how do I go in? Song Xiachi was full of vigor. He smiled faintly when he heard this. Didn't the old man give you a token? Little Yishur. You only need to show your token and your Uncle Jiadan will sense it. Song Yishur raised the token in her hand. After a while, the fog in front of him began to spin slowly, revealing a narrow passage. It led straight to the interior of the bipolar strait. Song Yishur and Song Xiachi followed the passage and stepped into the Twin Polar Strait, meeting Song Jiadan. Song Jiadan was a wisdom path Gu Immortal specially nurtured by Song clan. He sat cross-legged on the cliff of the Twin Polar Strait all year round. His upper body was extremely old while his lower body was petrified, seemingly fused with the Twin Polar Strait below him. Uncle Jiadan. Song Yishur called out. Since birth, she had only seen Gu Immortal Song Jiadan a few times, but that did not hinder her admiration and reverence towards Song Jiadan. Song Jiadan was willing to sacrifice his freedom for the clan. Ever since he became a wisdom path Gu Immortal, he sat cross-legged here, using a special wisdom path inheritance to fuse with heaven and earth. Thus, Song Jiadan's deductions and plans were extremely outstanding. Every time Song clan had a huge operation, they would ask him to make a divination and make deductions for them. In the current Eastern Sea Gu Immortal world, he was publicly recognized as one of the 3 most outstanding Wisdom Path Gu immortals. There was a poem to prove it. Twin Polar Pan Jia Dan Huan was hidden in Nangong and Dragon Head Tortoise, returning from Adversity C. Song Jia Dan had already opened his eyes, looking at Song Yishe and Song Xiaqi expressionlessly. He wanted to smile, but his face was like a statue, his muscles were stiff and expressionless. Even when he opened his mouth, his voice was extremely slow and difficult. Little Shi, cousin Xiaqi, long time no see. Uncle Jia Dan, I came this time to ask you to deduce the exact location of an enemy. Here, this is his image and the aura I collected. Song Yishe took the initiative to hand over 2 Gu worms. Let me take a look at the token first. Song Jia Dan said slowly. Even though he knew Song Yishe and Song Xiaqi, he was impartial. He needed Song Qiyuan's token to make a deduction. After confirming that the token was correct, Song Jia Dan slowly opened his mouth and let out a suction force, sucking the 2 Gu worms in Song Yishe's hands into his mouth. He slowly closed his eyes and started the deduction. After a long while, he opened his eyes, revealing a puzzled expression. I can't deduce it. What? At once, be it the expectant Song Xiaqi or the confident Song Yishe, they were both extremely shocked. Uncle, you are one of the 3 strongest Wisdom Path Gu immortals in Eastern Sea, how can you not deduce it? Song Yishe shouted. Little Shi, don't be anxious. Song Xiaqi's expression was solemn. Cousin Jia Dan, the other party is only a rank 6 lone cultivator from Northern Plains. With your Wisdom Path attainment, you can't deduce it. Song Jia Dan was still expressionless, his voice was deep and slow. What's so strange about me not being able to deduce it? I only have rank 7 cultivation level, even though I have some reputation. That is just meaningless flattery from nosy people. From start to finish, I am only a tiny worm in this grand world. I can only recognize some of the signs of an approaching storm. Compared to the world, I am as insignificant as an ant. Compared to the heroes of this world, I am content in my own corner. Song Xiaqi smiled bitterly. Cousin, you are still so humble. Song Jia Dan, it is not that I am humble, but because I am one with heaven and earth at all times. Every time I take a step forward on this wisdom path, I can see even more wondrous scenes. The more I know about the mysteries of heaven and earth, the more I understand how insignificant I am. So this is not being humble. It is being realistic, knowing one's own limitations. Song Yishe said unwillingly, Uncle Jia Dan, even if you cannot deduce it, you are still the smartest person here. You're the smartest person here, so you still have to give me some good advice. Song Jia Dan was silent for a while. Then he said, there are 2 reasons why I cannot deduce it. First, the other party is not in Eastern Sea. Second, the other party has Wisdom Path methods that can obstruct my deductions. Or maybe other Wisdom Path Gu immortals are helping him to cancel out my deductions. Song Yishe and Song Xiaqi looked at each other. Both of these reasons were rather inconceivable. First, if Xing Xiangzi was not in Eastern Sea, where else could he be? The earth tide had already ended. Could it be that he could return to Northern Plains? Second, how could Xing Xiangzi have Wisdom Path attainment that could resist Song Jia Dan? If someone helped him, then this person was at least on the same level as Song Jia Dan? Was it Nangong Tribe's Gu Immortal Huan, or Dragon Head Tortoise Immortal in Adversity C? Uncle Jia Dan, deduce it again. Maybe you did not deduce it correctly. Song Yishe requested. Song Jia Dan rejected directly, no. The clan is making a huge move, we are fighting for old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance. I need to conserve my strength and preserve my methods, I will deduce it in a few days. So Uncle Jia Dan did not do your best. Song Yishe heard the hidden meaning and said unhappily, alright, you can leave now. You can leave now. Song Jia Dan slowly closed his eyes. Song Yishe was ignored at the side, she gritted her teeth and stomped her feet in anger, turning around to leave helplessly. Fighting for the hegemony of ascending heaven plane. Fighting for old eccentric Tian Nan's inheritance was the clan's 100-year development plan. And chasing after Xing Xiangzi was a small matter. Song Yishe was pampered. But she cared about the big picture in the clan. She was not someone who did not know what was important. Central continent, who immortal blessed land. Underground cave. Fang Yuan was bathed in the light of wisdom. His eyes were shut as star thoughts flickered in his mind, deducing some important things. Last time he used the light of wisdom to deduce the immortal killer moves Starfire Escape and Star Thought Projection. Thus, Fang Yuan now had 6 Star Path immortal killer moves. Star Cloud Grindstone, Star Snake Rope, 6 Illusion Star Bodies, Position Star Swap, Starfire Escape and Star Thought Projection. Among them, Starfire Escape was a movement killer move. It was very useful in Song Yishi's operation. As for Star Thought Projection, it was an investigative immortal killer move that Fang Yuan used to discover immortal zombie Shan Zhang's traces. The predecessors of these two killer moves were only incomplete moves. They were killer moves that the predecessors of Star Lord Wanxiang's Star Path Inheritance had a flash of inspiration and recorded down, or they failed in their deductions and could no longer be perfected. Fang Yuan's Star Path attainment level was ordinary. Under normal circumstances, these incomplete killer moves would only have reference value to him. But after obtaining the rank 9 Wisdom Immortal Gu and using the Light of Wisdom, he had unlimited inspiration. He overcame the weakness of his Star Path attainment level and perfected the killer moves. It is a pity in this short period of time, perfecting Starfire Escape and Star Thought Projection is already my limit. After all, I only have 3 Star Path Immortal Gu. Of course, the main reason is that my Star Path attainment level is too low. Right at this time, Moving Perspective Gu appeared in Fang Yuan's Immortal Aperture. The information contained in the Gu came from Land Spirit of Langya. Land Spirit of Langya has finally completed the relocation of Langya Blessed Land. He can lend me his set of Immortal Gu now. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. This time, he had specially returned to Central Continent from Eastern Sea to wait for the news of Land Spirit of Langya, and then relocate Star Form Blessed Land. In Fang Yuan's plan, Star Form Blessed Land was very crucial. Once the truth of his crimes in Northern Plains was exposed, he would have to flee for his life. By then, Immortal Blessed Land would definitely be doomed. If he was still an immortal zombie and could not produce immortal essence, then Star Form Blessed Land would be his only secret base. However, He Lulan knew the location of Star Form Blessed Land. He Lulan knew that meant Fairy Li Shan also knew. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person. Since he was the owner of Star Form Blessed Land now, he naturally had to move the Blessed Land to a place that only he knew. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 907. Immediately, Fang Yuan did not hesitate. He used fixed immortal travel to Langya Blessed Land. Langya Blessed Land's appearance had changed greatly. On the vast sea, the 3 continents looked at each other. In the sky there was a 4th continent made of cloud soil. The blessed land that had been destroyed during the intense battle had been restored to its original state by Tai Bai Yunxing. Even though Tai Bai Yunxing did not participate in the battle, he had reaped a lot of rewards from the restoration work. Of course, because some of the immortal Gu that made up Refinement Cauldron were lost, the space inside the blessed land shrunk. Tai Bai Yunxing did not have the ability to restore these lost spaces and the related losses. The 12 cloud buildings had been rebuilt by Land Spirit of Langya. They were evenly distributed on the cloud soil continent. Furthermore, around the 12 cloud buildings, many hairy Mangu masters were building more buildings. I intend to use the 12 cloud buildings as the center to build 12 cloud cities. This cloud soil continent in the sky will be the new habitat for hairy man elites. Land Spirit of Langya explained to Fang Yuan after seeing him. Fang Yuan nodded, expressing his agreement. Because Langya Blessed Land lost many immortal Gu, the space inside shrunk by a lot. But the hairy man population inside was huge, reaching the upper limit of the 3 continents. In this situation, there needed to be new places to accommodate more hairy men. But Land Spirit of Langya's next words shocked Fang Yuan. Other than this, I have also created Langya Sect. The sect system is based on the current central continent. I am the first supreme elder of the sect. The hairy man Gu immortals are the other supreme elders. My previous self was too inflexible. He used these precious Gu immortal battle strength to refine Gu. I want to realize the grand plan of hairy men ruling the world. There will definitely be bloodshed. Next, I will conduct collective training for these hairy man Gu immortals, to nurture their battle strength. When they have the ability to protect themselves, I will send them outside the blessed land. I will make them complete all sorts of sect missions. Also, the 3 continents in the sea will go to war under my influence. 3 monarchs would be chosen and 3 continents would be formed. The countries would then compete with each other. Every year, our Langya sect will be in these 3 hairy man nations. Recruit the most elite hairy men and bring these hairy men to live on Cloud Cover Continent, forming the foundation of Langya sect. Furthermore, he would choose a rank 5 peak stage hairy man Gu master as the sect leader of Langya sect. The new Land Spirit of Langya was completely different from the previous one. Perhaps it was also stimulated by Qin Baisheng's forceful attack. The land spirit of Langya was determined to reform the entire Langya-blessed land with iron and blood. His methods were forceful, and he had the appearance of a formidable emperor. Because of the change of the land spirit of Langya, the hairy men living below were going to be tortured and tested by the flames of war. The peaceful life of the past was going to be gone forever. The land spirit of Langya uses a cruel method like war to pick out the most outstanding hairy man seeds. But there was no such method. Isn't that a little too extravagant? Fang Yuan felt it was a pity there were many people who died in the war. This loss made him feel heartache. It was better to leave it to him. To refine Gu. But Fang Yuan only muttered this in his mind, he would never say it out loud. In the eyes of the land spirit of Langya, hairy men were the most outstanding species in the world, humans and other variant humans were inferior. Fang Yuan raised hairy men as Gu refinement slaves. The land spirit of Langya knew about this situation. He would never accept it, he would even fall out with Fang Yuan. Thus, even though Fang Yuan lacked the business experience of raising hairy men, when they were discussing the compensation for Langya-blessed land's battle earlier, he knew that the land spirit of Langya definitely had the most precious experience in raising hairy men, but Fang Yuan did not raise this request. But at this rate, Langya-blessed land will go through this iron and blood transformation. The hairy man Gu immortals will work hard and their battle strength will rise rapidly. Maybe in my previous life, Langya-blessed land also went through such a transformation, that was why it survived 7 waves of attacks. But Langya-blessed land's situation is very complicated. Even though 2 hairy man Gu immortal spies jumped out, it is hard to say that there will not be a 3rd or 4th spy among the remaining Gu immortals. Qin Baisheng and the rest were actually able to develop such spies, their methods are simply unimaginable. Fang Yuan pondered inwardly, while talking to the land spirit of Langya about the purpose of his visit. The land spirit of Langya was a little shocked, he brought up an old topic. Oh? You want to borrow my set of immortal Gu to relocate your blessed land? I remember I told you that this set of immortal Gu would not be cheap. Even in consideration of the fact that you helped me defend against the enemies, you will need to pay 2,000 immortal yuan stones, right? Fang Yuan took out 2,000 immortal yuan stones and handed them to the land spirit. Look, I have already prepared them. The land spirit of Langya was extremely shocked. He received the immortal yuan stones while sizing up Fang Yuan, his gaze faintly changing. He knew about Fang Yuan's foundation, he was very surprised. This kid has only advanced for a short period of time, but he already has so many immortal yuan stones? Thinking back to the time when he transacted with the previous owner, deducing immortal Gu recipes to earn immortal yuan stones, it shows how dire his situation was. It seems that most of these immortal yuan stones are borrowed. This is not good, he owes a huge debt and also favors, it will be hard to repay them in the future. The land spirit of Langya shook his head, he did not agree with Fang Yuan's actions. But he also understood. He knew that Fang Yuan's crime was too huge. Once the truth is found out, he would be finished, he would definitely be chased to the ends of the world. Thus, Fang Yuan had to relocate his blessed land. But this was also the main reason why the land spirit of Langya was prepared to gradually recruit Fang Yuan and attempt to turn Fang Yuan into his lackey. Precisely because of Fang Yuan's current situation where he was surrounded by enemies, he had no choice but to join a hairy man force and become a human spy. But the land spirit of Langya did not know. He was completely wrong. These 2,000 immortal yuan stones were truly Fang Yuan's private property. Fang Yuan was rich now, very rich. The first batch of Guts Gu he transacted with Spirit Affinity House gave him 180 immortal yuan stones. After the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan displayed powerful refinement attainment. Fengyang personally invited him to Crane Gate to take a look. This was a clear change in the attitude of Crane Gate towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was now in control of Hu immortal blessed land, sandwiched between the 2 super forces, Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate. He could be said to be benefiting from both sides. After the external environment became unprecedentedly relaxed, and considering the dangerous situation of being chased, Fang Yuan increased the production of Guts Gu. This decision caused his monthly profits from just Guts Gu to rise to around 300 immortal yuan stones. Don't forget, after Fang Yuan subdued Langya blessed land, he also inherited Star Lord Wanxiang's 4 main sources of income. Furthermore, he personally made a deal with Western Desert's Shao clan for regretful spiders. A total of 6 projects allowed his monthly earnings of immortal yuan stones to break through the 1,000 mark. There were also dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons that had not been put into the market. If these two were included, Fang Yuan estimated that his monthly profits could reach 1,500. 2 months had already passed since Fang Yuan became the owner of Star Form Blessed Land. He naturally had more than 2,000 Immortal Yuan stones in his hands. Thinking back, from when he had just ascended to Gu Immortal, he had to haggle over every penny and even had to carefully calculate half an Immortal Yuan stone. But now, with a monthly earnings of 1,000, he had ample funds. Fang Yuan had successfully taken a huge step forward. This step was so huge that even though Land Spirit of Langya did not know the details, even though he thought highly of Fang Yuan, his guess was still wrong. Even though Fang Yuan had the lowest cultivation level and was still an immortal zombie, his earnings from Immortal Yuan stones had already reached the level of ordinary rank 7 Gu Immortals. After paying 2,000 Immortal Yuan stones, Fang Yuan and Land Spirit of Langya used an information path Immortal Killer move to set up a contract. Finally, Fang Yuan mortgaged 10 Immortal Gu to the Land Spirit to borrow a complete set of Immortal Gu, a total of 16, to relocate the Blessed Land. Fang Yuan did not stop. He used fixed immortal travel to return to Star Form Blessed Land. Star Form Blessed Land had 3 desolate beast spine-fin star dragonfish. Fang Yuan had already inspected them. He did not hesitate and chose the strongest one. He first circled around the spine-fin star arowana, constantly using various methods to observe the spine-fin star arawana's shape, bones, flesh and other aspects. After confirming that the spine-fin star dragonfish was in good condition, Fang Yuan sat cross-legged in the air, facing this desolate beast and closing his eyes. The spine-fin star dragonfish had already been tamed. It obediently floated in the air, not moving. A pair of carriage-sized dead fish eyes flickered with starlight, reflecting Fang Yuan's figure. Fang Yuan's mind was calm, but his mind gradually became excited. Countless star thoughts were like the stars in the sky, moving like fireflies as they danced and circled in his slightly narrow brain. These star thoughts soon split into 2 groups. One group occupied the right half of his mind, forming the 3-dimensional image of the spine-fin star dragonfish. The other group occupied the left half of Fang Yuan's mind, forming the entire view of Star Form Blessed Land. After completing this step, Fang Yuan breathed in deeply, activating his immortal essence and pouring it into a certain wisdom path Immortal Gu. He started to deduce according to the method that the Land Spirit had given him. The 2 star thoughts rapidly moved forward, colliding fiercely and creating a starry cloud storm. In the storm, countless star thoughts flickered, some were merging while others were disintegrating. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, in Star Form Blessed Land after a full 7 days and 6 nights, the exhausted Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. The star thoughts in his mind reached 160,000 beads. Activating the wisdom path Immortal Gu also consumed 66 beads of green grape immortal essence. After paying such a huge price, Fang Yuan obtained 2 sets of Gu formation diagrams. These 2 sets of Gu formation diagrams, one large and one small. The large Gu formation diagram corresponded to Star Form Blessed Land. It had 8 formation cores. The small Gu formation diagram corresponded to the spine-fin star dragonfish. It had 4 formation cores. Each formation core required a specific immortal Gu to control the formation. The 2 large and small Gu formation diagrams together required 12 immortal Gu. Chapter 908. Fang Yuan started to set up the formation. Swoosh. According to the Gu formation diagram, under Star Form Land Spirit's lead, he found the 8 formation cores in Star Form Blessed Land, and set up the corresponding immortal Gu. Star Form Blessed Land lacked space path Dao marks. The Land Spirit could not teleport. The 8 formation cores were in strange locations, some were near and some were far away. Fang Yuan spent a lot of time on them. By the time he finished, half a day had already passed. After completing this step, the meticulous and vigilant Fang Yuan inspected the 8 formation cores again. After confirming that there were no problems, Fang Yuan returned to his original location, and kept the spine-fin star dragonfish into his immortal aperture. Under his command, Star Form Land Spirit opened the Blessed Land's entrance. Fang Yuan walked out, arriving at Earth Abyss. The Blessed Land's entrance emitted light that could only illuminate the surroundings. Earth Abyss was very dark, it was silent. This was the depths of Earth Abyss. Even Ancient Soul Sect, one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, had not explored this place. But even though there were no humans here, there were countless desolate beasts and even ancient desolate beasts. It was very dangerous. Without further ado, Fang Yuan let out the spine-fin star dragonfish. The spine-fin star dragonfish was the size of a whale, but it looked like a carp. Its body was covered in a layer of blue scales. On its back there were bone spikes growing out of its body, rising up and extending out. Fang Yuan placed the 4 immortal goo in different parts of this spine-fin star dragonfish's body according to the small formation diagram. One was in the fish's mouth, one was in a bone spike on its back, and one was in the fish's left eye. The last one was in the depths of the fish's stomach. Even though the spine-fin star dragonfish was big, it could not compare to star-form blessed land. Thus Fang Yuan's arrangement this time. He only spent a moment to complete it. After inspecting it carefully again, Fang Yuan confirmed that all 12 immortal goo had been set up. He started to scatter countless mortal goo around him, even 1 or 2 immortal goo flew out, forming a powerful goo formation. Next it was time for the most crucial part of moving the blessed land. Fang Yuan followed the method strictly, activating the remaining 4 immortal goo in his hands. The gate of star-form blessed land closed tightly and disappeared into thin air. Fang Yuan's entire body began to emit a pale yellow radiance. Although the radiance was bright, it wasn't the kind that was blinding. Instead it was very gentle. The radiance lasted for a full 17 breaths. Then it slowly converged and finally condensed into Fang Yuan's pupils. Fang Yuan breathed in deeply and willed. In the next moment, a weak yellow beam of light shot out from his right eye and hit the whale-like spine-fin star arowana. The spine-fin star dragonfish shook intensely, the small-sized immortal goo formation on its body activated and burst out with a red halo. The spine-fin star arowana was enveloped by this layer of red light. It was as if he was wearing a close-fitting red armor. The entire spine-fin star arowana was as stiff as a stone, motionless like a statue. Fang Yuan breathed heavily before shooting out a yellow beam of light from his left eye. It hit the hidden area of star-form blessed land. Under the guidance of the beam of light, star-form blessed land was actually extracted, turning into a blue lump of light. The blue lump of light was only the size of a broad bean. It formed a sharp contrast with the whale-like spine-fin star arowana. The moment star-form blessed land was extracted, the green grape immortal essence in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture started to be expended at a terrifying speed. Fang Yuan's left eye moved with difficulty. It moved the yellow beam of light. The yellow beam of light moved the blue lump of light slowly. And that spine-fin star arowana that was like a stone statue was also moving towards the blessed land under the guidance of Fang Yuan's right eye. Rumble. The earth shook and the mountains shook. Roar, roar, roar. Countless beasts roared in fear in the darkness. The movement of the blessed land naturally caused intense turbulence in the heaven and earth chi. An intense earthquake was already unavoidable, it started to erupt in the abyss. Fang Yuan did not care about these minor details. He placed all his attention on the spine-fin star arowana and star-form blessed land. The huge rocks that came crashing down from above were also blocked by the means that he had set up earlier. Even if desolate beasts attacked, Fang Yuan was confident he could buy some time. He created a temporary and undisturbed environment. Like moving 2 mountains, Fang Yuan moved the 2 pupils in his eye sockets. At this moment, be it his body or his soul, they were using all their strength. Not much time had passed, the 2 finally made contact. But in Fang Yuan's eyes, it felt like a year had passed. The moment star-form blessed land and the spine-fin star dragonfish came into contact, Fang Yuan suddenly relaxed, as if a huge weight had been lifted off his shoulders in an instant. The 2 immortal goo formations that Fang Yuan had meticulously set up played a crucial role at this moment. Star-form blessed land was like a wanderer returning home. It was placed on the spine-fin star arawana's body, turning into its immortal aperture. This was the method land spirit of Langya used to relocate the blessed land. It had to use a desolate beast or an ancient desolate beast to transform the blessed land into an immortal aperture and transplant it into the body of an ancient, desolate beast. Then when the ancient, desolate beast moved, it could move the immortal aperture around. However, time was very limited during the process of this transfer. The ancient, desolate beast that contained the immortal aperture could not be kept into other immortal apertures, and could not use any other immortal goo, otherwise the immortal goo formation on its body would be affected. The specific situation was, Fang Yuan could not keep this spine-fin star arowana into his immortal aperture and quickly move it. At the same time he could not use other immortal goo or immortal killer moves to help it. He could only rely on the spine-fin star arawana's own strength to float and move to other places. After all, even though the immortal aperture was stored in the spine-fin star arawana's body, It was only forcefully connected by the two immortal goo formations. Any external influence would cause the goo formation to shatter. Not only would the relocation of the blessed land fail, the immortal goo inside would also be destroyed. But even with such a huge disadvantage, it could not conceal the huge value of this method. The person who created this relocation method was not Longhair Ancestor. But in history he was as famous as Longhair Ancestor. His name was Old Immortal Kongju. In the long river of Goo immortal history, one of the three refinement path great grandmasters, a legend of the remote antiquity era. He had research and knowledge of apertures and immortal apertures that surpassed the current era. Because of his hard work, the 10 extreme physiques could undergo immortal ascension and become 10 extreme Goo immortals, creating a high-grade blessed land. This immortal killer move was named Immortal Aperture Transplantation by Old Immortal Kongju. This was the immortal killer move that involved the most core immortal goo that Fang Yuan had seen so far. However, this immortal killer move that involved 16 core immortal goo was only an incomplete move. Old Immortal Kongju's initial idea. It was to perfectly transplant a goo immortal's immortal aperture into a desolate beast or an ancient desolate beast's body. It was not like this, using the large and small goo formations and the intense expenditure of immortal essence to forcefully merge the two together. After Longhair Ancestor obtained this portion of Old Immortal Kongju's inheritance, he made many attempts based on Old Immortal Kongju's achievements, but they all failed. Under the guidance of the Inkman Wisdom Path Goo Immortal Yen, Longhair Ancestor found that this incomplete move already had shocking value. Goo Immortals could use it to relocate the immortal apertures of those dead Goo Immortals. Time elapsed and the world changed. Countless years had passed and now, it was Fang Yuan's turn to benefit from this. Let's go there. Fang Yuan directed the spine-fin star dragonfish to move. Because of the disadvantage of immortal aperture transplantation, the spine-fin star dragonfish's speed was less than half of its original speed. The pressure on its body was huge, it felt like it was carrying a mountain. This led to this. Each time the blessed land was relocated, the distance was limited. Even if the land spirit of Langya had moved away from Langya Blessed Land. But it was definitely not far from the previous location. This was also one of the reasons why Fang Yuan did not relocate to Immortal Blessed Land. Fortunately, the Earth Abyss is already an excellent hiding spot. In the future, when this layer of the Earth Abyss is exposed, carry out large-scale development. I can also use this blessed land as the most reliable frontline camp for timely supplies and recuperation. Furthermore, I know the drawbacks of immortal aperture transplantation but others do not. When He Lulan discovered that the star form paradise had disappeared, she would probably think that it had already been destroyed. After all, this kind of blessed land relocation is beyond the common sense of Goo immortals. Just like that, Fang Yuan led the spine-fin star Arowana deeper into the abyss. The route he took was naturally a map that had been meticulously drawn after a large amount of probing. He continued to venture deeper, avoiding many desolate beasts. In the narrow gaps between the territories of these desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, Fang Yuan slowly swam with the spine-fin star Arowana. Fang Yuan's destination was Star Form Blessed Land's original location, a certain place in the Earth Abyss 3 layers below. But after going down 2 layers, Fang Yuan's luck was terrible. He encountered a desolate beast, the one-eyed giant monkey. This one-eyed monkey was very lively, it often roamed around in the depths of Earth Abyss. After discovering the spine-fin star Arowana, it excitedly chased after it. Fang Yuan engaged in an intense battle with this one-eyed giant monkey, strenuously maintaining the safety of the spine-fin star Arowana. But in the end, Fang Yuan suffered a disadvantage because he did not have a battlefield killer move. He could not stop the one-eyed giant monkey's movements effectively. In the end, halfway through, the one-eyed giant monkey heavily injured the spine-fin star Arowana. The spine-fin star Arowana that carried the immortal aperture was very fragile. In order to swim, it had already used all its strength, thus it could not retaliate at all. Fang Yuan finally chased away this damned one-eyed giant monkey, but the spine-fin star Arawana's injuries were too severe, it could not move anymore. Thankfully the immortal goo are not in danger. Otherwise, if the immortal goo were lost, wouldn't I have to pay for it? After Fang Yuan inspected it, his heavy mood finally eased. This was a blessing in disguise. Since the situation had already turned out like this, Fang Yuan could only settle for the next best thing. He placed this star-form blessed land nearby. The moment the immortal aperture left the spine-fin star Arowana, the latter completely disintegrated, turning into a pile of rotten flesh and blood, even its beast soul dissipated. This was a necessary sacrifice for immortal aperture transplantation. Fang Yuan already knew the price of using this method. Even if the spine-fin star arowana was not injured, it would still die of exhaustion after reaching its destination. Eventually, star-form blessed land was successfully relocated, hiding in a new location. Chapter 909. Fang Yuan entered star-form blessed land. After star-form blessed land was relocated, heaven and earth qi shook. An earthquake occurred in star-form blessed land. Only when star-form blessed land landed again, did it absorb the endless earth qi and stabilize. The earthquake gradually stopped. At this time, Fang Yuan looked around, only to see that the vast land was covered in cracks. Flames burned, black smoke curled up. Fang Yuan's heart sank, he sighed deeply. There was no other way. Because he needed to transplant the immortal aperture, he could not interfere with the two immortal goo formations. Thus, even if Fang Yuan had immortal goo and methods, he could not protect and defend star-form blessed land. Land spirit of Langya had told Fang Yuan about this. Langya blessed land's losses were much greater than Fang Yuan's star-form blessed land. Thus, normally speaking, blessed lands would not be relocated. Where is the land spirit? Fang Yuan summoned the land spirit. Star-form land spirit's eyes were red. He could not understand why his master was moving. Under star-form land spirit's lead, Fang Yuan started to inspect star-form blessed land. First, he had to inspect star-form blessed land's four main sources of income: Arrow Bamboo Forest, Broken Star Lake, Meteorite Pit, and Star Fragment Grass Field. Broken Star Lake's water had already flowed out of a huge crack. There was a lot of seaweed at the bottom of the lake. There was still some water left at the bottom. It had not dried up completely. Landscape as before. Fang Yuan took out an immortal goo and injected his immortal essence into it. Landscape as before. Immortal goo let out a white light that swept across the Broken Star Lake. Immediately, the ground in Broken Star Lake healed, the lake water filled up. It had returned to its previous state. It was just that a lot of seaweed had been lost and for some time to come. For some time in the future, the production of Star River goo would be affected. There was nothing in the lake, only seaweed and seaweed were floating. The original palace at the bottom of the lake. It was completely destroyed. This man-made structure could not be affected by landscape as before immortal goo. But in this lake, the fish groups, insect groups, and goo groups did not die in the earthquake. Instead, it was moved to Hu immortal blessed land by Fang Yuan a long time ago. Fang Yuan's immortal aperture was filled with the dead land. Living beings could not be kept inside for long. After that, Fang Yuan went to the Arrow Bamboo Forest, the Meteorite Sinkhole, and the Stardust Meadow. To Fang Yuan's surprise, the forest of Arrow Bamboo was unscathed. Beside the Arrow Bamboo Forest, there were two long ravines and crevices. He almost brushed past the forest of Arrow Bamboo. It was a close shave. The Arrow Bamboo Forest was Star-form Blessed Land's largest breeding ground. Fang Yuan had already collected most of the resources there and stored them in Hu immortal blessed land. He did not expect the Arrow Bamboo Forest to be able to escape this calamity. It was a pleasant surprise. However, the meteorite craters and the few star detritus meadows were not so lucky. The meteorite crater was so badly damaged that it was almost beyond recognition. As for the stardust pasture, some of it was burnt to ashes due to the earth fire. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but ashes. Under the effects of landscape as before, the meteorite crater was completely restored. The Stardust Meadows terrain was also restored. Landscape as before immortal goo is really useful. With it, my losses have been reduced by at least 80%. And because most of the resources were moved out earlier, Star-form blessed land, which was heavily damaged, is now only slightly damaged. Fang Yuan had an overview in his mind. He went to many places and used landscape as before to restore Star-form blessed land's terrain. He spent a lot of green grape immortal essence. Not all areas were restored. Fang Yuan purposely left some cracks. He had a sudden inspiration. Maybe I can use this chance. These cracks in the ground would be expanded and fixed into river channels. In the future, Star-form blessed land would have a system of rivers and lakes that would cover the entire blessed land. But Star-form blessed land's terrain is special. I will need to use the light of wisdom to think about this. Next, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to Langya blessed land and returned the immortal goo he borrowed to the land spirit of Langya. The land spirit of Langya also returned the immortal goo that were mortgaged to Fang Yuan. Before leaving he said, "If you need to relocate you can find me." Needless to say he had made a huge profit this time. In less than a month he had earned 2,000 immortal yuan stones. The land spirit of Langya continued, "If you join my Langya sect and become one of the supreme elders, when you relocate your blessed land, you will be able to borrow gu at a discount." "I will think about it." Fang Yuan brushed it off. He only wanted to extract benefits from the land spirit of Langya. He had never thought of being on the same side as these hairy men. Once he joined he would lose his freedom and be unable to leave. He would not do such a stupid thing. Next, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture, returning landscape as before immortal gu to Tai Bai Yunxing. Inside the immortal aperture, Fang Yuan asked Tai Bai Yunxing about Eastern Sea's information. Tai Bai Yunxing told him that Song Yishur and the rest were searching for him all over the world. Someone had already found Tai Bai Yunxing because of this. "At this rate our relationship will be exposed soon." Fang Yuan muttered. "I suggest you contact Shark Demon now and join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Then rely on Zombie Alliance to resolve this matter," Tai Bai Yunxing said. Fang Yuan was not anxious, he was not shaken by external pressure, he shook his head. "The time is not right yet, there are still over 10 days before the next attack on Yulu Blessed Land, let's wait and see." Hu Immortal Blessed Land 10 days later. Underground cave. Fang Yuan, who was bathed in the light of wisdom, slowly opened his eyes, letting out a breath of turbid air. "I still failed in the end," he muttered, standing up slowly. He was originally sitting down, sitting directly on a short jilin, using it as a stool. But this kind of short ji forest was already very rare. Right now the underground cave was filled with ji forests. These ji forests were very different from before. Not only were they tall and sturdy, they were also blood red in color. It turned out that after Hu Immortal Blessed Land's 7th Blood Begonia Earthly Calamity, the probability of encountering that ordinary ji forest had turned into a blood ji forest. Hu Immortal Blessed Land soil was originally not suitable for ji forests to grow. But after turning into a blood ji forest, it was like a fish in water. But for this blood ji forest to slowly expand, pushing away the soil and rocks to form a vast underground forest, it would take at least 1 to 200 years. Fang Yuan did not have any expectations for this blood ji forest, so he would not invest in it. These last days Fang Yuan did not sleep or rest, he was focused on developing Star Form Blessed Land. Once his identity was exposed, everyone would know that he was the culprit behind the collapse of 88-point Jianghu Tower. Hu Immortal Blessed Land would have to be abandoned. Star Form Blessed Land would become his only base of operations. At that time, if Fang Yuan had not broken free from his immortal zombie status, Star Form Blessed Land's value and significance to Fang Yuan would be even greater. Thus, Fang Yuan's focus had already shifted from Hu Immortal Blessed Land to Star Form Blessed Land. As for Star Form Blessed Land's construction plan, Fang Yuan had already used the light of wisdom to think of it a few dozen days ago. According to his previous inspiration, he would build a huge river system in Star Form Blessed Land. After some calculations the plan became even grander. The entire river system was not only on the ground, it also encompassed the sky, forming a huge three-dimensional river system. This made use of Star Form Blessed Land's unique terrain. Star Form Blessed Land was protruding on the outside and concave on the inside. The terrain was high on the outside and lower towards the center, forming a bowl shape. If it was just a river system on the ground, it would cause the water to accumulate in the center of the blessed land. But if it was a three-dimensional river system, the water in the center could be drawn into the sky, and after flowing, it would fall to the edge of the blessed land, forming a grand circulation of water. As for how to carry the river system in the sky, Fang Yuan had already deduced the cheapest and most effective method, that was cloud soil. Cloud soil was also used by the land spirit of Langya, forcefully creating a cloud-covered continent in Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan planned to use the cloud soil to build a river system that could carry the river system. The fertile cloud soil on both sides of the river system would be used to plant countless star fragment grass. The best soil for star fragment grass was cloud soil. Star Lord Wanxiang had no choice but to plant them in the Blessed Land's black soil. He did not have the financial resources to purchase large amounts of cloud soil. But Star Form Blessed Land's environment was very suitable for star fragment grass to grow. As a result, the growth of star fragment grass in Star Form Blessed Land was much better than in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan's plan was huge and beautiful, but the reality was harsh. Fang Yuan lacked funds, the 2,000 immortal yuan stone that he had just accumulated were all given to the land spirit of Langya. Thus, these last days he could only repair the 4 resource points in star form blessed land. The arrow bamboo forest had returned to its peak state of being covered in mist after being irrigated by a large amount of moon well water. The meteorite pit and broken star lake were completely restored. The star fragment grass field was a little troublesome, but after being irrigated by Fang Yuan's spring star rain several times, it was growing well. Ever since he inherited the star path inheritance and obtained star shoot immortal goo, spring star rain had already turned into an immortal killer move. Its effect was dozens of times better than before. As for the dragonfish, eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, and Danghun Mountain in Hu immortal blessed land, they had not been moved yet. Firstly, he needed to construct the river system first. It would be best to move these dragonfish and others after that. Secondly, star form blessed land was facing a heavenly tribulation. Why was Star Lord Wanxiang so anxious to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven? It was because the heavenly tribulation was approaching. He was a rank 6 rank 1 Gu immortal. He was facing his second heavenly tribulation. Because in the battle with Song Zixing, his foundation was injured and he lost the confidence to pass the tribulation. He had no choice but to expose the secret of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and bring Shirley along to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan was still hesitating. Should he move these resources before the heavenly tribulation arrived? Coming out of the underground cave, Fang Yuan returned to Danghun Palace. Guiyue Fangjing, who had been imprisoned by him, seemed to have accepted his fate. His eyes were dim as he sat paralyzed in the cell, not moving. Evidently, the truth behind the Crane Gate's attempt to kill him and his Master Tenshuru's attempt to possess him was a huge blow to him. As per usual, Fang Yuan stood in front of him and said a few words. Chapter 9-10. Fang Yuan was not anxious as long as Guiyue Fangjing could eat prison food. It meant that he had the will to continue living. As for how to change his mindset and view of the world to get closer to Fang Yuan, that was a long process. There was no need to be anxious. Next, Fang Yuan went to another secret room to check on Dongfang Naganori's soul. He had many immortal souls: Dongfang Naganori, Featherman Gu immortal Zhengling, Snowy Mountain Shuesong Zi, and Eastern Sea Lone Cultivator Yao Gu Pai. These last days, other than constructing star form blessed land, he had been plundering these immortal souls. At present he had already thoroughly searched through their souls and memories and obtained a lot of benefits. What truly left Fang Yuan with endless aftertaste was still Dongfang Naganori's soul. Every once in a while Fang Yuan would search his soul. This time was no exception. After the soul search, Dongfang Naganori's soul suddenly spoke. "My memories have already been searched by you, but recently you have been searching my soul again every once in a while, and each time, you are looking at the memories of deciphering battlefield killer moves in my soul. It seems that you have encountered an inheritance or a strong enemy, and need to decipher battlefield killer moves." Towards Dongfang Naganori's sudden words, Fang Yuan was slightly surprised, but he answered frankly, "That's right. These last days I have been studying your wisdom path inheritance, the contents of deciphering battlefield killer moves. Combining my experience and looking at your memories, I have gained more insights each time." Soul searching could be understood as reading a book. It was looking at the memories in the soul. However, it was impossible to remember every detail clearly when reading a book. Soul searching was like reading the book from beginning to end. One would at most know the contents of the book. So one had to review the old to learn the new. When it came to the specific content, one had to read it again. That way one could learn more. Dongfang Naganori's soul smiled. "Have you ever thought that I can help you? You are only a wisdom path novice." No matter how much he practiced, no matter how much he saw, the temporary effects were extremely limited. "And my wisdom path attainment is much higher than yours. As long as you give me a body, I can use my mind to help you deduce and think of a solution. Wasn't that a good thing? You can use information path methods to restrict me, and I will treat you as my most capable assistant." "That's a good suggestion." Fang Yuan nodded and smiled. "But I won't do that. You should just give up on it. You've already become a soul, yet you're still so restless. It seems like I haven't taught you enough lessons." The faint smile on Fang Yuan's face slowly turned into an evil grin. Dozens of goo worms were activated according to his will. "Ah!" Dongfang Naganori's soul twitched violently, and his miserable howls filled the cell. This punishment would last for 2 hours, and the pain in his soul would be even more intense than before. He believed that it would teach Dongfang Naganori a good lesson. Fang Yuan naturally would not waste time here. He left early and went to the other 2 secret rooms. In one of the secret rooms, it was the soul of the rank 7 Featherman Gu immortal Zheng Ling. The other room was Shui Songzi's soul. Even though these 2 Gu immortals were not Wisdom Path Gu immortals when they were alive, they had memories of facing battlefield killer moves. Even though they did not have Wisdom Path methods, they had Wind Path and Snow Path. They had their own unique methods and achievements in unraveling battlefield killer moves. These memories were of great value to Fang Yuan. They had great reference value. What was worth mentioning was that these 2 souls had already been searched by Fang Yuan several times. From Shui Songzi's soul. Fang Yuan learned that he had left behind a fortune in snowy mountain-blessed land. On his snowy peak, there were also many snowmen and many cedar trees. But Fang Yuan did not dare to take them. Old ancestor Shui, who was unfathomable, Fang Yuan did not have much confidence in vaguely familiar face. He could not tell Fairy Li Shan about Shui Songzi's death either. What? Because Fairy Li Shan and Shui Songzi were both part of Snowy Mountain, they were allies. Knowing that Fang Yuan caused Shui Songzi's death, even if Fairy Li Shan did not deal with Fang Yuan, she would inform old ancestor Shui, who due to the alliance agreement. And in Zheng Ling's soul, Fang Yuan had great gains. He obtained a complete Wind Path inheritance from Zheng Ling, the immortal killer move Heavenly Wish, as well as many precious information about the immortal Gu House Sacred Feather City. There was also the Green Heaven Fragment world that the Feathermen relied on to survive. This world was huge, the resources inside were rare and abundant. After learning about it, Fang Yuan almost started drooling. Even though he already knew the scenery of the Green Heaven Fragment world, Fang Yuan could use fixed immortal travel to go there. But that place was already occupied by White Sea Shadua and other Gu immortals. It was a tiger's den. Fang Yuan would not take the risk. Walking out of the secret room, Fang Yuan received Tai Bai Yunxing's letter. It told Fang Yuan he had already met up with Shark Demon and the rest. Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to teleport into Tai Bai Yunxing's immortal aperture, before coming out. At the next moment, Xing Xiangzi appeared in front of Shark Demon and the rest. Come, let me introduce you, this is the famous Xing Xiangzi. Shark Demon laughed, introducing passionately. Fang Yuan showed a bitter smile. Lord Shark Demon, please don't tease me, ugh. As he spoke, Fang Yuan's body started to crackle, like firecrackers exploding on his body. Fang Yuan's expression did not change, his body shook lightly as the hundreds of mortal Gu that were living in his body fell out. Not a single one of these mortal Gu survived, some were even shattered into pieces. Xing Xiangzi, you offended Song clan, this Wisdom Path mortal killer move is far from being able to conceal your traces. Behind Shark Demon, an elderly Gu immortal spoke. Another thin middle-aged female Gu immortal had a cold and arrogant expression. She said with a trace of disdain, that's right. Right now, among the 3 publicly recognized strongest Wisdom Path immortals in Eastern Sea, one of them is Song Clan Song Jiadan. If you only have these methods, he will deduce you sooner or later. The final unfamiliar face was a man wearing a golden robe. He was fat like a rich man. He smiled as if he was showing goodwill towards Fang Yuan. Dual polar plate armor Dan Huan is hidden in Nangong, and Dragon Head Tortoise is hidden in Adversity Sea. He was talking about the 3 publicly recognized Wisdom Path experts of Eastern Sea. Among them, Song Jiadan was ranked first. He was willing to sacrifice himself for his clan, fusing himself into Eastern Sea. As long as it is someone or something in Eastern Sea, he can deduce them accurately. He is very terrifying. Even if you hide in someone else's immortal aperture, you will only be stalling for time, you will be deduced sooner or later. Xing Xiangzi nodded, cupping his fists towards the 3 Gu immortals. I have learned a lot, thank you for your guidance. These dead mortal Gu on him were Wisdom Path defensive methods. They were used to prevent others from deducing him. But the moment Fang Yuan stepped into Eastern Sea, these defensive methods self-detonated. From this, one could see how terrifying Song Jiadan was. Alright, brother Xing Xiang, let me introduce them to you. Shark Demon gestured to the elderly Gu immortal who spoke earlier. This is the Demonic Path Gu immortal 9 Ghost Finger. He cultivates Soul Path and Wisdom Path as a secondary path. Shark Demon gestured to the cold and arrogant middle-aged female Gu immortal. This is the Wisdom Path Gu immortal Xie Shufang Master Xie. Finally, the smiling fat Gu immortal introduced. This is Big Bag Lu Tan Xen. He cultivates Space Path and has Wisdom Path attainment. It is my honor to be able to meet all 3 of you. Fang Yuan cupped his fists again, showing a humble attitude. The middle-aged female Gu immortal Xie Shufang said coldly, "It is my misfortune to meet you. You offended Song clan, don't think you can escape. You are still at large now because Song clan is going all out to fight for ascending heaven plane. They are ignoring you for now. I advise you to turn yourself into Song clan. It is a small matter if you implicate me, but if you implicate everyone else and cause Lu blessed land's invasion to be obstructed, you will be in big trouble." These words were said without mercy. Many Gu immortals heard it and their expressions changed. They were not worried about what Xie Shufang said, but they were worried that Xing Xiangzi would lose face and cause internal strife. Tai Bai Yunxing's expression sank, while Budan saw Fang Yuan's setback and was secretly happy. Fang Yuan sized up Xie Shufang, thinking that this Gu immortal was not fond of him. She was probably from the righteous path. Fang Yuan was not angry, he was happy instead, following Xie Shufang's words. "Master Xie is right, Song clan is a super force with huge assets. How can I resist such an existence? Thus I came here after thinking it through. Lord Shark Demon, I need your help. If I join Zombie Alliance, will I be able to avoid this calamity?" Xie Shufang was stunned. In her impression, Northern Plains Gu immortals who like to fight should have a strong will. Why were they so soft? Shark Demon was the first to react. He laughed. "Of course. Brother Xing Xiang has great talent. Joining Zombie Alliance is the best choice. I can guarantee you that you can join Zombie Alliance smoothly. Don't worry, as long as you do not do anything to Song Yi Shi, Zombie Alliance can support you and negotiate with Song clan." "Then I will have to thank Lord Shark Demon." Fang Yuan smiled bitterly and helplessly. "Lord Shark Demon, don't worry, I entered the underwater volcano by mistake and saw Fairy Yi Shi bathing. In the end I caused this storm." Sigh. Fang Yuan sighed deeply. He had a bitter expression as if a calamity had fallen from the sky. Budan's expression became extremely gloomy. Shark Demon laughed loudly. "I trust Brother Xing Xiangzi, let's go and destroy the Fighting Soul battlefield first." After entering Lu blessed land, the immortals fell into the Fighting Soul battlefield again. In a dark and empty space, dark clouds covered the sky. A thunderstorm was approaching, intense winds blew and sand filled the sky. Soul beasts formed in the sand. Their numbers increased rapidly. Without any pause, they immediately attacked Fang Yuan and the rest. The moment Fang Yuan, Budan and the rest entered, they had already started to destroy it, using their own methods and abilities. Because of the probing earlier, they were already clear that there was no difficulty or trap in destroying the hidden Gu worm. It was just a race against time. Chapter 9-11. This was a race against time. If Shark Demon and the rest could not defend against the Soul Beast's attacks, this plan would end in failure. Greater than over equal to if the Gu immortals unraveled the battlefield killer move before that, they would obtain victory. Boom. Fang Yuan waved his sleeves. A Wisdom Path mortal killer move was thrown out, blasting 7 to 8 hidden Gu worms into smithereens. Earlier, when he unraveled the battlefield killer move Battle Soul Battlefield, he could only destroy 5 to 6 hidden Gu worms, but now he could destroy 7 to 8. This showed that during this period of time he had been holed up in Hu immortal blessed land, practicing and studying. His wisdom path methods had improved. But Fang Yuan was still not satisfied. This kind of self-training has limited improvement. To increase my ability to unravel battlefield killer moves, I need Immortal Gu. Unfortunately, even though I have a wisdom path Immortal Gu, Unravel Mystery, I cannot use it to unravel battlefield killer moves. Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu's effect was to help Gu immortals think and solve puzzles. If battlefield killer moves were treated as riddles, then Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu was very close to unraveling battlefield killer moves. Just using Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu had no help in unraveling battlefield killer moves. Fang Yuan used the light of wisdom, using Unravel Mystery Immortal Gu as the core to deduce a simple immortal killer move to unravel battlefield killer moves. But it was a pity that Fang Yuan had been working tirelessly. In the end, before Fang Yuan came to Eastern Sea, he did not succeed. It was very difficult to deduce an immortal killer move. Normally speaking, even if a rank 8 Gu immortal wanted to design a brand new immortal killer move, they would need years as the unit of measurement. And most of the time, there would also be a lack of thinking and a lack of foundation. As a result, the Gu immortal would not be able to complete the immortal killer move even at death's door. Thus, Fang Yuan's inheritance contains so many incomplete immortal killer moves. Even though Fang Yuan's star path attainment level was ordinary, he used Wisdom Goo to perfect some incomplete immortal killer moves, creating Starfire Escape that reflected Star Thoughts. But now he had to create a Wisdom Path killer move on a blank foundation. It was beyond Fang Yuan's capabilities. Even with the help of the Light of Wisdom, his Wisdom Path attainment level was only ordinary. This shortcoming, which he lacked the most, was a huge burden on him. Actually, Unravel Mystery Immortal Goo is very similar to Unravel Battlefield killer moves. As long as my Wisdom Path attainment reaches master level, I will be able to design a brand new Wisdom Path Immortal killer move to counter Battlefield killer moves. Fang Yuan had already calculated it in secret. But at this moment, although he felt regretful, he was not anxious at all. Since Shark Demon had already promised him in front of everyone to bring Fang Yuan into the East Sea Zombie Alliance, the possibility of him going back on his words was extremely small. Even if he managed to break the soul of the warring battlefield this time, it was still a failure, and it had little to do with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had already achieved his previous goal, which was to join the East Sea Zombie Alliance. From a certain point of view, it's to reflect my future value. If I can keep Shark Demon busy and use him, I can use Battlefield killer moves similar to Battle Soul Battlefield. The later the better. If these Battlefield killer moves were all deciphered, they would be able to conquer Yulu Blessed Land. Fang Yuan would not gain much benefits. It would be better to stall for time and wait for Fang Yuan's strength to grow. He wanted to see if he could get a bigger share in the future. Fang Yuan's hands did not stop moving, but his mind was calm and leisurely. He used the corner of his eyes to observe the surroundings. Bu Dan did not need to observe anymore. He was still the same as before, using all his strength to decipher the killer moves, but each attack could only destroy one hidden goo worm. In terms of contribution to the overall situation, it was better than nothing. Fang Yuan focused on observing the 3 new goo immortals. These 3 goo immortals all had Wisdom Path methods. They were specially invited by Shark Demon. The one closest to Fang Yuan was that elderly goo immortal, the Demonic Path goo immortal 9 Ghost Finger. At this moment, he lowered his head to look at his hands. He had 10 fingers on both hands, but when he rapidly formed seals, there were only 9 finger phantoms. His Wisdom Path inheritance was unique. It only lacked 1 finger, which was one of the most elusive heavenly secrets. 9 Ghost Finger formed seals as his 9 finger phantoms danced around. He muttered some incantations. It was unknown what he was saying. At the same time, all sorts of mortal goo flew out of his immortal aperture. These mortal goo flew into the air and self-detonated, destroying the nearby hidden goo worms. Some mortal goo could only destroy 1 spot, while others could destroy 7 or 8 hidden goo worms. On average, his speed was slower than Fang Yuan, but his Wisdom Path attainment level was definitely higher than Fang Yuan's. Fang Yuan looked at Big Bag Lutan Xian. This Big Bag's name was very special. Fang Yuan guessed that since the other party was a Space Path goo immortal, did Big Bag mean that this person was proficient in storage methods? But normally speaking, Space Path goo immortals had more Space Path Dao marks. Their immortal apertures would be bigger and more spacious than ordinary goo immortals' immortal apertures. Right now, Lutan Xian's eyes had turned into vertical slits. Like a cat's eyes, he was scouting. His fat hands were shining with a golden luster. The aura he exuded told others that this was a top-tier mortal killer move. Lutan Xian observed for a few breaths of time before attacking. He stretched out his golden hand and pointed in a certain direction. This action seemed to expend a lot of his strength. Soon he was covered in sweat. He was gasping for breath. But with every finger, a large number of hidden goo worms would be destroyed in the corresponding direction, turning into golden sand that drifted in the air. Every time Lutan Xian attacked, at least 8 hidden goo worms would be destroyed. But his attack frequency was low. His attacks needed scouting. They needed a few breaths of time to prepare, and he was very tired. He was getting more and more tired. His attack frequency was falling. Thus overall, Lutan Xian was below 9 Ghost Finger. It could be seen that Shark Demon's evaluation was on point. When Shark Demon introduced Lutan Xian to Fang Yuan, he said that he had Wisdom Path attainment. And when he introduced 9 Ghost Finger, he said that 9 Ghost Finger also cultivated Wisdom Path. Then, the person that Shark Demon introduced, the Wisdom Path goo immortal Xie Shufang, was undoubtedly the strongest among the 3. Fang Yuan looked at Xie Shufang. As expected, Xie Shufang stood proudly in the air. 2 streams of light, one yellow and one white, were being breathed out continuously. The yellow and white streams of light were extremely fast. They tore through the air and destroyed 100 hidden mortal goo. After destroying these goo worms, the yellow and white streams of light weakened, but when they returned to Xie Shufang's nose, they regained their vigor, and when they breathed out again they had a majestic aura. A solemn light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes. These two streams of light had extraordinary power, they were clearly immortal killer moves. The power of immortal killer moves was truly different from Fang Yuan's mortal killer moves. Fang Yuan sighed internally, "My wisdom path attainment level is not high enough. Unravel mystery immortal goo cannot be used properly, so be it, attainment level is something that needs a long time to accumulate. But if I had Star Thought immortal goo, according to Dongfang Naginori's wisdom path inheritance, I would have at least 3 wisdom path killer moves that can break the battlefield killer move. 2 of them are at least 5 to 6 times stronger than this yellow and white stream of light." The wisdom path inheritance that originated from Dongfang Naginori was clearly more outstanding than the wisdom path inheritance that Xie Shufang had. What Fang Yuan wanted the most now was Star Thought immortal goo. On one hand he had a huge need for Star Thought itself. Fang Yuan's stone nest in Hu immortal blessed land had been refining Star Thought mortal goo for many years. If he had Star Thought immortal goo, this stone nest could be used to increase the production of air sac goo. Fang Yuan's immortal Yuan stone would earn more. On the other hand, Star Thought immortal goo was one of the 2 cores of the immortal killer move Star Fog Concealment. Star Fog Concealment had a similar effect to immortal goo Dark Limit. It could allow the goo immortal to resist other people's deductions, causing others' deductions to be vague and unclear. Dongfang Naginori's wisdom path inheritance also had many top-tier mortal killer moves. Fang Yuan had used them before, but against the deductions of people like Song Jiadan, they had almost no effect. Fang Yuan's true body stepped into Eastern Sea, the mortal goo that he had set up on his body self-detonated, the defense of the mortal killer move crumbled. Evidently, in the future, if Fang Yuan fled to the ends of the world and was chased by the entire world, all sorts of forces and people would try to deduce his whereabouts. Then he would need at least one immortal killer move to protect himself and defend against other people's deductions. Facts had already proven that mortal wisdom path killer moves, even if they were top tier, were useless no matter how many there were. There was a qualitative difference between immortals and mortals. But there are many difficulties in refining Star Thought immortal goo. Firstly, funds. I had just spent 2,000 immortal Yuan stone, my finances are limited. Even if I have enough funds to buy all the immortal materials, I will need time and luck. Moreover, the success Dao marks on me have already been used to refine change form immortal goo. No matter how much I prepare, if I am unlucky and encounter a failure rate, I will not be able to refine Star Thought immortal goo. As for other people obtaining Star Thought immortal goo in advance, the chances are very small. After all, Dongfang Naginori detonated Star Thought immortal goo not long ago. Time passed, 15 minutes passed. In the fighting soul battlefield, ancient soul beasts appeared again. An endless army of soul beasts surrounded Fang Yuan and the rest from all directions. Compared to the dense army of soul beasts, the position that Fang Yuan and the rest occupied was like a sesame seed on a cake. However, Shark Demon and the rest did not despair, they still retained their fighting spirit and anticipation. That was because Fang Yuan and the rest had seen the light of success in unraveling the battlefield killer move. Fight. Shark Demon gritted his teeth, he knew that he had to go all out now. He activated the Remnant Profound Ice House without hesitation. The Remnant Profound Ice House enveloped everyone, it was like a white meteor that rampaged through the dense army of soul beasts. Along the way countless soul beasts were crushed to pieces. Even desolate level soul beasts could not block the collision of the Remnant Profound Ice House. Boom boom boom. But the ancient soul beasts had enough strength, they surrounded the Remnant Profound Ice House and attacked. Chapter 9:12. Persevere, persevere. Success or failure depends on this. As long as we persevere, we will win. Inside the Remnant Ice House, the immortals were shouting loudly, they had already lost their composure. Outside the Remnant Ice House, soul beasts were densely packed, they were like a swarm of ants, surrounding the entire Profound Ice House. How many more hidden points are there? Shark Demon shouted. 178. Bu Dan immediately reported. Although he could not decipher it at this moment, fighting soul battlefield was close to collapsing. Soul beasts could no longer be produced. Bu Dan's investigative ability was enough to see the whole situation. 178. Su Baiman muttered, although his expression was unsightly, his gaze was filled with hope. This number of hidden points seemed to be able to be easily destroyed. But the truth was there were many difficulties. Firstly, these remaining goo worms contained core immortal goo, they were hard to decipher. Secondly, the immortals were inside the remnant ice house, their methods were greatly restricted, they could not act freely like before. Immortal goo houses had comprehensive offense and defense, they could advance and retreat, they were like fortresses, they had their own specialties and had no weaknesses. As long as there were more goo immortals inside the immortal goo house, and their cultivation level was higher, they could provide more immortal essence to the immortal goo house. Thus the immortal goo house could erupt with greater battle strength. But there was a flaw in this. That was, the goo immortals were only providing power to the immortal goo house. The immortal goo house's offense and defense, advance and retreat, healing and investigative methods, all depended on the immortal goo and mortal goo used to construct the immortal goo house. Thus, Fang Yuan, Xie Shu Fang and the others' original methods could not be used because of the immortal goo house's obstruction. From this point, ancient battle formations were much more outstanding than immortal goo houses. Even though ancient battle formations had been eliminated by immortal goo houses in the history of goo cultivation, facts proved that ancient battle formations still had many outstanding aspects. For example, ancient battle formations had combat methods. They were much more flexible than immortal goo houses. The immortal goo house's offense and defense, advance and retreat, healing and investigative abilities depended on the immortal goo used to construct them, their abilities were fixed, their strength would increase along with the amount of immortal essence. Thus they were more inflexible. But ancient battle formations were different, because even though ancient battle formations were made up of goo formations, the core was the goo immortals inside. The goo immortals were inside the ancient battle formation. He could use his own unique immortal killer moves. Like in the Battle of Langya Province, Fang Yuan and the Hairy Man goo immortals formed the second ancient battle formation, Heavenly Giant Solar. This silver giant would change its appearance according to the goo immortals' killer move. The killer move's power would also be amplified greatly. Anyway, if it was an ancient battle formation, the immortals would have already destroyed all the hidden points and obtained victory. But now that it was an immortal goo house, his movements were restricted. It was like climbing a mountain. There was only a short flight of stone steps left before he could reach the top. However, this short distance had become an obstacle that was difficult to overcome. In the eyes of the immortals, time seemed to have slowed to a crawl. Every minute and every second was torture. Are we going to fail again this time? Su Baiman muttered in disappointment. Shark Demon clenched his teeth and remained silent. His expression was one of defeat. At this moment, Xie Shufang stood up, saying to Shark Demon with a solemn expression, I can get rid of these hidden goo worms, but the price of my method is huge. If you can give me one of these immortal goo as compensation, I can help. Shark Demon had an unhappy expression. He snorted coldly. Su Baiman also had a fierce gaze, he had an unfriendly expression. Xie Shufang's actions. She was using the chance to extort him. But at this moment, they were already at their wits' end. If they wanted to get past this obstacle, they could only rely on Xie Shufang. But Xie Shufang immediately asked for immortal goo as compensation. Immortal goo were extremely valuable, this was an exorbitant demand. But Shark Demon quickly thought about it, he was silent for a while before agreeing, you can only take one immortal goo. That is my bottom line. He had gone through an intense competition in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance to snatch this mission to attack Yulu Blessed Land. Other than a portion of the benefits that he would give to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, the rest would belong to Shark Demon and Su Baiman. This immortal zombie couple had invested more and more in the early stages, they were already suffering a huge loss. The immortal goo and Yulu Blessed Land were part of their assets. It could be said that Xie Shufang's words were like digging a hole in their hearts. But undeniably, Shark Demon was someone who could do great things, he could adapt to the situation and was able to size up the situation. He actually endured this and agreed to Xie Shufang's request. Fang Yuan praised him inwardly for this. Xie Shufang heard Shark Demon's concession and nodded without hesitation, smiling, Sir Shark Demon, I am not such a greedy person. It is just that one of the immortal goo in the battlefield killer move is very suitable for me. No matter how many immortal goo there are, I do not dare to take them. I owe you a favor this time. Then let's ask Master Xie Shufang to make a move. Su Baiman crossed his arms, speaking in a stiff tone. This immortal goo was not so easy to obtain. Everyone was waiting, Xie Shufang's expression was solemn as her aura rose steadily. At the same time, a dazzling black and white light appeared on her body. The black and white light continued to revolve, quickly condensing into a huge ball. The huge ball used black, white, and gray to depict a vivid image of an intense battle. In the image, the remnant ice house was a white dot at the center, the surroundings were pitch black and filled with soul beasts. And the hidden goo worm's location was in the middle of this soul beast army. It was like a star, flickering, its location was clearly marked. Wisdom Path Immortal Killer Move, Clear Image. Xie Shufang breathed in deeply, she slowly stretched out her finger into the image. She used her index finger and thumb to pinch a hidden spot, then exerted a little force as the fingertips of the two fingers moved closer to each other. All the immortals could hear was a slight cracking sound, as if something had been crushed. After that, Xie Shufang twirled her two fingers, and when she retracted her hand, the goo worm at the hidden point had already been destroyed by her. At once, the immortals gasped in shock. Xie Shufang's Wisdom Path Killer Move could actually launch a profound attack through the remnant ice house, and it was so precise. The soul beasts outside could not disturb it at all. It was truly amazing. Even Fang Yuan felt like his horizons were broadened. This female immortal, Xie Shufang, might not have a friendly attitude towards Fang Yuan, but Shark Demon called her master. She was indeed skilled. Even though Fang Yuan relied on his outstanding Wisdom Path inheritance to surpass Budan, Lu Tan Xan, and Nine Ghost Finger, there was still a huge gap between him and a goo immortal like Xie Shufang who mainly cultivated Wisdom Path. Eventually, Xie Shufang used the killer move Clear Image to destroy most of the hidden goo worms, and successfully captured an immortal goo. When she took out this immortal goo from the split brightness map, the other goo immortals were shocked. After losing an immortal goo, Fighting Soul Battlefield quickly broke apart. The remaining immortal goo and a small number of mortal goo disappeared, retreating on their own. Countless soul beasts roared and growled as they launched their final frenzied attack. Remnant Ice House was an immortal goo house after all. It firmly blocked the final retaliation of the soul beasts. Eventually, the soul beast army dissipated along with the battlefield killer move. Shark Demon and the rest obtained the final victory with much difficulty. But soon they fell into a brand new battlefield killer move. Oh heavens, how many battlefield killer moves are there in this Yulu blessed land? Budan held his forehead in dejection. After fighting Soul Battlefield, the immortals fell into a brand new battlefield killer move, 8 Doors Labyrinth. In this battlefield killer move, the sky and ground were all orange. Other than the 8 huge doors there was nothing else. But the strongest Wisdom Path Goo immortal, Xie Shufang, showed a troubled expression as she reminded the immortals, "Be careful. This 8 Doors Labyrinth is used to trap people. Even though it does not have the killing intent of Fighting Soul Battlefield, it is harder to deal with." Nobody objected. 8 Doors Labyrinth was very famous in history. Goo immortals would have a huge sense of direction once they got inside. Moreover, these 8 doors could only allow one life form to enter. After entering, the open door would disappear. That was to say, the 8 doors in front of Shark Demon and the rest meant that there were only 8 chances to explore. After entering the door, the Goo immortals would have to fight alone. They would be isolated and without help. There would be no other Goo immortals to help them. It is said that after entering this door, the Goo immortal will enter a second space and face another choice of 8 doors. 8 Doors Labyrinth has a total of 8 spaces. Each space has 8 doors. There is only one correct choice. Otherwise they can only move around inside. This is a classic labyrinth battlefield. It is very powerful in trapping people. Without Wisdom Path Goo immortals skilled in deductions, there is no way to break it. Goo immortals skilled in fighting will find it hard to move forward. They might even be trapped to death inside. Xie Shufang sighed. Even though she was a Wisdom Path Goo immortal, she was not skilled in deductions. The Immortal Killer Move map earlier had already exposed her background. She was a Wisdom Path Goo immortal who was skilled in reconnaissance and long-range attacks. She was more inclined towards fighting. Fang Yuan's Wisdom Path inheritance was skilled in deductions, but unfortunately, he did not even have the most basic Star Thought Immortal Goo in the inheritance. Even the cleverest housewife could not cook without rice. His situation was very awkward. This is only the first space, there is still time to return. Xie Shufang reminded. The battlefield killer move earlier could still be used to probe. But against the 8 Doors Labyrinth, the Goo immortals probing would be throwing away their lives. They could not even probe. Yulu Blessed Land's battlefield killer moves are getting harder and harder. I think we are close to opening it? Shark Demon sighed. He wisely chose to retreat. Using the remnant Profound Ice House, the immortals forcefully left Yulu Blessed Land. In this trip, Even though Shark Demon and the rest successfully unraveled the Battle Soul battlefield, they paid a huge price. It could only be considered a Pyrrhic victory. The one who truly benefited the most was Xie Shufang. She was very happy to obtain an immortal goo as her spoils of war. Chapter 9:13. Even though they unraveled Fighting Soul battlefield, because of the battlefield killer move 8 Doors Labyrinth, Shark Demon's group had no choice but to leave Yulu Blessed Land. After parting ways with the other Wisdom Path Goo Immortals, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing followed Shark Demon and Su Baiman to Shark Sea, where they were entertained by Shark Demon and his wife. Brother Xingxiang, how confident are you in unraveling 8 Doors Labyrinth? During the banquet, Shark Demon asked bluntly. Fang Yuan's expression changed slightly. He shook his head with a solemn gaze. I am ashamed, I do not have any confidence. Even you do not have confidence? Su Baiman said in disappointment. Fang Yuan pondered. If I can refine a Wisdom Path Immortal Goo, I will have 30% confidence. Unfortunately, even though I have been accumulating immortal materials, I am still far from the Immortal Goo refinement standard. Refining Immortal Goo is too difficult. Shark Demon heard Fang Yuan's words and his eyes brightened, but soon dimmed. He had cooperated with Xingxiang Zi more than once. He could see Fang Yuan's foundation. He indeed lacked a Wisdom Path Immortal Killer move. After unraveling the battlefield killer move, Shark Demon had a better idea. Big Bag Lutan Xin and the Demonic Path Goo Immortal 9 Ghost Finger could not compare to Fang Yuan in Wisdom Path methods. There was no need to mention Budan. Xie Shufang was quite amazing, far surpassing Fang Yuan, but she was a Righteous Path Goo Immortal. Not only was she incompatible with Shark Demon's group, her appetite was also too big. This time, Shark Demon and the rest did not get anything, while Xie Shufang obtained an Immortal Goo, taking the biggest share. No matter how magnanimous Shark Demon was, losing an Immortal Goo still made him feel great heartache. Even though he unraveled Fighting Soul battlefield, he still had a huge grudge against Xie Shufang. He was just restraining himself. With Shark Demon's personality, he would sooner or later seek revenge. Fang Yuan observed his expression. Looking at the chairman, Shark Demon's eyes brightened and dimmed. He said slowly, I won't hide it from the two lords, my Wisdom Path inheritance is still complete. If I have that Wisdom Path Immortal Goo, I will be able to use several powerful immortal killer moves and my strength will rise greatly. Even if she's weaker than Xie Shufang, she's not that far off. Shark Demon nodded his head and changed the topic. He did not continue on this topic. Fang Yuan did not finish his words, he did not go overboard. But how could Shark Demon not understand what Fang Yuan meant? Xingxiang Zi's words have a deeper meaning. He wants me to help him refine Wisdom Path Immortal Goo. However, in this kind of transaction, I will suffer the greatest loss. It's fine if I can refine it, but if I can't, I'll have wasted a large amount of my investment. That's one disaster after another. Shark Demon pondered and rejected the idea of funding Fang Yuan to refine Immortal Goo. In fact, he had been under a lot of pressure recently. In attacking Yulu Blessed Land, he and Su Baiman had invested a lot of effort and money, but so far there was little effect. This time they invited 3 Wisdom Path helpers. They even bled a lot. Even if Shark Demon and Su Baiman were veteran experts with deep foundations, they were showing signs of exhaustion at this point. Refining Immortal Goo. It might be a bottomless pit. Unless he had no other choice, Shark Demon would never choose this. Towards Shark Demon's attitude. Although Fang Yuan felt some regret, he had expected it. There was not even a trace of disappointment. In order to relocate the Blessed Land, he had spent most of his immortal Yuan stone. With his current wealth, it would take a long time to gather the standard immortal materials to refine Star Thought Immortal Goo. It doesn't matter if Shark Demon didn't take the bait, the important thing is to infiltrate Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan did not forget his main goal. Shark Demon was also willing to let Fang Yuan join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. What? Because once Fang Yuan joined Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, he would be on the same side as Shark Demon and Su Baiman. This way, with the restriction of Zombie Alliance, Shark Demon would be able to use Fang Yuan's help more easily when attacking Yulu Blessed Land. He would be able to use him more easily. This was very helpful to Shark Demon's current development plans. Helping Xingxiang Zi was helping Shark Demon himself. Thus, after the shark fishing banquet, Shark Demon brought Fang Yuan to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters. 2 days later. In the air, Shark Demon and Fang Yuan were flying rapidly. This is the Yellow Spring Sea area. Shark Demon pointed at the sea below as he introduced. In fact, even without his indication, Fang Yuan had already noticed the special sea area below. Yellow Spring Sea Area. The seawater was an earthy yellow color. It was like a large river mixed with sand and sand. The waves were rolling and undulating. But in fact, there was no sand floating in the Yellow Spring Sea Area. The seawater itself was a light yellow color. Yellow Spring Sea Area is a very special sea area. The closer you get to the center of the sea area, the fewer living beings there are. This is the largest zombie farm in the 5 regions. Shark Demon introduced. Fang Yuan nodded, using his investigative method. His gaze pierced through the sea surface and reached the depths of the sea. He saw countless corpses floating in the sea, large numbers of zombie fish, zombie cuttlefish, jellyfish, sea turtles and others were swimming in the water, killing each other. At the bottom of the sea, there were gray-white rotting corals. They emitted an intense stench that polluted the surrounding seawater. The seaweeds were pale white bandages of seaweed. They floated with the currents like white silk used to hang people. These last 2 days, we used 4 undercurrents to fly for a day and a half, passing through more than 10 sea areas before arriving at Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters, the Yellow Spring Sea Area. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance is indeed worthy of being the headquarters of the 5 regions, to be able to control such a huge territory in Eastern Sea. Fang Yuan sighed sincerely. Shark Demon laughed heartily. In the other 4 regions, Zombie Alliance is inferior, but in Eastern Sea this is Zombie Alliance's headquarters. It is powerful and can suppress other super forces. Brother Xingxiang, it was a wise decision for you to join such a powerful force. Different from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's Dark Flow Giant City, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's headquarters had a public blessed land as their headquarters. This public blessed land was called Undying Kingdom, in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal World. It was located at the center of Yellow Spring Sea Area. Under Shark Demon's lead, Fang Yuan successfully entered Undying Kingdom Blessed Land. Contrary to Fang Yuan's estimation, Undying Kingdom Blessed Land was filled with birds and fragrant flowers. It was a scene of vitality. This was a stark contrast to the death energy and decay of immortal zombies. Immortal zombies are already living dead, their immortal apertures are also dead lands. How can they gather such a large public blessed land? Is it a blessed land for living Gu Immortals of Zombie Alliance? Fang Yuan was puzzled. Shark Demon chuckled. Xingxiang Zi, don't worry. Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has never forced any living Gu Immortal who joins Zombie Alliance to contribute a portion of their immortal aperture. Of course, Zombie Alliance encourages you to contribute your blessed land. There is a huge corresponding reward. You can see this when you look at the missions in the inner hall. Undying Kingdom is a public blessed land that mainly comes from immortal zombies. Or more accurately speaking, it comes from old Gu Immortals who are about to reach the end of their lifespan, or for other reasons, they are preparing to turn into immortal zombies to prolong their lifespan. Do you know why this blessed land is called Undying Kingdom? It is because Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has a unique method to allow the combined blessed lands to maintain their youth and vitality. Fang Yuan heard this and his gaze brightened, revealing an extremely interested expression. Shark Demon observed his expression and laughed. Xingxiang Zi, you are also interested in this method? That's right. Our Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance has gone through countless predecessors' research and accumulation. We have already developed some results. How to maintain the vitality of the immortal aperture while maintaining the immortal zombie body. Fang Yuan was greatly moved. He had always wanted to revive and get rid of his immortal zombie body. What? Wasn't it because the immortal zombie's immortal aperture was a dead aperture? It did not have the potential to advance further? But now, Fang Yuan heard Shark Demon's words and his thoughts towards reviving changed. The reason I want to get rid of my immortal zombie body and revive is so that my immortal aperture can survive and continue to raise my cultivation level. But if I can really become an immortal zombie while maintaining the vitality of my immortal aperture, there is a possibility of advancing further. Wouldn't that be the best of both worlds? Immortal zombies were living dead. They did not need to consider lifespan limitations. It could be considered a different kind of longevity. Fang Yuan used this advantage and continuously used the light of wisdom to develop and rise rapidly. But if Fang Yuan became a living person again, his lifespan would decrease sharply under the light of wisdom. How many times could he use wisdom Gu? The immortal zombie body had its advantages and disadvantages. But even if Fang Yuan had wisdom Gu, the disadvantages were greater than the advantages. Thus, Fang Yuan had to find a way to revive and get rid of the immortal zombie body no matter what. If there really is a method to maintain the immortal zombie body while reviving the immortal aperture and raising my cultivation level, that would be my best choice. But now, it seems that although Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance's research results are outstanding, they are still far from perfection. If they really had such a method, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance would have dominated Eastern Sea long ago, right? The 5 regions are no longer the same as they are now. After Fang Yuan calmed down, he also guessed the truth of Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Humans will die eventually, there will be a day when their lifespan runs out. Brother Xingxiang, after you join Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, you can make contributions to Zombie Alliance. You can use these contributions to exchange for this research result. Shark Demon patted Fang Yuan's shoulder and said with a smile. Fang Yuan nodded, showing a fervent expression on his face, but he was calm inwardly. He knew that Shark Demon was tricking him. Fang Yuan had joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance before. He already knew that to exchange for this level of research success, he would have to make huge contributions to Zombie Alliance. Shark Demon brought Fang Yuan to the center of Undying Country. There was a mountain range of corpses there. On top of dozens of mountain peaks were tens of palaces or halls. Shark Demon led Fang Yuan into one of them. Half a day later, Fang Yuan and Shark Demon walked out of the palace. Fang Yuan had an identity token in his hand as well as information path Mortal Goo. He could use it to transmit all sorts of information in Zombie Alliance. With Shark Demon's guidance, Fang Yuan successfully became a member of Zombie Alliance. Floating Astronomy. Chapter 9:14. Compared to the first time Fang Yuan joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Fang Yuan was much more relaxed when he joined Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. Originally, Fang Yuan was worried that his identity would be exposed. After all, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance had several rank 8 immortal zombies. Because of this, Fang Yuan had used the light of wisdom in Hu Immortal Blessed Land and expended a large amount of star thoughts to fuse Star Mark Immortal Goo into vaguely familiar face. With Eat Strength, Change Form, and Star Mark as the cores, Fang Yuan could transform into a Star Path Goo Immortal or Star Path Desolate Beast. It would be much more realistic. But after joining Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance, Fang Yuan did not see any rank 8 Goo Immortals. Even the investigation of his identity as Xing Xiangzi was just a formality. The reason for this, other than rank 8 immortal zombies having their own tasks, Shark Demon status in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance is not low. Living Goo Immortals cannot enter the higher-ups of Zombie Alliance. The main reason is that Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance is strong. They have sufficient confidence and a huge psychological advantage. Fang Yuan analyzed. 7 days later. BC. Countless bee groups flew out of the sea, landing on the boat flowers on the sea surface. In Eastern Sea's May month, the waves of BC would cause countless boat flowers to flow towards it. These flowers were of all colors, they were as large as small boats, they were tightly intertwined like a huge painting, spreading out from the flower sea. BC was a sea area that was connected to the flower sea. There were large numbers of water bees living in the BC. This special bee group only had the ability to fly for a short period of time. They were more proficient at swimming in the sea. Every year in May, when countless boat flowers flowed along the sea. When they reached the BC area, it was the best opportunity for the water bees to collect honey once a year. Right above the sea. Fang Yuan, Shark Demon, and the rest set up their formation, engaging in an intense negotiation with Song Clan's Goo Immortals. Finally, after the time it took for 2 incense sticks to burn, the two sides finally reached an agreement. Song Yishur and the rest would not pursue Xing Xiangzi's mistake. Even though it was an unintentional mistake on Xing Xiangzi's part, it was still a mistake. Not only did he have to publicly apologize, he also had to compensate Song Yishur with 600 immortal yuan stones. Xing Xiangzi currently did not have the ability to repay them all at once, but at most he could repay them in 6 installments. The first installment was 100 immortal yuan stone. The second time he would have to pay 120 pieces of immortal yuan stone. The third time 140 immortal yuan stone. According to the contents of the agreement, Fang Yuan would undoubtedly suffer a great loss if he were to compensate in batches. Therefore, after the agreement was reached, Fang Yuan borrowed a sum of immortal yuan stone each from Tai Bai Yunxing, Shark Demon and the others, making up a total of 600 pieces. He gave them to Song Yishur on the spot. With an ashen face, Song Yishur took the immortal yuan stone and glared fiercely at Fang Yuan. His tone was cold and stiff as he said, "Apologize." Fang Yuan was a flexible person. He smiled bitterly and apologized sincerely. I did not mean to offend Fairy Yishur, it was rude of me to offend such a beautiful lady. I deserve to die 1,000 deaths, please forgive me. Then why don't you go and die? Song Yishur retorted. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly again. If I had seen Fairy Yishur's face, I would have been hacked to pieces. But Fairy, you should understand. Back then there was thick fog in the hot spring, and you used an isolated immortal killer move. How could I have seen it clearly? Song Yishur snorted coldly, she remembered the situation clearly. In the underwater volcano she was not vigilant at all, how could she have set up any immortal killer move? Even if there was some fog, Song Yishur had cleared it in advance, she did not like her vision being blocked. But Song Yishur did not refute Fang Yuan's nonsense. Even if this wretched old man in front of her really saw her naked, Song Yishur would deny it and not admit it. Song Clan's two Gu immortals had relaxed expressions, they even pitted Xing Xiangzi inwardly. Fang Yuan had explained it clearly earlier. In fact, after this matter was exposed, Song Clan had already investigated Li Clan village thoroughly. This undercurrent had only formed in the last few years. And because Song Yishur did not inspect the underwater volcano carefully, it was exposed. Xing Xiangzi only took a glance, and because of the fog he did not see anything, but he had to pay 600 immortal yuan stones. This price was too high. In the end, Song Clan was a super force, they had a lot of assets. If Xing Xiangzi had offended others it would have been fine, but the problem was that he offended Song Yishur. Song Yishur was not a problem, but behind her was Song Clan's first supreme elder, Song Qiyuan. If not for Shark Demon representing Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance in this negotiation, if not for Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance being slightly stronger than Song Clan, Fang Yuan would not have had to pay 600 immortal yuan stones to settle this matter. Xing Xiangzi, even though this matter is over, you better not appear in front of me again. Song Yishur said these words before flying away resolutely. The other two Gu immortals from Song Clan had a much more relaxed attitude, they cupped their fists politely. Lord Shark Demon, Lord Su Baiman, we will be taking our leave. Take care. Shark Demon returned the greeting. At this point this storm finally subsided. Shark Demon invited Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunxing to visit Shark Sea again. But Fang Yuan declined. He told Shark Demon that he wanted to see if there were any missions in Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance that could give him good rewards, he could use them to earn immortal yuan stones to repay his debts. Shark Demon sensed Fang Yuan's dejection. He consoled him, saying that Zombie Alliance's structure was loose, it would not restrict his freedom too much. Fang Yuan's acting was on point. It really made Shark Demon believe that he was a rogue cultivator who valued personal freedom the most. Since Fang Yuan refused, Shark Demon and Su Baiman did not insist. The couple also needed time to prepare for the next attack on Yulu Blessed Land. After parting ways with Shark Demon and the rest, Fang Yuan accepted some divination quests from the East Sea Zombie Alliance. He was cautious by nature. Even if he was going to put on an act, he had to go all the way. He would never leave any flaws in these minor details. Fang Yuan had the mission token and an information path Mortal Gu for communication. It was very convenient for him to take missions, he did not need to go to Undying Kingdom Blessed Land personally. In fact, Fang Yuan did not intend to personally enter the Undying Kingdom's Blessed Land. After all, there was a rank 8 immortal zombie guarding that place. In front of such an existence, Fang Yuan was not confident in his vaguely familiar face killer move. It was also because he lacked confidence. Even though I spent 600 immortal yuan stones, as long as I can successfully enter Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, I will be able to use them. It is worth it. Next, I have to wait patiently for Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance to give me some missions related to Northern Plains. For example, a mission to collect resources unique to Northern Plains. Or a mission to inspect Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's branch. Fang Yuan planned. Fang Yuan's plan was progressing smoothly. At this point he only needed to wait. Next, Fang Yuan used fixed immortal travel to secretly return to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Tai Bai Yunxing parted ways with him. He used landscape as before to make friends everywhere in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. Using the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan only spent a short time to complete the Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance deduction quests. They were all completed. If it were in the past, these deduction quests would have taken Fang Yuan months. But now Fang Yuan only used a few days. Fang Yuan gradually felt that his wisdom path attainment had increased by leaps and bounds. In his previous life, the 500 years of suffering, glory, and ups and downs had turned him into a person skilled in scheming. Thus, Fang Yuan's nature was very compatible with wisdom path cultivation. Adding on his excellent wisdom path inheritance and rank 9 wisdom gu, how could Fang Yuan's wisdom path attainment not increase by leaps and bounds? After completing these quests, Fang Yuan did not hand them over immediately. This speed was too shocking, it did not match his wisdom path attainment. As for the immortal Yuan stone that he owed Tai Bai Yunxing and Shark Demon, Fang Yuan did not care about it. Tai Bai Yunxing's debt, Fang Yuan did not even need to pay it back. Shark Demon's debt, Fang Yuan would be able to pay it back in a few days. Guts Gu were in short supply, it was still very popular. His other businesses were also operating normally, even though Star Form Blessed Land had been moved. As a result, the 4 great resources of Star Form Blessed Lands were damaged. But Fang Yuan's monthly profit was still close to 1,000 immortal Yuan stone. But even so, Fang Yuan still lacked money. Be it the large-scale reconstruction of Star Form Blessed Land or the refinement of Star Thought Immortal Gu, they needed funds, a huge amount of funds. Besides that, there was the feeding of Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan had a large number of Immortal Gu that needed to be fed. If the Immortal Gu really starved to death, Fang Yuan's losses would be too great. Searching for lifespan Gu, teaching Fang Jing, interrogating the captives, constructing the 4th Fang Yuan stone nest, modifying immortal killer moves, cultivating wisdom path methods for the next attack on Yulu Blessed Land, purchasing Gu worms, purchasing strength path desolate beasts and desolate plants, the experience of raising hairy men, investigating the spring dream fruit tree, all these matters were complicated, Fang Yuan had to deal with them. Even though his immortal zombie body did not rest, Fang Yuan still felt that he did not have enough time. Fang Yuan was very clear about his situation. Maybe one day the matter of him toppling 88 Jinyang Tower would be found out and exposed. Thus, he had to use this final opportunity to develop and get rid of his flaws. Fang Yuan wanted nothing more than to split time, or even split himself into 2 halves to use. While he was busy, Fang Yuan paid attention to the external situation. Fang Yuan paid less attention to Western Desert and Southern Border. Central Continent was still affected by the aftermath of the Refinement Path Convention. In Northern Plains, after old ancestor Shui Hu defeated Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Baizu, Northern Plains was very calm. But Fang Yuan had experienced the Battle of Langya Valley, he knew about Kenyang Laojun and these Central Continent investigators. Thus, the calmer Northern Plains was, the more Fang Yuan felt that there was a hidden vortex within. In Eastern Sea, the most eye-catching matter was Song Clan and the other super forces fighting for the supremacy of Ascending Heaven Plain. A few days later, Western Desert. Fang Yuan had changed his appearance, he was transacting with Shao Clan's Gu Immortals. These are the goods, check them. Fang Yuan threw out the regretful spiders he had brought. This time, Shao Clan's Gu Immortal was Shao Shirang. This person had a calm personality and was very astute. Together with Shao Hu Qi, they were known as Shao Clan's civil and military duo. After Shao Shirang inspected them, he nodded in satisfaction. There are no problems. Catch. He threw an immortal Yuan stone to Fang Yuan. But different from before, other than the immortal Yuan stone, there was also a token and an information path mortal Gu. This was Shao Clan's transaction token. Floating astronomy. Chapter 9:15. It is a pleasure to do business with you. Our Shao clan hopes to continue the trade of regretful spiders as much as possible. The token in your hand is Shao clan's transaction token. With this token you will be Shao clan's trading partner, you can enjoy many preferential policies. The details are recorded in the information path mortal Gu. Of course you can reject this token. Shao Shirang said. Fang Yuan received the transaction token, feeling joyful. In fact, his transaction with Shao Clan, other than selling regretful spiders to earn immortal Yuan stones, the other reason was this transaction token. Western Desert was the most developed region in the 5 regions. Every superforce would issue their own transaction token. However, the Shao Clan's trade token was the most valuable one among them. Because among all the superforces in Western Desert, Shao Clan and Tian Clan had the largest business, they had the most trading partners. If Fang Yuan wanted to enter Western Desert's market, he could easily do it with Shao Clan's transaction token. Especially with Shao Clan's other trading partners he could get along well. Of course there were pros and cons to this. Shao Clan and Tian Clan were the biggest competitors. If he accepted Shao Clan's transaction token, he would have to get closer to Shao Clan. Fang Yuan and Tian clan, as well as the Gu immortals with Tian clan's transaction token, would find it hard to do business. With this transaction token, I can officially sell dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons. His monthly income of immortal metastones would once again break through the 1,000 mark. When my other resources recover, my monthly earnings will be close to 2,000. Fang Yuan did not conceal his joy, he accepted the token with a smile. Xiao Shirang also had a smile on his face. Even though in Xiao Shirang's opinion, Fang Yuan was very mysterious, after Xiao clan appeared. Even after many investigations they could not find out Fang Yuan's identity. But Fang Yuan did not hesitate, he accepted Xiao clan's transaction token. This was a move to get closer to Xiao clan. Xiao Shirang naturally had to show more goodwill. With the transaction token, Fang Yuan spent the next few days roaming Western Desert's Gu immortal world. Using the transaction token, even though it was his first time meeting, Fang Yuan successfully made several transactions of dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons. These transactions were mostly short-term, only 1 or 2 were long-term. However, Fang Yuan believed that with the passage of time, he would not be able to do so. As the number of transactions increased, this kind of long-term trade would increase and become more and more stable. Filled with joy, Fang Yuan left the Western Desert. But just as he stepped into Hu immortal blessed land, he received a shocking piece of news. What? Song Yishur was furious. They even razed the island of the Li family village to the ground. As it turned out, the contest for ascending Heaven Plane was getting more and more intense. Initially, only 3 forces were contending, but when the situation reached a stalemate, many other forces and Gu immortals saw an advantage and joined in. During this process, Song Yishur met the demonic path female Gu immortal, 7 Sea Snake Lady. She was ridiculed by the latter, saying that Song Yishur's worth was only worth 600 immortal yuan stones. Throwing dirty water at Song Yishur. After Song Yishur suffered a loss, in a fit of anger, she went to that nameless island and killed all the mortals and beasts on the island. Then she caused a tsunami and flooded the entire island 5 to 6 times. On this nameless island, naturally no one survived. To other people this was an insignificant matter. Thus, the shock in Fang Yuan's heart was not something ordinary people could understand. This way. What about Li Xiaoyao? Song Yishur and Li Xiaoyao were supposed to be a heroic couple, but because of me Song Yishur killed 8 generations of Li Xiaoyao's ancestors. Is this the same as killing Li Xiaoyao? In his previous life, Li Xiaoyao, who had shaken the world, no longer had a chance to step onto the stage of history. It is a pity. I was preparing to use Connect Luck to contact Li Xiaoyao in the future. Speaking of which, he is a person with strong luck. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. Because of him, Eastern Sea's future situation had undergone a huge change. And Fang Yuan had no idea how wide and deep the influence of this change would be. A few days later, something that shocked Fang Yuan even more happened. What? Starry Sky Grotto Heaven shattered, countless Grotto Heaven fragments fell like meteors, causing countless forces and Gu immortals to fight over them. Fang Yuan was speechless. According to his previous life's memories, the shattering of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven should have happened hundreds of years later. Why did it happen so early in this life? Don't tell me because of me I took advantage of Star Lord Wan Xiang and Immortal Monkey King Shirlei, causing Immortal Zombie 7-Star Child to wake up from his dream realm, causing Shirlei to fall into Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and have no choice but to seek help from Combat Immortal Sect. So, when 7-Star Child fought against Combat Immortal Sect, even though he had the terrain advantage, Combat Immortal Sect was too powerful, causing 7-Star Child to see that the situation was bad and detonate Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, causing them to perish together? Fang Yuan's guess was not wrong. In fact, it was exactly so. In Fang Yuan's previous life, 7-Star Child had been trapped in star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm for a long time, unable to wake up. Although Star Lord Wan Xiang died, Shirlei inherited this fortuitous encounter. He did not inform the sect, but instead sneaked in every time the crack opened and plundered it wantonly. But after 7-Star Child was awakened by Fang Yuan, tragedy befell Shirlei. He was chased around by 7-Star Child and had no choice but to abandon his pride and seek help from Combat Immortal Sect. In the end, Combat Immortal Sect did not forcefully suppress 7-Star Child. Since I cannot obtain it, don't even think of obtaining it. With such a thought, 7-Star Child detonated Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and separated from Combat Immortal Sect. Thus, the incident of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's fragment falling to the ground happened in Central Continent 200 to 300 years in advance. After receiving this news, Fang Yuan did not know what to say. Northern Plains has already been destroyed by me, 88-point Jinyang Tower has fallen, Imperial Court Blessed Land has been destroyed. Now Eastern Sea has also changed, Li Xiaoyao is gone. Now, Central Continent has also experienced a huge change, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven has collapsed in advance. At this rate, Central Continent and Eastern Sea will also change beyond recognition. Right now, the whole of Central Continent was in chaos because of this matter. Countless Gu Immortals, Gu Masters, Super Forces, small and large forces, all flocked towards the Grotto Heaven Fragment world. What Central Continent Refinement Path Convention? They were all thrown to the back of Central Continent's Gu Masters' minds. Regarding this, Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had collapsed at the wrong time. If it had collapsed 200 to 300 years later, Fang Yuan would have benefited a lot. Because at that time, the 5 regions' chaotic war would occur, dream realms would manifest outside, heroes would emerge endlessly, the veteran super forces would not be able to fend for themselves, it would be most beneficial to a lone cultivator like Fang Yuan. But now the 5 regions' chaotic war had yet to begin. Central Continent was ruled by the Celestial Court. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects firmly controlled the whole of Central Continent. Fang Yuan could completely foresee that the initial chaos would only last for a short time. The situation would soon be controlled by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. The true beneficiaries would undoubtedly be the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, as well as the Celestial Court behind them. The following development was indeed within Fang Yuan's expectations. In fact, the situation changed even faster than Fang Yuan had expected. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects stabilized the situation and quickly came to an internal agreement, expelling all the other forces and Gu Immortals. This made Fang Yuan deeply understand the enormous forces of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. What a pity for Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, what a pity for 7-Star Child, what a pity for that dream realm. Fang Yuan sighed in melancholy. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was one of his long-term plans, but now, after this change, this enormous benefit was no longer fated with him. But the following development was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. A letter from He Fengyang was sent to Fang Yuan through Whole Earth Gu. In the letter, He Fengyang represented Crane Gate and invited Fang Yuan to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven Fragment World. Don't tell me? Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. The guess in his heart made him stand up in excitement. He could not help but raise his head and laugh loudly 3 times. After laughing, Fang Yuan fell into deep thought. I cannot be careless, although the possibility of it being a trap is small, I need to investigate it before agreeing. 2 days later, Fang Yuan arrived at a valley in Central Continent. This nameless valley was lacking in resources, it was unremarkable, but because a huge fragment of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven had fallen here, this place was surrounded by the alliance of the 10 great ancient sects. The surrounding 1,000 li had become a forbidden zone. Once other Gu Immortals stepped into this area, they would be killed without mercy. Fang Yuan did not dare to casually barge in. He Fengyang personally welcomed him into the valley. There were already over 10 Gu Immortals guarding the valley. They were from Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Lad, be careful when you enter. Look far ahead, young man. Seeing He Fengyang bring Fang Yuan in, the other Gu Immortals' expressions turned ugly. They either threatened or advised him. Sir, you are Fang Yuan? A female immortal in white clothes walked out from the crowd. So it is Fairy Bai Qing. Fang Yuan's gaze focused, his expression did not change as he greeted her. Fairy Bai Qing nodded at Fang Yuan, speaking in a warm tone. You are someone my daughter often mentions in this contest for the Grotto Heaven Fragment. I hope you can go easy on me, I will definitely repay you in the future. Even though Fang Yuan had traded Guts Gu with Spirit Affinity House many times, he had not met Fairy Bai Qing. But now this matter concerned the safety of her daughter, Feng Kim Hong. Fairy Bai Qing had no choice but to appear and talk to Fang Yuan. She wanted Fang Yuan to give her face. Fang Yuan had his own plans, he agreed without hesitation. It has been a pleasant cooperation with you, Lady Bai Qing, you can rest assured. Fairy Bai Qing nodded in satisfaction. Many other Gu Immortals snorted coldly. He Fengyang, who was at the side, had a cold light flickering in his eyes. Go in. The others have already entered, you have the highest cultivation level, you are the last. He Fengyang said solemnly. Fang Yuan nodded, walking forward. Inside the valley there was a peculiar scene, it was like a mirage. The small valley that was originally filled with bushes was now a sea blue ripple. The scenery did not match, it was like a broken painting that was forcefully embedded together. This was naturally not a mirage, it was a shattered grotto heaven world. The entrance was open for anyone to explore. Seeing that Fang Yuan was about to enter, Fengyang was worried. He reminded, "Don't forget the place I gave you, you must occupy it." "Don't worry." Fang Yuan waved his hand. He did not turn around. Under everyone's gazes, he entered the grotto heaven fragment. Chapter 9:16. Fang Yuan looked over and saw that the lake in front of him was sparkling. The surface of the lake was wide and blue. After he entered this starry sky grotto heaven fragment world, he had been in this blue lake. The blue lake was huge. There were several small islands in the center of the lake. They were verdant and lush. Looking even further, at the shore of the blue lake, there was a mountain range. It was like a trace of green, gently blending with the sky. Fang Yuan was standing on the surface of the water. It was like he was standing on flat ground. From the perspective of a mortal Gu master, this method of standing on the surface of the water would be very impressive. But now this mortal thing was insignificant to Fang Yuan. Before entering this fragment grotto heaven, Fang Yuan took a final glance behind him. Behind him, the blue lake suddenly broke apart. It was as if there was a polished mirror that had cut the surface of the lake in half. Fang Yuan looked through the mirror and could see outside. It was indeed that nameless valley in central continent. There were also the figures of those Gu immortals in the valley. They seemed to be looking at Fang Yuan with all sorts of complicated gazes. Fang Yuan chuckled inwardly. He turned around and stomped on the lake water, flying away. The Gu immortals of central continent's 10 great ancient sects did not know, but the truth was, this was not the first time Fang Yuan had entered this starry sky grotto heaven. Starry sky grotto heaven was very special. It had 7 subspaces that were isolated from each other. It was not like ordinary grotto heavens. Evidently, starry sky grotto heaven had a lot of space path Dao marks, and they were quite unique. There were many desolate beasts in starry sky grotto heaven. There were even ancient desolate beasts, the zombie dragon that guarded the 8-star hall, the walking meat tree and so on. They left a deep impression on Fang Yuan. But after the intense battle and the plunder of Combat Immortal sect, there are also losses from the destruction of starry sky grotto heaven. There are very few desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts left in this grotto heaven fragment world. Right now in this grotto heaven, there are only 2 desolate beasts and 1 desolate plant. As Fang Yuan flew through the air, he recalled the information Fengyang had given him. These 2 desolate beasts and desolate plants were a desolate beast dragonfish, a scripture concealment turtle, and a netherworld grass. Dragonfish, as long as one was a Gu immortal, it was a common food used to feed immortal Gu. For most mortal Gu, if the specific food was not enough, dragonfish meat could be used, replacing the missing parts to feed the immortal Gu. Of course, immortal Gu were unique, their food was rare and strange. The dragonfish's effect was much lower. Even if it could replace part of the food, it could only be the desolate beast dragonfish meat. Among the dire beasts, the weakest is the dire beast dragonfish. According to the legends, dragonfish did not exist in this world. It was created by the Food Path sect. As for the scripture concealing turtle, this was a rare wisdom path desolate beast. Its habits were very strange. Ever since it became an adult, it had been fixed in a certain place, not moving at all. Day after day, the scripture concealing turtle's body would be covered in moss and turn into gray stones. It turned into a huge fake mountain. In addition, it was good at restraining its aura and hiding its tracks. It was not easy to find. Only when it sensed a huge calamity would it move. It would not stop until it found a suitable place to rest. Next, it would stop and shrink back into its shell, relying on wind, rain, frost, and snow to survive. If this desolate beast could be subdued, it would be more useful than killing it. The scripture concealing turtle was a pure wisdom path desolate beast. It was naturally close to wisdom path. It was a wisdom path spirit beast. It had the ability to find a safe and secluded place to live. Many wisdom path Gu immortals would use the scripture concealing turtle to help them when making deductions. Fang Yuan had inherited Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance. There was a method to use the newly killed scripture concealing turtle's shell to help him deduce. Evidently, subduing this scripture concealing turtle was more beneficial to the Gu immortal. Moreover, it did not move and had strong defense. Combat Immortal sect was not in a hurry to make a move. And the nether grass was the same. It was rooted in the ground and could not move as long as one did not get close to it. The threat was low. A stalk of nether grass was especially beneficial to Soul Path Gu immortals, because the nether grass contained a large number of Soul Path Dao marks. As time passed, it would affect the surrounding environment. The surrounding hundreds of li around the nether grass would gradually become a breeding ground for Soul Path Gu worms. Nether grass had a powerful effect on modifying the environment of blessed lands and grotto heavens. Similarly, it was not convenient for Combat Immortal sect to take this nether grass, so they left it until today. But who could have expected 7-star child to have such a huge temper? He would rather destroy Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and cause it to fall. This situation was far beyond Combat Immortal sect's control. This fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was discussed and agreed upon by the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent to collect the resources inside. Yifeng represented Crane Gate. Before entering the Grotto Heaven fragment world, he had given Fang Yuan several missions. Among them there were 3 regarding the dragonfish, nether grass and the scripture concealing turtle. If you can capture these 3 alive, that would be the best. According to the agreement, you will get a third of their value. Yifeng told Fang Yuan clearly. Although Fang Yuan was Crane Gate's subordinate on the surface, that was not the case. Yifeng was the person involved, he knew this clearly. Thus, he knew that to motivate Fang Yuan he could only tempt him with benefits. Although Fang Yuan was only a rank 6 immortal zombie, he had a huge advantage against these 3. Because Fang Yuan not only had his own immortal goo, he also had the immortal goo that Crane Gate had lent to him. Having immortal goo and not having immortal goo, battle strength was 2 completely different concepts. Although the dragonfish, the scripture concealing turtle, and the nether grass were powerful life forms, they did not have immortal goo. If they had immortal goo, they would have already been attacked by goo immortals because of their greed. If it was not 7-star child immortal zombie, it would be Combat Immortal sex people. How could they still be here? Normally speaking, in blessed lands and grotto heavens, there were basically no wild immortal goo. Because once wild immortal goo were produced, they would be taken away by the goo immortal for their own use. After all, wild immortal goo were not only useless to the management of the blessed land, it would also cause the goo immortal to have insufficient control over the blessed land. If the desolate beasts went berserk in the future, it would be troublesome. Moreover, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner, 7-star child, was awakened by Fang Yuan long ago. He was also the owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. He knew that there were no wild immortal goo in the Grotto Heaven. How could he not know? Even if 7-star child was occupied and Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was taken over by Combat Immortal sect, there were no wild immortal goo. Unless it was an extremely special immortal goo that could conceal itself, it would not exist until now. According to the map, the dragonfish is in this blue lake, near the small island at the center of the lake. Fang Yuan flew in the air, his gaze shining. Among the dragonfish, nether grass and the scripture concealing turtle, he was most interested in the desolate beast dragonfish. Of course, dragonfish lived in groups. Beside the desolate beast dragonfish, there were large numbers of ordinary dragonfish. These to Fang Yuan were not a small amount of tempting wealth. To think that I would have a second desolate beast dragonfish so quickly. Since I can take away a third of the harvest, I will choose this group of dragonfish. Fang Yuan thought of this. He could not help but feel happy. At this time, on the small island at the center of the blue lake, a group of goo masters from Heaven's Envy Manor was looking at the lake in front of them. They were in deep trouble. This group of goo masters had 5 people. Almost all of them had rank 5 cultivation level, only one young goo master had the lowest cultivation level. But he also had rank 4 peak stage cultivation level. This young man's name was Wei Wuxiang. He was the leader of this generation's elite disciples in Heaven's Envy Manor. Because he loved Fairy Bai Lian. He had once sparred with Fangjing but lost. Fangjing gave him a way out. It was a draw. Wei Wuxiang saved his face, he felt some gratitude towards Fangjing, he felt that he owed Fangjing a favor. He was originally rank 4 middle stage, but because of this competition for resources, Heaven's Envy Manor specially raised his cultivation level to rank 4 peak stage. On one hand, it was to train the rising stars of the sect, they were the hope of the future, on the other hand they were lacking manpower. This time, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had started an intense competition for the fragments of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. 7-star child was very sinister. He self-detonated Starry Sky Grotto Heaven with great propriety. Goo immortals could not enter the fragment worlds, they could only rely on the disciples of the sect to explore them. As mentioned earlier, these Grotto Heaven fragment worlds had sparse Dao marks, they were like dilapidated houses on the verge of collapse. they could only last for a short period of time. And goo immortals with Dao marks were like giants. Forcefully entering these fragment worlds was like a giant squeezing into a small house. The result would be the house breaking and the resources inside would be destroyed. In his previous life, Fang Yuan became a blood path goo immortal and created the Bloodwing Demon sect. When Starry Sky Grotto Heaven shattered and fell, he commanded the demonic sect's mortal goo masters to enter the fragment worlds in his place and plunder resources. But now why could Fang Yuan enter? Speaking of which, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Because Fang Yuan had the lowest cultivation level among goo immortals, he did not have many strength path Dao marks, and because of vaguely familiar face, he was constantly losing strength path Dao marks. One of the core immortal goo of vaguely familiar face was Eat Strength Immortal Goo. Using Eat Strength Immortal Goo in reverse, expending strength path Dao marks to change the goo immortal's regional aura. There were pure strength path desolate beasts like the large horned sheep, whose flesh and blood could increase Fang Yuan's strength path Dao marks. But because of his frequent disguise recently, even after adding and subtracting, the increase in strength path Dao marks was limited. Thus, Fang Yuan could enter while other goo immortals could not. He had just reached the upper limit of the fragment world. There were very few goo immortals who had such a miserable cultivation level like him. Most importantly, his identity allowed Crane Gate to make use of him. This was the competition and plunder of the 10 great ancient sections. If Fang Yuan did not have the status of a subordinate of Crane Gate, as an outsider goo immortal, he would never be acknowledged by the 10 great ancient sections. This was the righteous path. They paid attention to rules. Unlike the demonic path where it depended on whose fist was bigger, they fought head-on or were sinister and vicious. The greatest rule of the demonic path was that they did not follow rules. Chapter 9:17. This damned ancient soul sect, they actually alerted the desolate beast dragonfish to stop us. At this moment, on the island in the lake, Heaven's Envy Manor's group was trapped. Their path was blocked. In front of them, the lake water was rumbling, creating huge waves. The water was huge and dangerous. Heaven's Envy Manor's 5 goo masters frowned deeply. They looked at the lake with anger and helplessness. Through the lake water, they could vaguely see that in the depths of the lake, there was a huge monster's body swimming around like a mad demon. Every time it swung its tail, it would create a turbulent undercurrent and set off monstrous waves. Sometimes, the sturdy fish head would even hit the bottom of the island. Boom boom boom. Every time the dragonfish hit, there would be an intense explosion. The island below them shook again and again. Heaven's Envy Manor's group was trapped on the island. They looked at the huge waves with pale expressions. They were helpless and helpless. The desolate beast dragonfish had a gentle nature. It rarely went crazy. But earlier ancient soul sect's goo masters used a method to make this desolate beast dragonfish go crazy. It entered a berserk state. It lost all rationality in nature. Heaven's Envy Manor's goo masters might have the ability to walk on water, but they were mortals after all. They had limited primeval essence. In this situation, it was like a heavenly moat. They could not get past it. Ancient soul sect can actually influence the desolate beast dragonfish. They must have used an immortal method given by the sect. Our Heaven's Envy Manor is also one of the 10 great ancient sects. We cannot lose to ancient soul sect. Elder Zhuning, let's use an immortal method too. Just when they were at a loss, a goo master from Heaven's Envy Manor suggested. Hearing an immortal method, the other goo masters' expressions shook, their eyes shining. Elder Zhuning, who had the method, frowned. He sighed bitterly. If I could use an immortal method, I would have done it long ago. Why would I wait until now? He continued to explain his difficulties to everyone. It turned out that before Zhuning came here, his sect's supreme elder had given him an immortal goo and some immortal essence. It was a pity that this immortal goo could be used defensively, but it could not be used here. To solve the problem of the dragonfish, it was not suitable. Master gave him an immortal goo? What does an immortal goo look like? I have never seen one before. Quick, take it out and let us broaden our horizons. Zhuning's confession made everyone curious. For a moment they forgot about the problem in front of them. They all wanted to see the glory of the immortal goo. Zhuning smiled bitterly again. I won't hide it from everyone. I only took a glance at this immortal goo before Supreme Elder planted it in my body. Right now, even I do not know where the immortal goo is in my body, not to mention taking it out. Everyone was greatly disappointed. He sighed deeply. Only Wei Wuxiang's eyes shined brightly as he said with yearning, If I can have my own immortal gu one day, that would be wonderful. The other 4 old gu masters looked at Wei Wuxiang. He would either shake his head or smile bitterly. Wei Wuxiang was too young. It was normal for young people to dream. But only with enough experience. For example, these 4 old gu masters would understand the difference between reality and dreams. Who did not want their own immortal gu. Who didn't want to become a high and mighty immortal. However, the difference between immortals and mortals was like a chasm. The cruel reality. Countless people's youths were destroyed, countless people's dreams were shattered. How many people could truly become immortals? The leader, Zhu Ning, sighed, "There is no good solution now, we can only wait. When the dragonfish calms down we can set off." But this way the good things will be taken away by the other 9 sections. We will only be left with leftovers. A gu master said worriedly. What else can we do? Zhu Ning shook his head, but he did not forget to raise morale. But this is not entirely a bad thing. Let them fight for it, we can use this chance to conserve our energy. Even though immortal gu are powerful, they need immortal essence to activate them. Immortal essence is limited, let them exhaust each other. Later on, the strength we have left behind will be even stronger. Once he said this, everyone's expressions eased up, they regained some of their morale. However, there is one thing that I have to seriously remind you of. Zhu Ning's expression turned solemn. No matter how much strength we have left behind, there are 2 parties that we should not provoke. One is Spirit Affinity House's Feng Kim Hong, the other is Crane Gate's Fang Yuan. What? Even though Feng Kim Hong and Fang Yuan are elites of my generation, they are only one person. Right now, our 10 sects have 5 people each, their immortal methods are all mysterious and unfathomable, why should we be afraid of them? Wei Wuxiang did not know the truth, he retorted with some dissatisfaction. That is because you do not know the inside story. Zhu Ning's gaze was solemn as he looked at the 4 gu masters around him, saying, I only learned of this shocking news from the sect before we left. Feng Kim Hong was born into a noble family, her parents are both gu immortals, and they are extremely powerful existences among immortals. How shocking do you think the immortals' methods would be on someone like this? So it is like this. Wei Wuxiang was shocked. The others also showed expressions of shock. Zhu Ning continued, however, compared to Feng Kim Hong, that Fang Yuan is even scarier. Could it be that his background is even more noble than Feng Kim Hong? Everyone was bewildered. Zhu Ning frowned, I am not sure about the specifics. But this was specially told to me by the sect, Fang Yuan is much scarier than Feng Kim Hong, we should avoid him and not fight with him. Even though Fang Yuan is the #1 genius of our generation, he shouldn't be so terrifying, right? Wei Wuxiang said in a doubtful tone. Could it be that he has the immortal method that Immortal Crane sect gave him, and it is the strongest among the 10 sects? The other gu masters tried to analyze. Zhu Ning shook his head, I only know that Crane Gate only sent Fang Yuan this time. Think about it, what does this mean? It seems that Crane Gate is very confident in Fang Yuan, and thinks that he alone can deal with all of us. Arrogant. They are looking down on us. Crane Gate is not a fool. The sect also told us to avoid Fang Yuan, it seems there is a reason. I think we should follow the sect's instructions. That might not be the case. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands. If Fang Yuan is the strongest, the other sects will definitely join forces to resist him. The result is still uncertain. The gu masters discussed. One word, one word. One word, one word. Some were conservative, some were indignant, some wanted to ally with other sections. At this time, a sharp sound could be heard from the sky. Everyone frowned, Wei Wuxiang even covered his ears. The 5 gu masters raised their heads and saw that in the sky, a figure was flying across the sky. This figure was extremely fast, directly piercing through the air. A long sound could be heard. In just a breath's time, it had flown over from afar. When he arrived above the small island, his figure suddenly stopped. From extreme movement to extreme stillness, the 5 gu masters of Heaven's Envy manner felt extremely abrupt. Who is it? He's actually flying at such a high altitude. He's so fast. Is he a human or a ghost? Judging from his appearance, he seems to be Fang Yuan. Everyone was shocked and their mouths fell open subconsciously. A strong gust of wind blew over. It poured into their mouths and even forced them to close their eyes. This wind was formed by the impact of Fang Yuan's rapid flight. Fang Yuan stood in the air. He swept his gaze across the crowd. The huge wave, the island, the dragonfish, the goo masters, the surrounding situation, everything was under his control. He immediately focused his attention. They focused on the arowana. The 5 goo masters trapped on the island were of no value to him. The wind was just a gust. It came and went quickly. The 5 goo masters quickly opened their eyes. Looking at Fang Yuan in the air, they were very nervous. It seems that this arowana went berserk because it was hit by some soul path or wisdom path method. Fang Yuan guessed as he looked at the direction and stretched out his hand, grabbing downwards. Boom. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a strength path giant hand tore through the air, smashing into the lake with great force. But strangely, when the strength path giant hand entered the lake, it did not create huge waves. Instead, wherever the giant hand passed, the water split apart, as if the lake water was cooperating with Fang Yuan. This was the effect of the strength path immortal goo pulling water fusing into the strength path giant hand. The lake water did not obstruct Fang Yuan from capturing the arowana, it helped him instead. Adding on the fact that the arowana had gone berserk and lost its rationality, it did not try to escape, it made it easier for Fang Yuan to capture it. The arowana opened its mouth, letting out a dragon-like roar. On both sides of the fish's mouth, there were long dragon whiskers that moved like whips. The entire body of the fish struggled intensely, but the strength path giant hand was as steady as a mountain, like it was made of steel, it did not move. Under Fang Yuan's will, the strength path giant hand struck, capturing the raging arowana and bringing it out of the lake. Heaven's Envy Manor's 5 goo masters were stunned. They watched in horror as Fang Yuan captured the arowana and stored it in his immortal aperture. After capturing this desolate beast arowana, Fang Yuan was not satisfied. He turned his attention to the other ordinary arowanas. Arowanas were social animals, there were arowanas everywhere in this lake. This time, Fang Yuan used pulling water immortal goo, pulling up lumps of lake water that carried countless arowanas into his immortal aperture. Heaven's Envy Manor's group was dumbfounded. They would never forget this scene for the rest of their lives. Only after Fang Yuan finished harvesting and flew away for a while did these goo masters regain their senses. All of them were covered in cold sweat. Wei Wuxiang's legs went limp as he sat on the ground. They finally understood the sect's intention in instructing them, as well as the helplessness behind it. Such a person is not someone we can deal with. Oh heavens, I was just trying to ally with others to deal with Fang Yuan? With such overwhelming power, has he already become an immortal? Everyone was shaken. The arowana was gone, they could set off now. But the scene earlier was too shocking, there was no intense movement, they were just watching, but Heaven's Envy Manor's goo masters were breathing heavily, feeling extreme fatigue in their body and mind. Chapter 9:18. Close to 600,000 ordinary dragonfish, and 1 desolate beast dragonfish. FO, Fang Yuan flew rapidly as he paid attention to his immortal aperture's gains. He had come to this fragment world of starry sky grotto heaven, and the first time he made a move he had great gains. The only flaw was that many ordinary dragonfish died. Because the desolate beast dragonfish was violent and could not differentiate between friend and foe, many ordinary dragonfish around it died. Otherwise, Fang Yuan's gains would have been even greater. But this time, Fang Yuan was satisfied. Back at Dongfang tribe's headquarters, he had only collected over 900,000 ordinary dragonfish, and 1 desolate beast dragonfish. Now his gains were more than half of that. If they were replenished to Hu Immortal Blessed Land's Dragon Scale Lake, the original Dragon Scale Lake would not be big enough to contain these dragonfish. In the future, when the truth of 88-point Jianghu Tower's collapse is exposed, Hu Immortal Blessed Land will have to be abandoned. There is no need to expand the Dragon Scale Lake anymore. It seems that after I return, I need to reconstruct Star Form Blessed Land first, at least I need to place these dragonfish inside. Fang Yuan thought as he looked around. He had unlimited primeval essence, he had many mortal investigative methods, and recently he even had an investigative immortal killer move, Star Perception. Thus, he did not need to worry that he would miss out on anything along the way. But along the way Fang Yuan rarely made a move. When Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was still intact, it had already been plundered by Combat Immortal Sect many times. Right now, the remaining resources that could catch Fang Yuan's attention were few and far between. Moreover, he still had to hand over 2/3 of his gains to Crane Gate. He could only get 1/3. This dealt a heavy blow to Fang Yuan's enthusiasm. This time the 10 sects will send their disciples to compete. There is limited time to compete for the resources inside. There are only 7 days and 7 nights. After this time the resources inside will be split up, the 10 sects will start their own plundering. There is nothing left for me to do. Thus, during this period of time, I only need to collect the desolate beast dragonfish, hidden essence turtle, and that nether grass. Most of my energy and time will be used to explore that dream realm in the central area. As soon as he thought of the dream, Feng Yuan's eyes lit up and his heart burned. Before leaving, Feng had told Feng Yuan to stay. Let him occupy the central area as soon as possible. In the center of this fragment world there was an external dreamscape. The 10 great ancient sects had already started researching Great Dream Immortal Venerable's prophecy. Feng Kim Hong had Dream Wings Immortal Gu. It allowed Spirit Affinity House to hold the lead. More importantly, this dreamland had a great origin. It was star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Even though Crane Gate's dream path research was far behind Spirit Affinity House, as long as they snatched this dream realm, they could stop Spirit Affinity House's development. They could even use this dream realm in their hands. Negotiate with Spirit Affinity House and exchange benefits. In the entire fragment world, the most precious resources were not desolate beasts or desolate plants. Instead, it was this small piece of externally manifested dream. Therefore, before Feng left, he specially reminded Feng Yuan of this matter. But how would he know? Where was the excitement in Feng Yuan's heart? Feng Yuan did not have a dream path Immortal Gu like Feng Kim Hong. But he had the wisdom path Immortal Gu, Unravel Mystery. And the dream path killer move that was formed, Unravel Dream. Feng invited Feng Yuan to represent Crane Gate. It was like opening the door to a thief. Bringing the weasel into the chicken coop. Crane Gate did not have enough strength after all. They sent me out this time, but the other 9 sects resisted strongly. Even though Crane Gate got what they wanted, I set off far later than the other 9 sections. I need to hurry and occupy the central area to prevent any problems. Catching dragonfish was just something he did on the way. The most important thing was the external dreamscape in the central area. However, when Feng Yuan arrived at his destination, someone had already arrived. Feng Yuan, I have been waiting here for a long time. Feng Kim Hong led the 4 Gu Masters of Spirit Affinity House, protecting the beautiful dream realm behind them. She looked at the greatest enemy of this trip. Her features were picturesque, her skin was white as snow, she smiled sweetly and seemed very confident. Feng Yuan was not anxious, he also smiled. According to the rules set by the 10 great sects, if your Spirit Affinity House wants to occupy this area, you will have to face the challenge of any sect. Only after winning 2 out of 3 rounds can you remove the right to occupy this area. The 10 great ancient sects were the righteous sects of Central Continent. They had the same origin, Celestial Court. Thus, even though there was a competition, it was not as cruel as the demonic path, it was more gentle. Feng Kim Hong shook his head. Even if I have the immortal Gu and immortal essence left behind by my mother, I cannot defeat you, Feng Yuan. I waited for you to make a deal. Feng Yuan's brows rose. He said coldly, you want to make a deal with me again? Last time at the Refinement Path Convention you cheated me quite a bit. The method you told me to get rid of an immortal zombie was actually immortal ascension from one of the 10 extreme physiques. You still want to make a deal with me this time? Feng Kim Hong quickly said, deals are always mutually beneficial, Feng Yuan. You have obtained a lot of benefits from my Spirit Affinity House. Don't worry, I will not let you suffer a loss in this deal. Chapter 9:19. After Feng Yuan flew far away, he landed on the ground. He let out a large number of rockmen from his immortal aperture. Be it who immortal blessed land or star form blessed land, they both had a group of rockmen. Feng Yuan took most of them and brought them with him. He let them out now to act as subordinates. We pay respects to Upper Immortal. When the rockmen saw Feng Yuan, they knelt on the ground in unison. Feng Yuan grunted. He had a cold and aloof expression. After ordering these rockmen to collect resources, Feng Yuan left, concealing his figure and secretly returning to the dream realm. These rockmen were elites. They had many goo worms on them. These were specially prepared by Feng Yuan. These rockmen were equipped by Feng Yuan. Their battle strength rose greatly. They moved in groups of 10. Thus, even if they encountered other sects groups, Feng Yuan was not worried that the rockmen would be at a disadvantage. In the worst-case scenario, even if the rockmen were lost, Feng Yuan would not feel any heartache. This was just a disguise. The manifested dream realm was the size of a small hill. Fang Yuan concealed his figure, he cautiously went to the back and entered the dream realm. Previously, Fang Yuan had almost died when he reached the boundary of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm in the 8-star hall of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. He had to detonate his bat wings before struggling out. This time he took the initiative to enter. Because he had the killer move Unravel Dream, his strength had risen sharply, he was no longer the same as before. His vision changed. Fang Yuan had entered star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Dark night. A huge bonfire was burning. Countless tall and sturdy beastmen surrounded the huge bonfire. They were jumping and dancing. Howl, 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 howl. Some of these beastmen had tiger faces and human bodies. They opened their bloody mouths and roared at the sky. Some had eagle beaks that resembled iron. They roared loudly. Some had leopard tails on their backs. They danced wildly, creating a series of afterimages. This is the beastman race that went extinct during the Olden Antiquity era? Fang Yuan regained his senses. He recognized the origin of these beastmen. Beastmen were a branch of the mutant race. During the Primordial Era and the Primordial Era, they were known as the strongest of the variant humans. The beastmen were very powerful. They worshipped ferocious beasts, and their folk customs were fierce and savage. Especially since they could attract wild transformation path goo worms to live inside them, allowing them to transform into a half-human half-beast appearance. It possessed a portion of the beast's talent and strength. However, as time passed, the human race gradually rose. In the remote Antiquity era, Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable appeared. They led humanity to resist the rule of variant humans and establish the human regime. In the ancient times, 3 human demon sovereigns emerged one after another. They expanded their war achievements and completely exterminated the beastmen race, confirming the ruling position of the human race. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable was a rank 9 goo immortal of the remote Antiquity era. At that time, it was the time when the human race and countless other races fought fiercely for supremacy. This is indeed Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan could not help but feel slightly excited. He looked around. Soon he realized that he had become a human boy in this dream. He was tied up by a hemp rope, and one end of the rope was tied tightly to a tree trunk. More than 10 other humans were tied up together with Fang Yuan. They were all young children. Oh no! Beastmen were bloodthirsty. They were also known as cannibals. According to history, Beastmen's favorite food was the flesh and blood of human children. Beastman tribes treated the surrounding humans as food. They would go out to hunt once in a while. After hunting successfully, they would hold a grand celebration of the flames. Fang Yuan sensed the situation and struggled, but the hemp rope became tighter and tighter. His whole body was covered in blood marks from the ropes. The intense pain spread throughout his body. It is useless. The more you struggle, the more pain you will feel. We are finished. We are dead. Sob, sob, sob. I don't want to be eaten. The surrounding human children saw Fang Yuan struggling. Some advised him coldly, while others cried in despair. Just as the celebration of the flames was going on, the Beastman leader suddenly shouted, "Men, bring out our most delicious food." Howl, howl, howl. The other Beastmen raised their heads and shouted in unison. A 2-meter-tall elephant man who was sitting on the ground stood up. He stretched out his long and powerful trunk and uprooted the tree trunk that was tied to the hemp rope. The tree trunk was raised high in the air. The children tied up by the hemp rope were like a string of tiny beads, and they were hung up amidst panicked screams. The Beastmen shouted again. The elephant man who had successfully displayed his valiance laughed loudly, loosened his trunk, and smashed the tree trunk onto the ground. The children couldn't help themselves and fell to the ground. Some unlucky children were smashed to death by the tree trunk on the spot. The stench of blood spread out. Some beastmen could not suppress their bloodthirst and jumped into the field, fighting over the corpses of the children and chewing them. Delicious. The flesh of human children is so tender and smooth, ha. Their words revealed the savagery of the beastmen race. The bonfire crackled and burned fiercely. The orcs around them opened their blood-red eyes and looked excitedly at the children who had survived. Some growled, some bared their jagged fangs, and some stuck out their scarlet tongues and licked their lips. Sticky saliva flowed down their mouths, reflecting amber light in the fire. The children screamed in fear and some fainted on the spot. But Fang Yuan discovered that only one of the girls was expressionless. Although her body was trembling, and her face was as pale as paper. She pursed her lips tightly and did not make a sound. Don't tell me she is. Fang Yuan had a flash of inspiration in his mind. Before he could catch this light, the beastman leader walked towards Fang Yuan and the others with an intense stench of blood, looking down at these weak children at his feet from a high vantage point. The fire swayed, and under the terrified gazes of many children, the beastman leader's face was pitch black, and he bared his fangs. He spoke slowly. According to our tribe's tradition, those who untie the wind not grass. Those who receive the blessings of heavenly deity will be spared from death. They cannot untie the wind not grass. Gagaga, they will have the honor of becoming our great beastman's food. As soon as he said that, the beastman leader swung his tail. A bright light flashed in the fire. The ropes were cut, and the human children regained their freedom of movement. Wind not grass? Looking at the pile of dried grass brought by the beastmen, Fang Yuan's interest was piqued. The wind not grass was shaped like a lantern. It was round and round in the shape of a grass cage. It was rarely seen in the modern era. There was no wind not grass in the 5 regions. This was the green heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens. Only grass could be found. Renzu's 10 children destroyed the immemorial 9 heavens, causing the immemorial green heaven fragments to scatter all over the 5 regions. During star constellation Immortal Venerable's era, there were many immemorial heaven fragment worlds scattered all over the 5 regions. Beastmen worshipped heavenly deity. They had tribal beliefs. They believed that whoever untied the wind not grass would receive heavenly deity's favor. They could not offend heavenly deity's beloved children. So, as long as I untie the wind not grass, I can avoid death? Fang Yuan thought rapidly. He entered this dream realm and turned into one of the children. He was not even 13 years old. He had not even opened his aperture. He was unarmed. He wanted to escape this dangerous situation. It seemed like he could only follow the rules of the beastmen and untie a wind not grass by himself. Even though he knew it was a dream. Dying tragically in a dream realm was not a good thing. This meant being devoured by the dream realm. Every time it was devoured. Even though it would not result in true death, the soul would be heavily injured. If the soul was injured too many times, the soul would weaken. When it reached the limit of endurance, the soul would dissipate. Even if it was still alive, the person would die. This was the danger of exploring dream realms. Soon, every child received a piece of wind not grass. Knowing that this was their only chance to save themselves, the children opened their eyes wide. They used every second to untie the wind not grass in their hands. The surrounding beastmen either laughed coldly or bared their teeth, or licked their lips or sharpened their claws. They surrounded Fang Yuan and the rest, looking at them with ferocious expressions. The human children were surrounded in the center, surrounded by layers of brutal beastmen. In this bonfire, the children held their breaths and focusing all their attention on the grass cages in their hands. Fang Yuan observed carefully. These grass cages were made up of all kinds of grass stems, roots, and leaves intertwined together, forming a strange grass ball. Only in the immemorial green sky, the wind blows all year round, and the direction of the wind changes. Countless plants are either uprooted or have their branches cut off. These roots, branches and leaves, under the stirring of the wind, gradually formed this spherical grass cage. Because time was limited, the surrounding children had already started to untie the wind not grass. Only Fang Yuan, it was his first time seeing the wind not grass. He quietly looked at it and did not immediately take action. His uniqueness not only attracted the attention of some beastmen, it even attracted Feng Kim Huang's attention. Feng Kim Huang also entered the dream realm like Fang Yuan. He turned into one of the children. Fang Yuan looked very calm. He gave off a confident aura, and because he was covered in dust and could not be identified as male or female, Feng Kim Huang could not help but misunderstand. What's going on with this kid? Is she star constellation Immortal Venerable? Right at this time, a tiger-headed beastman suddenly roared in excitement. He stretched out his monstrous claws, quickly grabbing a human boy and throwing him into his mouth. Crack crack. He opened his bloody mouth, chewed a few times and swallowed a large half of a child. What are you looking at? He destroyed a wind not grass stalk. He has already failed. It is only right and proper for me to eat him. Seeing the malicious gazes around him, the tiger-headed beastman growled. As he spoke, the boy's flesh and blood could still be seen between his fangs. With this provocation, the surrounding beastmen became restless. The fierce light in their eyes intensified as they looked at the other children. Daddy, Daddy, where are you? Come and save me. A girl broke down on the spot, holding the wind not grass and wailing loudly. Damn it, why is it so difficult to get this wind not grass? No, I must succeed. I can do it. I often play with this wind not grass toy. The surrounding beastmen were naturally not willing to see the children successfully untie the wind not grass. They gradually moved closer and closer. They had evil intentions, purposely shouting, threatening words, or rough breathing to disturb the children. Bastard, stay away from me, you stink. Feng Kim Hong was furious, shouting at the crocodile-tail beastman behind him. The crocodile-tail beastman growled angrily, his blood-red eyes staring at Feng Kim Hong. He could not believe that this food in front of him had such an arrogant attitude. Feng Kim Hong was not afraid. What are you shouting for, you bastard? Bam. Chapter 920. Once Feng Kim Hong died, her soul flew into the night sky, giggling. On the back of her soul, there was a pair of rainbow-colored wings. It was the scene of Dream Wings Immortal Goo activating. I have Dream Wings Immortal Goo, I can enter and exit dream realms freely. Even if I fail this time, I can just wait for the next cycle of the dream realm and start again. Feng Kim Hong snorted in her heart. She had tried earlier, but the wind knot grass in her hand was already messed up by her. The knots in the grass roots were even more complicated than before. But when Feng Kim Hong was about to flap her wings and fly away, an eagle-bodied beastman pounced down from the sky. Feng Kim Hong screamed in fear. She wanted to dodge. But the usual rapid flapping of wings seemed especially sluggish in this dream. Feng Kim Hong had underestimated the difficulty of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. Before she could escape, her soul was crushed by the eagle-bodied beastman's claw. Just this attack heavily injured Feng Kim Hong's soul. At the next moment, Feng Kim Hong left the dream realm, her soul returning to her body. The moment she opened her eyes, she coughed out a mouthful of blood. Spirit Affinity House's Goo Masters were pale with fright. They hurriedly came to reinforce her. Such an amazing dream realm. If I had taken that attack a second time, I would have died in the dream. Feng Kim Hong's gaze was filled with shock and fear. Cold sweat flowed down her face. I was careless. Although I have Dream Wings Immortal Goo, against an Immortal Venerable's dream realm, it is far from safe. But thankfully I prepared a lot of Guts Goo for this trip. I brought them with me. With Guts Goo, my soul can rapidly recover. In half a day I will be completely healed. Feng Kim Hong wiped the cold sweat off her forehead. She cherished every bit of time she had. She quickly started to recuperate. In the dream realm, Feng Yuan's gaze landed on the wind knot grass in his hand again. The appearance of Feng Kim Hong earlier. This allowed Feng Yuan to obtain a lot of information. The scale of this dream realm is not big. This is only the surface of the dream realm. But this is an Immortal Venerable's dream after all. Even rank 6 Dream Wings Immortal Goo cannot escape immediately. Now, it seems that the key to this dream lies in the wind knot grass in my hand. Feng Yuan's mind flashed with realization. After his observation, he began to dismantle the wind knot grass in his hand. Starting from the surface, Feng Yuan carefully peeled it off. He felt as if he were facing the devil. It was a complicated ball of tangled threads. He needed to find the ends of the threads and pull them out one by one. When he reached the third layer, Feng Yuan found it hard to continue. The small hole in front of him was a mess. The roots were entangled with each other, making it impossible for him to remove it. Don't use brute force to destroy it. If you want to dismantle the wind knot grass, not only do you need confidence in your observation, you also need to use your brain to calculate. You also need to be patient and, more importantly, have enough time and some luck. Feng Yuan sighed to himself. A small hole appeared on the wind knot grass in his hand. However, this small hole was stuck at the third level. The only path in front of him was to retreat to the first 2 layers and find other openings. Then he would continue to dismantle it. If it were anyone else, they would have to do the same. But there was an exception. Feng Yuan looked around. Soon he noticed the girl who seemed to be star constellation Immortal Venerable. She had dismantled it to the 7th layer. The wind knot grass had shrunk by more than half in her hands. Without using any wisdom path goo worms, she can reach such a level with just her brain power? Feng Yuan was inwardly shocked. Even though he had started to dismantle the wind knot grass after some time, the gap between the two was too huge. Feng Yuan squinted, concealing the bright light in his eyes. In terms of dismantling ability, Feng Yuan was only above average among all the children. In terms of progress, he was at the middle to the back. and more than half of the time had passed. According to the progress of all the children, the only one who had a chance of escaping was probably that girl who seemed to be star constellation Immortal Venerable. But Fang Yuan had ample confidence. He believed that not only could he dismantle it, he could even surpass everyone and obtain first place. What gave him confidence was none other than the immortal level Dream Path Killer move, Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream activated. The tangled roots in front of him slowly melted, breaking apart on their own. Many of the surrounding beastmen saw this, especially the snakemen behind Fang Yuan, who had witnessed the entire process. But they did not say anything, nor did they make any strange movements. This was the effect of Unravel Dream. It was not a pure offensive killer move, but a specific transformation that was produced according to the Dream Realm. For example, when Fang Yuan fought in the Dream Realm, Unravel Dream was a powerful offensive method. If the Dream Realm was weak, it could directly dismantle the enemy. For example, right now, the Dream Realm's rules required Fang Yuan to dismantle the Wind Not Grass. Thus, Unravel Dream's effect was to help Fang Yuan dismantle the Wind Not Grass. This dismantling was done according to the rules, it was not done through brute force. In the eyes of the surrounding children, as well as the beastmen who were observing Fang Yuan did not cheat at all. Instead, he used his brain and succeeded in removing the third layer of the Wind Not Grass with his bare hands. Thus they did not move. Even the snakeman who wanted to devour Fang Yuan only had a slightly surprised expression. He felt that Fang Yuan breaking the third layer was somewhat unexpected. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Unravel Dream. Fang Yuan did not stop at all. The Wind Not Grass in his hand was quickly dismantled, reaching the center. At the center of the Wind Not Grass there was a seed. This was the self-preservation method of plants in immemorial green heaven. It was also a method to use the wind to reproduce. Fang Yuan took out the seed, standing up and raising it in his hand. He succeeded. This is too fast. Please help me, can you? The surrounding people became restless. Even the little girl who was suspected to be star constellation Immortal Venerable cast a surprised gaze. You are free, little thing. I will give you 3 days to escape. Get lost. The tribe's beastman leader snorted angrily, kicking Fang Yuan away. Fang Yuan's small body flew across the air. He flew for more than 10 steps in the air before crashing on the ground. What surprised Fang Yuan was he was kicked. Even though he felt suffocated, there were no injuries on his body. Even though the beastman leader was strong and straightforward, his martial arts had already reached the level of combining strength and gentleness. Since Fang Yuan dismantled the Wind Not Grass, the beastman tribe had really let him go. Fang Yuan took a glance at the little girl. The latter had already focused on the Wind Not Grass in her hand. Fang Yuan hesitated for a moment before turning around and leaving. He left the bonfire and walked into the dark forest. He only walked for a dozen steps. A trace of light shone in the darkness. The further he walked, the brighter the light became. Eventually, all of the darkness was pushed aside. There was complete light. The light gradually faded, revealing the scene of reality. Fang Yuan realized that not only had he opened his eyes, his body had unknowingly walked more than 10 steps away, leaving the manifested dream realm. Looking at the dream realm behind him, Fang Yuan frowned deeply. He was very puzzled. What happened? I left the dream realm for no reason? He carefully sensed his surroundings. This time he did not fail in exploring the dream realm. His wisdom path attainment level had risen by a level. This shouldn't be. According to the scale of this dream realm, there should be at least 3 acts. I successfully passed the first act. Why didn't I enter the second act? Fang Yuan stood on the spot, falling into deep thought. The radiance of the manifested dream realm shone on his face. He left the dream realm. He went back the way he came. Through the dream realm on the other side. It was Spirit Affinity House's group, as well as Feng Kim Hong, who was urgently healing himself. Thus, Fang Yuan was still not exposed. But if he could not figure out the reason for leaving the dream realm, he could not guarantee that the next time he left the dream realm, he would return to Spirit Affinity House. If others found out that Fang Yuan was exploring the dream realm, it would be troublesome. After a long while, Fang Yuan's frown gradually eased. He walked forward again, letting the dream realm devour him. His vision changed. Fang Yuan entered star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm again. Dark night, bonfire, beastmen, children, wind not grass, the same scene repeated. Using Unravel Dream, Fang Yuan cheated and was the first to unravel the wind not grass. But this time he did not leave directly. He walked towards the girl who was suspected to be star constellation Immortal Venerable. wanting to help her unravel the wind not grass. The beastman leader did not object. He said, "Little rascal, you still want to help others? You can help, but if you can't unravel it, you will have to pay with your life." Seems I guessed correctly. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He unraveled the wind not grass within the time limit and escaped with the girl. What? Or did I escape? Fang Yuan looked back in surprise. The second attempt ended in failure. Fang Yuan did not enter the second scene like the first time. He was thrown out of the dream realm. Dream realms had all kinds of strange rules. Because every dream realm was unique, it was hard to accumulate experience in exploring dream realms. Even with Fang Yuan's previous life's experience, his advantage was still very small. This time, after saving the girl, my wisdom path attainment level increased more than the previous time. Fang Yuan muttered. He fell into deep thought. Looking at the current situation, there were two possibilities. One was that the girl he saved was not the real star constellation Immortal Venerable. The second was that he had to save more children. After reaching a certain number, he could enter the second scene. Before entering the dream realm for the third time, Fang Yuan rested for a while. He took out Guts Gu and healed his weakened soul. Even though he successfully left the dream realm and explored it, his soul was not unharmed. He still expended a lot of energy in the dream realm. Of course, Fang Yuan's soul expenditure was much better than Feng Kim Huang's injuries. The former was a success, the latter was a failure. The two could not be mentioned in the same breath. Third time. Fang Yuan encouraged himself as he entered the dream realm again. Everything in the dream was repeating itself. The moment he distributed the wind not grass, Fang Yuan activated Unravel Dream. After a few breaths of time, the wind not grass in his hand was split. Fang Yuan grabbed the seed in the center of the grass and raised his right hand, shouting, "I succeeded." At once, be they beastmen or children, they stared at Fang Yuan with wide eyes. Chapter 921. Let me help you. Fang Yuan untied the wind not grass in his hand and walked to the nearest child. Hee hee, little bastard, you want to save the others? You can. But you. The beastman leader sneered. But before he finished, Fang Yuan interrupted him. I know. If I cannot save them, I will not leave, just eat me. Fang Yuan waved his hand and said casually. Oh. The beastman leader choked. He could not say anything. The surrounding children looked at Fang Yuan as if he was a hero. They looked at him with hope and admiration. Little bastard, if you can save everyone, I will not be the leader anymore. The beastman leader laughed sinisterly. But after a while he could not laugh anymore. Fang Yuan did not play by the rules. He continued to use Unravel Dream at an astonishing speed. The captured children were saved one after another. If he had to untie the wind not grass by himself, he would not even be able to save himself. But after using Unravel Dream, the difficulty fell to the extreme. For example, it was like playing mahjong. Others would grab the tiles one by one, but Fang Yuan would directly turn the tiles into the ones he wanted. But this kind of blatant cheating, in the eyes of the surrounding people, was Fang Yuan's fingers flying. No matter what kind of wind not grass it was, after spinning it a few times in his hands, it would be cut down at a visible speed, eventually reaching the core, and the seeds would be extracted. Easy as pie. Easy as pie. This was the power of Dream Path Killer move Unravel Dream. The children's eyes shone with tears. Looking at Fang Yuan's figure, they were filled with endless gratitude and admiration. The beastmen opened their mouths wide. They were dumbfounded. Unbelievable. They are all saved. I succeeded. Fang Yuan said calmly to the beastman leader. After a while, the children seemed to wake up from a dream. They erupted in cheers. Some were crying tears of joy, some were jumping around. The beastman leader was speechless. He stared at Fang Yuan with bloodshot eyes. The surrounding beastmen were either growling or baring their fangs. They were restless. Fang Yuan was not worried that the orcs would go back on their word. Generally speaking, this kind of primitive tribe was quite strict with their beliefs, customs, and traditions. Of course, everything can't be generalized. In reality, there was also the possibility that the beastmen would go back on their word. But here it was a special dream. It was not reality. As expected, just as Fang Yuan expected, no matter how angry and unwilling the orcs were, they could only watch the delicious food right in front of their mouths and leave leisurely. Passing through the gloomy forest, Fang Yuan led a rather large group of children, leaving the orc tribe and the bonfire behind them. The children clustered around Fang Yuan. As they walked together, they gradually became silent. In the darkness, the ray of light continued to expand. Finally, it filled his field of vision again. Fang Yuan's soul returned to his body and he opened his eyes. Taking a closer look, Fang Yuan had a surprised look on his face. He looked at the external dream behind him in shock, and his heart was full of doubts. How is this possible? I've already saved all the children and done my best. But why was I still thrown out of the dream and didn't enter the second act? Fang Yuan frowned deeply. Could it be that my previous guess was wrong? Untie the wind knots and save these children. Is it not the correct way to pass the first act of the dream? What other clues did I miss? Fang Yuan pondered and racked his brains. The exploration of the dream world was just that difficult. Even if Fang Yuan had the experience of his previous life and had the advantage of being ahead of this era, it was not easy to grasp when exploring dreams. Every dream was unique. The methods of exploring dreams were almost all different, and it was difficult to sum up the experience. Right now, Fang Yuan could only keep guessing and then try one by one. Only by perseverance and patience could there be a possibility of passing through the dream. Of course, in Fang Yuan's previous life, there were many examples such as people exploring dreams for decades without any results. Fang Yuan's head was aching from thinking about it. He had some new guesses, but even he did not have much confidence in them. In that case, I should go somewhere else and subdue the hidden essence turtle. Fang Yuan hit a wall in this dream realm, but he did not persist. Even though this dream realm of star constellation Immortal Venerable was his main target, the dragonfish, hidden essence turtle, and that desolate plant were all things that he had to obtain. With a thought, Fang Yuan decided to leave this place and go somewhere else. 2 hours later, Feng Kim Huang's pale face finally turned rosy. She opened her eyes. His clear eyes shone with a bright light. Guts Gu is too helpful in healing soul injuries, it works so quickly. She felt a sense of relief. Seeing that she was safe and sound, the 4 Gu Masters of Spirit Affinity House let out sighs of relief. They were here to accompany the Crown Prince. If anything happened to Feng Kim Hong, they would not have a good time when they returned to the sect. Feng Kim Hong looked at the desolate beast shark fin wolf left behind by Fang Yuan. Her gaze focused. She asked the other Gu Masters and found out that no Gu Masters came here while she was healing. She relaxed slightly. Finally, she checked her condition and confirmed that she was completely healed. She stood up and faced the dream realm again. Earlier, I used Dream Wings Immortal Gu to show off and gained refinement path attainment. But this time, I am facing an Immortal Venerable's dream realm. The difficulty is like heaven and earth. I cannot make the same mistake again. Why does the dream realm seem to have shrunk? Feng Kim Huang's expression suddenly focused, suspicion flashed in her eyes. Once the dream realm was successfully explored, it would vanish completely. Even though Fang Yuan did not succeed completely, she gained a lot and her wisdom path attainment rose sharply. As the saying goes, there are gains and losses. Fang Yuan gained something but the dream realm naturally lost something. Externally, the dream realm's size had shrunk. It has indeed shrunk. How could this be? Feng Kim Hong confirmed it again and again. She became increasingly suspicious. Is this the special aspect of the Immortal Venerable's dream realm? It will continue to shrink as time passes? Feng Kim Hong did not guess anything else. In this era, people's understanding of dream realms was still at a primitive stage. And Feng Kim Hong was deeply convinced that her unique Dream Wings Immortal Gu had an early advantage in the aspect of dream path. Even though she was suspicious, Feng Kim Hong could not verify it. Eventually, she shook her head. Ignoring her suspicions and the feeling of uneasiness, she entered the dream realm again. Not long after Feng Kim Hong entered the dream realm, Fang Yuan used the information he Fengyang left for him and arrived at the location of the hidden essence turtle. This wisdom path desolate beast. It was as huge as a mountain. Right now, the hidden essence turtle's limbs, head, and tail were all inside its shell. Most of its body was hidden in the mountain rocks. Fang Yuan chuckled. He moved like an eagle, pouncing down rapidly. Bam bam bam. The violent explosions were continuous, like bursts of muffled thunder. Fang Yuan and the hidden essence turtle started fighting. At once, rocks flew and dust rose. The hidden essence turtle tried to retaliate at first, but it had no immortal Gu and was only a desolate beast, not an ancient desolate beast. How could it be the match of Fang Yuan, who had rank 7 battle strength? After a few rounds, the hidden essence turtle could only hide inside its shell and take a beating. This turtle shell is really thick. Fang Yuan attacked for a while. Seeing that he could not do anything to the hidden essence turtle, he laughed helplessly. He did not use his full strength, he did not even use immortal goo. He had used myriad self-giant hand in many places, he did not want to expose it. Who knew if other sects had prepared investigative immortal goo? Bring it with him? Fang Yuan needed to conceal his strength as much as possible. Thus, after the hidden essence turtle hit its head, Fang Yuan was not anxious at the moment. He split his attention. On one hand he fought intensely while on the other, he savored the dream realm's gains. As he savored it, countless inspirations appeared in his mind. It was like a window was opened in front of him, he could see the vast scenery outside. This feeling was amazing, Fang Yuan was intoxicated by it. Originally, my wisdom path attainment level was extremely ordinary. After all, I had only tried to cultivate wisdom path not long ago. But now, my wisdom path attainment level has reached quasi-master. Star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm is truly amazing. With such progress, if he cultivated normally, he would need decades of accumulation. Even though the dream realm was dangerous, once he successfully explored it, even if it was only a partial success, the gains would be huge. It saved Fang Yuan a lot of effort. Why is there thunder? Fang Yuan and the hidden essence turtles battle attracted groups of goo master groups to investigate. Fang Yuan? How can he be so powerful? No wonder the elders in the sect instructed us to avoid this monster Fang Yuan. This is simply cheating. It is too unfair to us. How can we fight such a monster? Eventually, Fang Yuan spent a day and a night to subdue the hidden essence turtle, keeping it in his immortal aperture. During this period, many goo masters were attracted, but after investigating for a while, they all left in panic. 36th attempt failed. Feng Kim Hong opened her eyes tiredly. Ever since she was heavily injured, she had been very careful. Unfortunately, she did not have unraveled dream, she had never come into contact with the wind not grass before. 36 times she did not succeed even once. Successfully saving herself was the lowest requirement for exploring dream realms. If she failed to disassemble the wind not grass, she would not be able to save herself, that would be a failure. Thus, every time Feng Kim Hong explored dream realms, the damage to her soul was far greater than Fang Yuan's. She needed to spend a lot of time to recuperate and recover. Thus, after 2 days and 1 night, she only explored 36 times. The Immortal Venerable's dream realm is actually so difficult. I have Dream Wings Immortal Goo, but it is still like this. Not to mention others. Feng Kim Hong looked at the dream realm in front of her with a bitter expression. She was filled with a deep sense of defeat. Whenever she thought about the appearance of the wind not grass, this genius would have the urge to vomit. At this moment, Fang Yuan was secretly approaching the dream realm. He had already kept the hidden essence turtle and the nether grass. The rest of his time and energy was spent on the Immortal Venerable's dream realm. After thinking for a while, Fang Yuan had a new guess. You're tuning in to the Han Li's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.